What's good, chat? How we reacting today? Got some good vibes going today. Got some good music. Alright, just for right now, I'm going to turn off that. I, I had to make sure all the soundtrack and all is good. How's everybody today? Joshy, you're the first one in the stream, man. You must have notifications on. You are always like the fastest person in. I am genuinely surprised. Speaking of surprises, today we are doing something a little bit different. We have some new artwork that I want to show everybody. I have, let me see here. So I got busy last night. No pun intended. And I did this right here. I turn notifications to my favorite YouTubers. I am so appreciated that I am one of those. I genuinely mean it. I am so happy I'm able to be called a favorite. So, here's kind of the idea for today. We're doing something a little bit different besides, drawing, because we did a 9-hour drawing session last stream. 9 hours of almost nothing but drawing. I finished the bear, and I started this last night. This is the second SCP soldier. Still looks a little bit goofy, but I kind of like the way that looks. I'm going to try and work on some of the shading, add some highlights, all that. Also, let me make sure I go to the right one. This is how our guy ended up. I need to go through and add some more stuff to like the patches here. As you can see, I added the patches, the logos. But I got the shading done. So the shading was a very major part of this. And also having the gun and all. I'm also going to try and correct some of the coloring with right here on top, make it where it doesn't remove anything important when it comes to getting rid of it. The shading is good. Yeah, so this one I'm really proud of how I got this shading done. I kind of touched up the hand, made it seem halfway decent. I got the different parts of the gun looking right. And then if I go to the bear was one of the major ones that took a while. I went back, spent another 2-3 hours on it. The bear took a long time. I did not like how the teeth looked, so I went back, corrected them. Might still need a little bit more of a touch up, make these a little bit more rounder. The fur was another issue. As y'all know, I was just doing random lines. That kind of, it didn't look right. When you add too many lines, I just didn't like it. So I kind of fixed it, added the shading. So that was another thing. Of course, we still have to do now the scared bear with the helmet on, with the fur sticking out. But that is not the only thing that we're going to be working on today. I have the reaction playlist. We're going to be reacting live. That way I can get two things done at once. Have live reaction, and then I'm going to take all of the reactions, minimize them, and then have them as a separate video for everybody to react and, have fun with. Also, I'm making a show. Of course, as y'all know, last stream, I made the idea of, hey, let's, just funny enough, I talked to Jeggy. He was in here. He said, hey, that's a pretty funny idea. Because I mentioned, let's do a show. You animate it, I'll color it, and I'll make all the episodes. I'll make The pilot, I'll do the entire script. That's what I did at work. I was at work, bored, right? Y'all know me. 2 hour drive. 2 hours of just sitting there. Your brain's running and running and running and running and running. And you're just there. Start typing. Start typing. So, I currently just couldn't think of a name, so I called it Bear and Jaggy versus Evil. I can read some of the funniness kind of just in the opening. I don't want to read it all, but I think later on we are, as a group, going to do a writing session of one of the episodes. Specifically, it'll be like episode 6 or episode 7, right? Here is kind of the opening. Have opening frame be a calm, peaceful, sunny day. Birds flying into frame and leaving. So they come in and leave out the side. So it's like the camera's panning in, so birds are getting closer, and then we go past them, right? If that makes sense. I hit the headset, but I hope that makes sense. And leaves as the camera begins zooming in on a tall building. Think New York style apartment building. Like in Spider-Man. That type of building. How it's like the brick buildings, but they're really tall. The camera slowly makes its way down a hall. So at this point, it kind of goes through the wall and like cuts into a hallway. And it slowly like moves down. So here's all the doors, right? And it just goes by all the doors. And then it slowly turns to face a door and it's got 316 on it. The reason I wanted the door to be 316 is it's a Bible reference, which will play later on in a separate kind of installation, if that makes sense. There's going to be a bunch of different whatchamacallit, Easter eggs. I plan on hiding Easter eggs in every single episode. That way, anybody who ever wants to watch this show, make reactions to it, whatever, they have to look very closely for these little Easter eggs. It'll be so hilarious. By the way, I'm making an edit of you on TikTok. Joshy, the second that you make that, you need to comment down below TikTok name and the edit. Not the link, because YouTube holds links. So just do like your name on TikTok. I'll find it. I promise you that. I actually have to be careful now getting on TikTok. It's very saddening. So at the door, so the camera's still focused on the door, right? But I want it to shake, to me just screaming, "What the unholy hell!" Like I just want to scream it, and the camera like shake a little bit. The camera shakes while a muffled voice disrupts the peacefulness. Camera slowly enters the room to show our main characters in the living room. Jiggy on a sofa drawing on his tablet, as Bear with a controller in his hands almost snapping in half. So I want it to make it look like he's trying to bend it, like he's really angry at it. Then I go, if this game's going to register, isn't going to register the hits, then I'll hit it in real life. One of those, whenever you're angry at a game, you say something off the wall. In this case, it's like I'll hit the console. Be hilarious. That makes no sense, Jiggy. Yeah, well, here's the example. Bear launches the controller through the TV at Mock Jesus like a baseball player in the finals. So the way I kind of want this animated is like he's sitting down, but he like cocks it back and goes, "Yeah, well, here's the example," and he throws it. So it's like while he's lobbing it, with him going from sitting to upright. You know, I think it'd be hilarious. Then great. Now who's going to replace that? Jiggy in a sarcastic tone. That was one of the funny parts. There's another part later on. If I can find it. Okay, yeah, here it is. There's a part. where a third character comes in, Flower. It'll be like really funny to have somebody from his community. Um, yeah, here it is. I'm telling you, it's the Illuminati were the cause of the most UFO sightings in history. No one else could spread that news that far except them. Bear standing in front of a board with lines on it, staring at Jaggy and Flower. And I'm telling you that the government themselves did it. Jaggy holding a soda bottle, sold Jesus, can't talk that. Soda bottle, motioning like it's a laser pointer at the board on the wall with pictures and red lines on it. How do we know it wasn't a foreign country? Flower mockingly saying it to cause another freakout. My character just completely screams this. Are you kidding me? Another country? You think another country would try and do fake alien sightings in the South? Bear looking disheveled on the verge of a stroke. So, yeah, that part was really funny when I was writing it. And then another part was I told you it's the Illuminati. Bear making a run for the door with friends behind him before the track darts fly through the broken window, hitting all three targets. So, yeah, I made an entire pilot where it's like one of the most funny things I had done. It's currently in drafts. It will not be posted this month or two because there is like hella lot of edits currently in draft slow. I'm already followed you, dude, on TikTok. I even commented on your TikTok, well, like almost 2 months ago. So not be posted for a while. Gotcha. Wait, you did? Which one did you comment on? Got a lot of people. Ba, 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 ba. Wait, do you have the same whatchamacallit? Do you have the same name? It was a long time ago. Do you have the same name? Is it still Joshy? Same name as YouTube. Oh, yeah, I found you. Okay. I actually found your second account that you're following me on. And through that I found your normal. Okay. That I was like, I'm gonna find it. But I think today we're gonna start with some reactions. I'm gonna do the Dawn Gandonza one, SCP oriented today, and then the Mr. Mirage. So that'll be some good reactions, I think. And then from there, we're going to probably go into some drawing. And from drawing, we're going to go probably into episode making. That'll be pretty interesting. Have some nice, funny laughs. But this is Dongandanza. Dongandanza's The Shy Guy SCP-096 animation. It was very interesting seeing him pop into one of my streams. Gave me a near heart attack. But this is 4 minutes and 4 seconds. And of course, with this, I know a little bit about Shy Guy. I've died to him a bunch of times in the games. Well, try to at least. But then I always end up dying to the old man. The following video was uploaded to Facebook prior to its removal by the SCP Foundation. The image has been edited to ensure safe viewing. Oh, oh, it's the picture that has a Shy Guy in it for like, I think it was like 4 frames or something. I think it's over here or it's over here. And it's like 4 pixels. And the 4 pixels is what triggered him. So this video is saying that it was on Facebook where it was probably seen by people, therefore causing 096 to freak out. Because he's only in 4 pixels. Sarah before we got married. Oh, well, that's a sweet photo. I'm also really enjoying the scenery, even though I know that there's probably something very dangerous in it. Yep, there he is. The 4 pixels that would get so many people killed. SCP-096 circled in yellow blocked out. Yeah, so they had to legit just do the pixels instead of the actual thing. And it's so strange because I remember in my original 096 reaction, it said that even if like the brain just goes across it and it doesn't register that it's looking at him, it will still cause him a freak out. Uh, SCP-096 breach containment. 23 Foundation personnel were killed. Oh, okay, we're getting names. But that's insane. So there you're seeing the hands being pushed through the metal doors as he's trying to pry them open. And here's where he succeeds, and you get to see a little bit of his head. You see the elongated jaw, and you see the absolutely just almost just decayed body. That's the only way I can put it. That were anorexic body. So we get Dr. Adrian Cole, senior researcher, who was 49 years old. This part goes really fast, so I'm probably going to slow it down. Alright, so Victor Reynolds, security guard 41. Lucas Grant, security guard 31. Dr. Samuel Rao, senior researcher 47. Adrian Cole, who was 49. Nathan Pierce, junior researcher, who was 32. Olivia Chen, junior researcher 28. Ryan Foster, junior researcher, who was 35. Emily Turner, assistant researcher, who was 26. Jacob Lynn, assistant researcher, 24. Thomas Reed Parker, assistant researcher, who was 27. Michael Dunn, assistant researcher, 24. Robert Hayes, assistant researcher, who was 24. A lot of early 20s to, well, mid 20s to like latter 40s is what it's seeming like. Joseph Grant Wilson, cook. Oh, not even the cook was safe. That's kind of upsetting. I would have let the cook go. A janitor. I feel like this is a self-insert in a way. Don Genderson. A little hint, hint with the DG since we're watching Mr. Don. Alright. Let me fix the time right here. 096 reached its maximum speed of 565 miles per hour during pursuit. Retrieval team were deployed to intercept and recontain 096. 565 miles.
This is Hawk 1, target locked. Scorpion 1, you're clear to engage.
Here's the issue. They were just looking through a targeting system. Said targeting system's not able to get rid of the face of Shy Guy. If they look at Shy Guy's face through the targeting system, it will still cause an issue for them. Yep, he will still make him go berserk. Thank goodness, Gandanza used artistic depictions of him than its real face. Yep. Oh, it's an A10? Uh-uh. You can hear it still screaming. It's still there.
Direct hit. Voice back on target. I repeat, voice back on target. Copy that, Hawk 1. All internal teams maintain visual. We cannot lose him.
I will say, I like that we're able to actually see top-down view of how quickly 096 able to move. He moves a lot quicker than the tracker's able to update its map. And at 565 miles per hour, that would kind of make sense. Um, the really strange thing is how they thought a A10 was going to be able to do any damage. A little bit wild there. Also, I feel like that's probably the big brother airplane that we seen in my original 096 reaction. That is trying to keep tabs on him. But at the end of my original 096 reaction, he ends up taking it down because they are able to look at his face, and that kind of makes it upsetting. Hello, I have to leave the stream sadly now in a few minutes. Sadly, if I can, I will join later. I hope you are doing well, Killer Bear. I'm doing great. Hello. I hope you have a great day, my friend. Hopefully, whatever it is you gotta do doesn't take you too long. Uh, yeah. 096 traversed the states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, and Oregon. 57 civilians were killed upon viewing 096 face in their pursuit. All attempts to stop 096 proved ineffective. Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be a global issue, especially if it was posted on Facebook. And it gets even stranger because this is having somewhat the same effects as what the two researchers in my original reaction had done. Which that actually could have been what happened with the person instead of actually being married, that's just saying they were married, when in reaction it was probably a D class. And this is actually the experiment that the two researchers wanted to do.
It's 096 to Roger, another highway. Multiple vehicles direct. I
Yep.
don't know how many civilians have seen this thing's place.
Yeah, so this is actually going over how many people actually ended up dying through the researchers' negligence. Hannah Wright, 21. Mason Andrew Clark, 8. That's right. In the original 096 reaction that I did, that Mr. Illustrated had told me about, he took a child and ripped it in half, and that the soldiers witnessed it, and it made him so distraught he ended up taking himself out after his briefing. 096 reached its target. 3 civilians were killed at the location.
As well as U-29, they both should be able to come. Okay, I decided near a farmhouse. Brand Drive, over.
Ryan, hold on.
Brand Drive, over.
Ryan Collins, 38. Sarah Collins, 30. Ethan Collins, 7. MTF Tile 1 units converged on 096 location for recontainment. This is probably when the one guy ends up being the only person that survives. It was a story, a tale of how they had these like scrambler goggles on, and the scrambler goggles have like a point 0.1 millisecond. issue between scrambling the face of 096 and what their eyes see and their brain realizes. So they see its face. They don't realize they did. So it is ineffective and it drives insane. One guy is the only person to not see the face, and he puts a bag over the thing's head. Scramble goggle system failed. 096 entered a highly agitated state. That's what I had a feeling of. Eight MTF Tal 1 operatives were killed. One was the only one that was alive. O96 was successfully bagged by the last surviving member of MTF Tal 1. Yep, only one member survived. Given the incident's scope and potential, the O5 Council have approved the termination of SCP-096. Little did they realize that it would be two researchers that caused all this, one of which made sure he was not in the facility when 096 broke out. The other one ended up having the fun little idea of having an old man be the one to get killed. Just to prove that they needed to terminate this thing. I'll admit, I really like that though. Don does amazing work. He always does. Really like that. Cough cough SCP-5000 when they released photos of him everywhere in that scenario. Oh yeah. Which one is 5000? Alright. The next one.
Imagine being able to build.
Alright, I'm going to get rid of that because I just reacted to it. I kind of went through and made sure that all the ones that I am going to react to kind of got out of there, so that is good news. This is historical SCPs, SCP Orientation Compilation. This is the SCP Orientation. This is almost an hour long, so this is going to be a long one. But I think it'll still be good. Warning, the following files have been classified as top secret. Any non-authorized personnel accessing these files will be immediately terminated through attempting to access or disseminate these files without proper and sufficient authorization will result in, followed by death. You have been warned. The SCP Foundation Orientation. The following content is restricted to Level 4 personnel and above. Welcome to site. You will now begin your training to become a member of the Foundation. And team, please study the following files carefully.
Item number SCP-077.
Oh,
Object class Euclid.
okay. This is actually a new one. I don't know 077.
Special containment procedures. The SCP-077 is to be kept in Research Sector 861 on top of a 0.5 meter steel pedestal in a 3 meter by 3 meter by 3 meter chamber with 0.5 meter thick steel reinforced walls. The reinforced steel hatch door to the chamber is to comply with AH-37 protocol. It is to be guarded at all times by 2 Level 1 personnel. A boom mic connected to a speech recognition system should verify that all pronunciation is within standards. A camera is to be mounted within the chamber to record any changes. Every 8 hours, a minimum of 2, but preferably 3, trained D-Class personnel are to enter the containment area and, in a loud, clear voice, read the runes etched onto SCP-077 in unison. The reading must be performed by individuals who understand the full meaning of the runes being read, who are able to pronounce the entirety of the inscription correctly.
Okay, so this is seeming more like a seance thing. Seems like they're trying to appease, if I had a question. And I'm guessing the runes on the skull change. And if a single misspoken or if they don't say the correct rune, it will end up making something angry. This is a guess before it tells me. But I thought there was a separate skull. I remember it in SCP Containment Breach. There was a skull that it like makes you go insane or something, and it tries to like make you kill stuff, and it's within a 5x5 containment area, and I tried breaking into it because I wanted to touch the skull.
And who are no more than 30 centimeters away from SCP-077. All personnel must undergo a 1-week training session with Foundation linguists for pronunciation, reading, and dialect coaching.
Wait, those are Nordic. I got really into the different runes and I actually learned how to spell everything in runes. Yeah, I still remember a lot of these.
A minimum of 20 D-Class personnel are to be trained or undergoing training at all times. Trained D-Class personnel are exempt from termination until such time as they have been replaced. Foundation linguists are to remain on call in case of an unexpected rune change. Every new set of runes is to be transcribed into phonetic English and provided with literal and idiomatic translations as quickly as possible. The
So is idiomatic just mean as to make sure all the idiots understand it? I think that's what it is.
cafeteria menu for Research Sector 861 must not include any potatoes or potato-based ingredients. Description: SCP-077 appears to be the top half of a human skull, engraved with runes, each filled with an unidentified black resin. The runes change every lunar month, defined by the full moon rising above the horizon in Ireland, as
Wait, wait. I was over here going something. No potatoes, runes, which are Nordic, random black liquid, which would more than likely be tar, oil, something of that nature. And it has to do with the moon. This is my first Irish SCP. Why is my first Irish SCP a skull? That's hilarious.
well as at the winter and summer solstices, the spring and autumn equinoxes, and whenever a partial, annular, or total solar or lunar eclipse is visible from Ireland.
Ah,
If these engravings are not read aloud at least once within a 24-hour period, the eye sockets and nasal cavity of SCP-077 will emit SCP-077-1. SCP-077-1 is a luminescent green vapor, whose precise nature remains undetermined. It is to be noted that, although SCP-077-1 behaves as a normal gas in all other ways, it only occupies those spaces which are within SCP-077's effective line of sight, and does not flow into the space behind SCP-077, unless confined.
so it's more of a uh like a sand attack, just in front of it. I wonder if since it's a gas, if they would be able to just do a vacuum to get rid of it.
Opaque, impermeable barriers with no biological content can provide temporary protection from SCP-077-1.
Meaning glass. I mean, that kind of makes a little sense. Honestly, I'm surprised the they didn't make it to where it could just go through glass. As long as something's in front of it, if it can see through it, it could go through. Surprised they didn't go that overpowered with it. After this reaction to the historical SCPs, you can cut them after their files is done. Then a new SCP they'll read again. I mean, and when you edit this video, you can post them individually. Oh, is that what this is? Is this not a major thing? This is instead a bunch of different videos just compiled? Because if so, I could have just done the separate ones instead of one big video. Yes, it's okay. It's okay.
However, attempts to permanently contain SCP-077 within opaque containers have failed, due to the artifact's
Yep.
production of sufficient quantities of SCP-077-1 to explosively rupture these containers. All biological material, with the obvious exception of SCP-077 itself, which comes in contact with SCP-077-1, is instantly transformed into a viscous, malodorous ooze. The ooze has been identified as the rotted flesh of potato tubers, Solanum tuberosum, which have been severely infected with the potato blight, Phytophthora infestans. 1 cubic centimeter of SCP-077-1 transforms upwards of 800 grams of biological material. Reading SCP-077's engravings has noticeable, if transient, effects on the health of the readers. These effects include nausea, cramps, headache, dizziness, incontinence, fever, skin rashes, nosebleeds, and fugue states.
Jesus. This thing's just like, hey, you make one wrong, like, slip of the tongue, be prepared. You're going into the spin the wheel category of how messed up can we make you? Which I guess it makes sense. The gas, it rots you, but it leaves you as like a ooze, almost like if acid was to fall on somebody, it would just melt them down, and then they just be a puddle. So I guess that makes sense. The matter doesn't uh disappear; it just alters. So the matter's still there.
Effects intensify as the time between.
Why didn't they make the D class look like they pissed themselves? You can't tell me it doesn't look like he pissed himself. Hey, it was not me who recommended this vid. It was at Hello. It's all good. I'm just like he. I thought that this was like a whatchamacallit, a what am I thinking of? Like rules. That's what it was. That was like rules. But now I'm confused on why they chose to declass that pissed themselves.
Readings increases, and can become cumulative for individuals who read the engravings too many times consecutively and/or too frequently. Readers have a 60% chance of developing an allergy to potatoes. Addendum
Ow.
077-1. The artifact was recovered in the village of Ireland. Locals had built a shrine around the artifact, where upwards of participants would engage in a nightly ritual. Fragmentary historical documents, retrieved from the remnants of the village church and library, indicate that the artifact existed as early as 1848, at which point in time it is described in highly positive terms, including protector and by 18.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Or vibe coding
69, however, references to the artifact are fearful, resentful, and couched in euphemism. Item number.
This is gonna sound strange, but the way that I'm picturing the skull is back when Ireland was fighting against Britain. I wonder the skull was used by them as a way of causing the famines, to which they would use potatoes to keep themselves fed. So if it's known to make people allergic to potatoes. If it was back then in the famine, they wouldn't be able to eat potatoes, and therefore they would just die. So it would be like a giant circle of, hey, use the skull to help us win. So therefore it would have been created for that particular reason as one of the biggest FUs. And the reason it was found in Ireland was because they finally found a way of probably containing it. But what would the black stuff be? I want to say it would be tar, because so many instances of tar traps, or it could be oil, with how some people would do like little oil traps. One of those two. Oh shit, 140. This will be an introduction to the Deviants, bro. Brace yourself because oh hell, this SCP is the actual star of a whole ass Deviants related SCPs. Gotcha.
SCP-140. Object Class
Keter. First
Special
Keter.
Containment Procedures. SCP-140 must never be brought closer than 15 meters to any source of standard ink, human blood, or other fluids suitable for writing.
Is it a pen or a quill? It can't be near ink, blood, or any fluid that can do any form of writing. I'm thinking that this thing's a quill.
Any contamination by blood or ink must be reported immediately. Any remaining copies of SCP-140 created during the initial printing must be found and destroyed as soon as possible. Only SCP-140 is to be preserved, for purposes of study, early warning, and cataloging and recording possible SCPs, derived from its subject matter. SCP-140 is contained at Site-76 in a sealed vault containing a single desk. At this time, no research is to be carried out upon the original SCP-140. Researchers are to read from prepared copies not bearing the signature of its author, which lack its properties. In the
So 140 is a book because it says you're reading from 140. So I guess the reason for ink and blood is I'm guessing the book itself is able to take the writing fluid in order to make new chapters, pages, and the way it's sounding, it sounds like whatever is in this book makes new SCPs, if that makes sense. So, in order to understand SCPs that are being made through 140, they have copies of it, but without the mark that's on it, which is what gives it the anomalous behaviors. That way, they can understand and defend against the SCPs that are made through the book.
event of approved research,
Let's see if I'm right.
SCP-140 may not be removed from the vault, and readers may not be in contact with it for longer than 9 hours.
So what you're saying is that I should definitely not be in touch with this book longer than I did my drawing stream.
Access requires written approval from the head researcher for the explicit purposes of testing.
Hey, it's the guy I drew.
An armed guard stationed outside the vault will meet any attempted theft with deadly force. Should any personnel begin displaying obsession with SCP-140 or signs of possible memetic contamination, they are to be issued a Class A amnesiac, false memories implanted as necessary, and transferred to another project. Transferred personnel must be monitored for signs of relapse.
So I wonder if the relapse has happened before. And I'm also now wondering if 140 has ever been used in tales with somebody such as 001 Scarlet King, who's really at 2317 with his destroyer. I wonder if it's ever been connected with them in order to cause more chaos. And I'm also wondering if this is the book that was possibly found at the factory. Because the factory, if I remember correctly in a past story when it gave me an overview, of the tales, it said the factory was known for making SCPs. If this book makes SCPs, then I guess this would be one of the things that it used.
SCP-140 is a modern hard copy book with an unremarkable black binding and an unknown number of white pages. The book jacket is missing, but the title, A Chronicle of the Devas,
Hello everyone, today I am testing an interesting tool called
is clearly legible.
Davis.
The inside cover is signed by the author, whose name is indecipherable. The text is copyrighted 19... Careful examination reveals there are far more pages between the bindings than could be contained within them. Readers admit to feelings of paranoia, unease, and occasional nausea while reading SCP-140, although this may be related to the subject material. Nonetheless, readers almost universally describe SCP-140 as fascinating and express continued interest, despite its frequently unsettling content. 1 in 15 readers describes SCP-140 as having a faint odor of dried blood.
I wonder if I am right and it is part of a factory and it is making SCPs. I wonder if how the people were able to get the original ink and all for it was instead them doing a seance, and it's something that uh, is shown in movies where they'll like slice open the palm of their hand and then squeeze it out and have it drop onto it as almost like a blood thing for it.
SCP-140 is a detailed account of an ancient civilization originating in what is now south-central Siberia, identified as the Davates. Although, like all cultures, the Davates evolved and changed over time, they appear to have exhibited unusual continuity. Universal fixtures of the Davate culture in all periods includes militarism, conquest, ancestor worship, urban centers ruling over large slave populations, gruesome human sacrifice, and the practice of apparently efficacious thaumaturgic rituals.
I don't even know how he said those three words without eating his own tongue. What?
Variety of relics and creatures produced by the Davate culture would be abnormal or dangerous enough, if the account is to be believed, to qualify for containment in their own right. If SCP-140 comes into contact with any fluid suitable for writing, including human blood, the account of the Davate civilization's history expands. Human blood appears the most potent of possible writing substances, but in any case, the amount of new material does not correspond proportionally to the fluids introduced. Although these new segments sometimes include new descriptions of rituals, or cultural traits or illustrations of previously covered material, they more frequently include new, more recent accounts of information, chronicling the continued history of the Davate civilization, or descriptions of new individuals and artifacts. Formerly decisive defeats become setbacks. New persons and events are inserted.
So I wonder if this book uh, takes the ink in order to rewrite the history. Now that I'm thinking about it, the way that it's kind of describing it, almost like I think the exact wording of the phrase is the winner writes the history. It's a lot of time used in order to have like America and the wars and all. The winners decide the history. In order to make certain people look bad while others seem very good. When in reality everything is morally gray. So it's like one of those. So they're like rewriting the history in order to change the past while also changing the future. And the more liquid it has, it's able to do present time with like the change that it did.
Foundation archaeologists have discovered corresponding new artifacts and traces of the Davate civilization in applicable locations and strata, in some cases found in dig sites that had already been thoroughly explored.
Yeah.
Although at times the Davates were a collection of city-states, they appear to have consistently returned to imperialism, under a theocratic aristocracy, the Deva, practitioners of cannibalism and thaumaturgy. Although initially Foundation researchers believed the Deva to have been a hereditary class recycling the names of noteworthy individuals, evidence and the events of now suggest that the Deva possess preternatural longevity as a result of data expunged. Several researchers, notably Professor, have concluded the Deva were so divergent from modern humans as to be a separate subspecies, a conclusion supported by graphic representations within SCP-140 and data expunged. SCP-140 is remarkably detailed by the standards of a primary source, seeming closer to a biography than a historic text. It includes lurid descriptions of sacrificial rites, battlefield descriptions, daily life, and the life stories of various noteworthy individuals, including quotes and dates of birth. Several distinct individuals have been identified, including the individual presently termed SCP-140-A, of which only are accounted for by recorded deaths. Foundation archaeologists have discovered several sites containing ruins consistent with the supposed Davite culture in various locations across Siberia, northern Iran, and Mongolia. Artifacts and traces of intercultural conflict and contact have been discovered as far west as the Carpathian Mountains and as far east as northern Pakistan and China. These include SCP Addendum 140-A. SCP-140 was originally found in the office of a deceased historian. The previous owner was discovered in his office at University, having expired from self-inflicted lacerations on both wrists.
If he was found in the historians and he had self-inflicted at both wrists, I wonder if this book didn't have as many chapters beforehand and instead it kind of kept speaking to him like a Necronomicon, constantly trying to get into his head and then told him to do that in order to bring forth the Devas, whatever it's called. It's a strange way of putting it, but it's just like, hey, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. He does it, and then it feeds on all that liquid in order to make its history, and then force itself into the actual world.
There were no traces of their blood in the office. The subject's colleagues claimed during interviews they discovered a note in faded ink in their handwriting next to SCP-140. All witnesses were administered Class A amnesiacs and false memories implanted. The note read, "I have to know. I'm sorry." All texts within 15 meters, except several books relating to the history of the region, were blank. The remaining books now included accounts of supposed interaction between the Davite civilization and the subject cultures, or applicable discussions of Davite history and culture. These texts were confiscated. All printed forms and media were blank. All pens, printers, and ink cartridges were empty. Addendum 140-B. Although SCP-140 was published during the 20th century, the tone of the book suggests it is a recounting of events, individuals, and practices experienced firsthand by SCP-140's unknown author. Foundation investigators have tracked SCP-140's publication to the data expunged printing house in a batch of several copies self-published by a wealthy individual, hereby termed SCP-140-A. SCP-140-A's signature on the contract matches the strange signature inside SCP-140. More than 40 of the copies produced in this batch were apparently leached of all ink by the remaining copies. To date, Foundation agents have recovered and destroyed the majority of the remainder, but some remain at large. 2 expansion events have been reported during periods when SCP-140 had never been exposed to fluids of any sort, or removed from its vault.
So there's other versions of just the one that they have. So somebody somewhere could be adding ink, blood, anything that can be written with, and it is still causing the book to continue its history and then putting in with the normal history of real life. This book is the reason that brought back SCP-6140, the True Empire, and it's the Deviants Empire itself. By the way, the book brought back. Hello, I'm back again, but it can be that I have to leave again. I see you watched the video I recommended. I hope you like it because it is a lot of fun. It's been decent so far. I didn't realize it was a compilation of other SCPs. So instead of just like multiple videos, I guess it's just gonna be one video. One really long video that I think maybe two people are gonna watch.
Investigation and manhunt for the author of SCP-140 is ongoing.
Yep.
Addendum 140-C. Through study of SCP-140 and other contained objects related to the Davite civilization, Foundation researchers have concluded that, transposed to the modern era, the resurgence of a hostile Davite civilization in history, more recent than CE, would constitute a grave and even possibly retroactive threat to the Foundation and modern civilization as we know it. Even best-case projections of Davite resurgence in the modern day suggest a CK-class restructuring of modern society and a worldwide conflict with a projected death toll of at least expunged and an end to the Foundation's secrecy. Addendum 140-D.
In Albion,
Oh
no
my-
matter where you go or what you do, your mount will accompany you on your journey. Perhaps
His journal, found on his home PC, indicates that upon his initial reading of SCP-140, it ended with the almost utter destruction of the Davite civilization and the genocide of all known Deva in 200 BCE by the forces of Chinese General Qin Kai. As a result of subsequent containment breaches, including those detailed in the journal, copious quantities of new material have been added, describing survivors regrouping and migrating to another region of Central Siberia, rebuilding their empire steadily, and continuing to advance culturally and technologically.
So the whole thing was wiped out, and that's where it ended. Then stuff was added to make it seem like people got away, were able to completely rebuild, and then build itself back up.
Present, the empire is described as having finally been crushed by Genghis Khan during the early period of his conquests, although the fates of many important persons in several cities remain ambiguous. Foundation archaeologists will be dispatched for investigation and research. Addendum
So if nobody added stuff to it, it would have still said that the civilization died because of Genghis Khan. Which, funny little fact about Genghis Khan, he rode ponies, not horses. In case y'all want to know the difference, ponies are tiny. Nice little fun fact for you.
140-E. After an incident at an undisclosed dig site resulting in countless casualties, all Foundation archaeologists excavating sites of suspected Davite artifacts or ruins are to be accompanied by a fully armed security team. SCP-141 has been neutralized. SCP-142 remains at large. All other anomalous contacts and artifacts were destroyed when the dig site was struck by a cruise missile. Agent received a commendation and was treated for post-traumatic stress disorder. Dr. received a posthumous commendation for courage. An investigation into the possible involvement of SCP-140-A or their agents in these events is ongoing. Item.
I wonder if somebody else, like another organization, has a 140 and they don't know that you're supposed to not be within contact for more than 9 hours with it. If that's the case, I wonder if they would try to harm or kill the SCP Foundation people while they're at these places in order to use them as the ink or blood to add to it. Because if there's somebody that is like a deviate themselves, they could do that and continue the expansion. Nice little fun thinking right there.
Number. SCP-141.
141.
Object class.
Finally a safe one.
Special containment procedures. When not in use, SCP-141 is to be stored inside a locked safe in Site-76. Access to this safe requires security level clearance 3 or higher, and written approval to use SCP-141. When SCP-141 is in use, either for implementation in accordance with Foundation goals, or for research purposes, it is to be kept within the possession of the assigned researcher at all times. Failure to account for SCP-141 will result in a severe reprimand.
Really?
While SCP-141
So 141 seems to be a actual tool, but they didn't put as thaumiel, so that's making me think that it can be used, but it's not 100% usable.
141's danger to the Foundation appears limited. It could still be a tempting target for certain subversive groups or opportunistic users. For this reason, SCP-141 is to be checked out for no more than 1 week at a time. Description: SCP-141 is a small leather-bound codex dating back to Roman times, easily carried in one hand. Despite its great age, it never acquires any additional signs of wear and tear beyond a somewhat aged-looking cover. Its thin papyrus pages
okay.
are always crisp, and so far have proven difficult to tear from the codex's binding. All attempts at radiocarbon dating have failed. The judgment of SCP-141 as being Roman in origin was initially based upon its appearance, but later confirmed through extensive research using SCP-141, corroborated by historical records.
What's with 2 back-to-back book SCPs? That's pretty decent.
The title is apparently Codex Damnatio, based upon the text on its spine. SCP-141's pages are written in Roman Republic-era Latin. It is a detailed description of notes and summations for a wide range of legal trials. This first half contains a series of historic trials from throughout history. The earliest trial appears to be from the prescriptions of the late Roman Republic, while the most recent case is the data expunged, taking place in 2000.
Wait. This thing is completely in Latin, but it's not a book that's making SCPs. It's not making any of this. No, it is simply a law book telling every single law case that's ever been done, who probably won, how they won, everything. I don't know why we would keep this locked up. I would just hand it to a lawyer and be like, here, buddy, here's your break. Study this, be the best lawyer you can be. I'm going to need your help in about 2 years.
Each case summary is extensive, with precise witness quotations, exact physical descriptions of evidence, and their importance to the case, and so on. The Codex actually contains far more legal cases than its 150 pages could possibly allow. A reader must make a detailed reference to a range or specific case to discover if it is listed inside. If it is, the pages will transform into those relating to the specified case. This requires specific mentions of historical context surrounding the cases. Research with SCP-141 conducted by Professor revealed SCP-141 has apparently been employed in, among other important periods, a wide variety of Roman prescriptions, heretical trials of the Catholic Church, the Spanish Inquisition.
They never expect the Spanish Inquisition. Funniest meme I can ever think of, the Spanish Inquisition. So this thing has quite literally a description of the Romans, the Catholics who were just deciding to burn people, the Spanish who were trying to take over, witch hunts in the 1700s. They probably have how in 1800s the South was, in the 1900s they probably have Jesus, I can't speak, how the entire country decided to do, then have the German stuff from 1900s, then in early 2000s it probably has the stuff with Clinton, Bush, all of that. This thing's probably a blackmail genius. Now I know why the SCP Foundation has it. They're using it almost like a blackmail against the entire government. Be like, hey, remember that case you had against this person? Yeah, I know all the details. And it's not like you can just get rid of their top guy. I mean, you get rid of top guy, guess what? They'll just release 682 on you. Government versus 682. Who wins? Well, news flash, buddy. Jesus.
The witch hunts of the 17th century and the Red Scare of the mid-20th century.
See? I completely forgot about the Red Scare. It's insane to me that that's what we called it. The Red Scare. Sounds like a boyfriend. What a boyfriend would call something.
The latter half of the book is blank and can be written in with any pen with black ink. A user of SCP-141 must provide detailed information about a criminal proceeding, including victim, evidence, witness statements.
It takes forever for this one because they decide not to make it where I can skip. I hope SCP Oriented's like in the ads I'm watching.
High, but nobody sees it.
And suspects, and they must do so in Republic-era Latin. Later readings of the book will reveal these new cases in the first half of the book, written in the same handwriting as the rest. A very precise, careful hand. When this information is provided to SCP-141, the particulars of the case described in SCP-141 appear to become true in regards to memory and evidence surrounding the case. Witnesses' memory.
Wait. That changes things. So instead of blackmail, like I joked about, if the government had it, they could write down all the info of the current cases going on and just change the ending before the actual ending. And it would then become true, therefore getting them away from the case. This thing's a legal cheat code. What?
And testimony will correspond to the information written in SCP-141. Falsified evidence springs into existence in accordance with its description, usually appearing in the court record or the crime scene where it can easily be discovered. This has included murder weapons, suspicious traces of the subject such as fluids or fingerprints, stolen items, or incriminating documents. SCP-141 appears able to cause criminal activities that would not have taken place, although this requires even more precise wording and description of the particulars. The guilty party specified by SCP-141 may have a false memory implanted that corresponds with SCP-141's account of events, although this result requires a clever description of the desired scenario. These memories do not overwrite the original ones, but they do seem quite nearly as real. Care must be taken by all users to ensure as many loopholes are closed as possible. SCP-141's falsifications will stand up to all but the most critical of examinations, but it will only produce precisely the memories and evidence written inside it. While it appears to prejudice the court against the guilty party, this is not foolproof. Nonetheless, successfully employed, SCP-141 is an almost surefire conviction. Even in the event of exoneration, guilty subjects will often still be ostracized and viewed as guilty by influenced witnesses and law enforcement personnel, who may in some cases data expunged.
Who probably in some cases get their get back at the guilty party that was given the leeway in court. Oh, it's more than a cheat code. It's a way of making sure that somebody is viewed completely as the bad team. Oh, that is broken. Yeah, that needs to be locked away. Forever. That is awful. Can you add to your playlist SCP Foundation versus 4K by Exploring Series? That is. Oh, hold on. Bad yawn there. When you get to that. By the way you pronounce the deviants is wrong. It's pronounced Davites. Davites. Deviants. They're now called the Deviants because they're divas. Deviants.
Addendum SCP-141-A. Tests are ongoing to determine if SCP-141 is capable of exonerating an innocent man wrongly convicted, or if changing the results during the trial has any measurable effect. Approval to employ SCP-141 in a test case is pending.
That is a awful idea, doing a test case. If you do a test case, it might work. The only reason I say might is I wonder if it has to be a genuine case in order for it to be read into the book.
SCP-141-B. Following data expunged, all test cases involving Foundation disciplinary hearings, or implicating members of the Foundation, other than D-Class personnel without signed waivers from the guilty subject, are hereby forbidden by O5. Violation of this new security protocol shall be dealt with harshly. Item number: SCP-152. Object class:
Safe.
Special containment procedures. SCP-152 is to be kept in a locked chamber in Site-49, henceforth referred to as the Reading Room.
Huh.
The Reading Room is off limits to personnel below Clearance Level 2. The Reading Room will be equipped with one ceiling lamp, one security camera, one scanner, copier, printer, to be restocked with paper and ink as needed, one standard office chair, and one standard office desk, upon which SCP-152 will rest.
Did I get a third book? A third book SCP. What? 140, 141, 152. Was everybody just writing books? Be careful of the killer book. I mean, what? When not in use, 152 will be turned to its last page. It is a book. Alright, so we've had a book that brings forth the entirety of a civilization back from extinction. We have one book that has a complete knowledge of every legal case that could possibly change the outlook of legal cases and also make it to where if somebody is wrongly convicted, they will still be ostracized. Let's find out what this book does.
When not in use, SCP-152 is to be turned to its last page, so that any additions made to it can be immediately observed. A single guard will be posted outside of the reading room, to deter unauthorized persons from entering the reading room. All personnel are advised to remain quiet if they are near the reading room. Description: SCP-152 is a large hardbound book with leather bindings. The paper inside resembles vellum and is written upon in black ink. The contents of the book consist entirely of a series of entries that describe apocalyptic events, which are not always
You, just you, building your app on base 44.
I don't need base.
K-class end-of-the-world scenarios, but invariably deal with the extinction of humanity. The entries are arranged in chronological order, beginning with an unexplained spontaneous failure of the sun in 6000 BC, and ending with other events close to the present day. Many of the entries describe apocalypses caused or facilitated by objects that are or were in Foundation custody, or are of a paranormal nature. There are also records of human extinction caused by more conventional means, such as nuclear warfare or deadly viral epidemics. Each entry describes in some detail the events leading up to the calamity itself, and
Is this book a oracle? Is that what this book is? That's what it's seeming like. The oracle's giving the info and a little bit of knowledge of what leads up to it, but no real way of how to stop it. So is that why there's constant new additions to it? Is always going, oh, well, here's something that could happen, here's something that could happen, here's something that could happen, and so when something does happen, it is a coincidence. And would that also be why SCP-2000 was made? Because 2000 is basically just a reset button after the world ends. And even though it's only been used canonically 3 times, it's probably actually been used more than that.
The aftermath until the point at which the last human on Earth dies. It has been observed that the entries in SCP-152 change to whatever language the reader is most comfortable with, up to the point where the sentence structure can change significantly from reader to reader.
That's actually really nice of it, that it's like, oh, this person has this specific language, I'm going to change to it. Really like that.
Or even begin using colloquialisms that only the reader would understand. Only the basic meaning of the entries remains constant. If multiple people are looking at SCP-152, it will read in the personal language of whomever began reading first. If no one is directly observing SCP-152, it will display the language of whomever read it last. Rarely, words will appear in the book that do not translate, and instead appear as horizontally arranged calligraphic characters, which have not been matched to any known language. To the best knowledge of Foundation historians, most of the information contained in SCP-152 is accurate, diverging only at the point where the apocalypse occurs. In almost all cases, the difference is that a few key decisions were apparently made differently in SCP-152's version of history, leading ultimately to humankind's annihilation.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. It's an oracle. So instead of people making the same ideals that are in the book that would then cause for the destruction, instead the opposite's made, and then destruction doesn't happen, if that makes sense. The Deva Empire works for the Scarlet King, and the Scarlet King video time travelers were mentioned. I think 140 is connected with these time travelers. I hope you like the video. Well, what's the next another book after this? I hope not. If it's another book, I am going to remember the number, but I'm tired of sick of the books, especially because I think all the books are probably connected. I feel like there's a author of every single book, and the author of every single book is connected. Or, oh, I just realized. What if all the books are from the library? If y'all remember, there was the serpent. I did a reaction talking about all of the primordial gods, where we learned about Brother's death. We learned that Antesha, I think I said her name right, SCP-3000, Scarlet King, Brother's Death, Broken God, the Flesh God. There was the snake, the serpent, who had the library of knowledge. That's what the snake was. He constantly just wanted knowledge, knowledge, knowledge. That's all that mattered to him. What if these books came from the library, was given to the SCP Foundation, because in that reaction it said that giving the knowledge to the Foundation went poorly for it? That would make sense. Can't believe I just connected that. Are you sure, hello? Are they really working with the Scarlet King? Is the Anomaly book trilogy? Yeah, I think the books come from the Serpent, the Wonders Library, probably. I don't, I don't think the Davots work with Scarlet King, and I have a reason to believe this. It wouldn't make sense for the Davots to work with Scarlet King, but instead they work with the God of Flesh, because the Davots are a fan of cannibalism and self harm in the way. I believe that they are working with the flesh because, well, flesh, you know. And uh, the only real way they could be Scarlet King is simply due to how the whatchamacallit, the chaos that's sprung and how they cause pain and horrors and all that, right? So I think they probably worship Scarlet King and his chaos, but I don't think Scarlet King's actually helping them. I think he is getting some of the reward, some of the praise, because they cause chaos, but I feel like the one that's mostly helping them is Yodaboth. Yodaboth was the flesh god. It makes sense in my head because they want Yodaboth wanted more control, and it took the broken god to put them back. I think, or to like attain them. I feel like Yodaboth has the Deviants in order to, or the Davites to try and hold or find a way to get rid of the broken god. So then we have the people that worship the broken god, and so it's those two that will end up clashing. I feel like that's what it is. But the Davites worship the Scarlet King, and Davites said they hate the god of flesh. The Davites don't work the Scarlet King because they don't know them at all or mention in tales, but Yaldabaoth does, yes. Sarkit, where Deviant slaves and the Deviants hate the Sarkic because they worship Yaldabaoth and Deviants worship the Scarlet King, believe me. I don't know. I feel like it would be backwards, but I also don't know who the Sarkic is, so you could be right. I don't know.
SCP-152 resists all attempts to change or write in it. Inks, graphite, charcoal, and other marking materials do not adhere to the pages and are easily brushed off. Lasers or other heat sources do not burn into the paper. Close inspection has revealed that foreign substances are stopped from actually coming into contact with the pages. At
Like a
least
force
5
field.
micrometers of empty space are always present between the pages themselves and any foreign materials that might come into contact with them. For this reason, SCP-152 does not decay, which also means that it is proven impossible to determine SCP-152's exact age. SCP-152 is self-updating, with newly inked entries and new descriptions of how the last human died appearing at unpredictable intervals, always on the last page of the book. The date that a new entry appears corresponds with the date given in the entry for the death of the last member of the human species. When space becomes an issue, extra pages appear along with the text, and the spine of SCP-152 broadens accordingly. There have been several updates.
The way you see an idea.
Ads. I like ads.
To the book since it came into Foundation custody.
I bet you, and I do mean this, I bet you that this book is having a field day with 20s. 1920s, Great Depression happens. 2020 happens. We are about to have a second pandemic. We are about to go back into lockdowns. We're about to start World War IV or III at this point. Who knows? I bet you this book has every single wonderful detail of how we have escaped complete annihilation probably 90 times in 6 years. Almost 7 years, actually. That is insane. If this book was real, it would be like this person did this disease did this disease did this person did this person did this. It would have a field day. The 20s, every time in history, whenever you see the two remaining numbers at the end of the year be 20, it is hell on earth. I fully mean that. The Scarlet King is using SCP-140, the Deviants, to rewrite history that the Scarlet King has always existed. Because I've been reading a lot of SCP tales, but never in my life the Deviants and the Scarlet King mentioned in one tale together, except some SCPs they are mentioned because of or correlation. In SCP-6140, it mentions that the children of Scarlet King have SCP-140 to bring back the Deviants because the Deviants worship the Scarlet King. Implications, not correlation. Oh, lore implications. Gotcha.
As with past events, SCP-152 has proven to be up to date on current events, until a point at which a catastrophe occurs. Because recent entries frequently concern entities or groups of interest to the Foundation, including the Foundation itself, SCP-152 is to be checked regularly for any information of importance. Addendum 1. With the acknowledgement made that letting this thing lie around where the public could find it is dangerous to us, is there any real reason to study it? Outdated hypothetical disaster scenarios aren't our concern. We've got plenty of real ones in the present to deal with. 05. Addendum 2. The book is accurate enough about pre-disaster Earth that it makes a decent guide to the present. Plus, it gives a little perspective on the big picture of what some SCPs could do if they got loose. I think all researchers with clearance ought to read the last 50 pages or so just to drive home how important what they do here is. For want of a nail, and all that. Dr. Jansen.
Okay, these addendums seem like the O5 Council's like, what's the point of this boring book? It's giving outdated possibilities of, you know, the, my brain just shut off. But still, and they're like, why would we want this book? And then Dr. Jansen's like, hey, idiots, the book, read the last 50 pages. That'll tell you why. Perhaps you would like to know what would happen if the actual monsters we keep here, instead of being left in the dark, got released. And I think Dr. Jansen is the only sane person in that scenario because, yeah, I mean, you have 179, a creature next to the sun that apparently talks in perfect French, talking to the sun, that I still believe is alive, that, I kid you not, warns you of stuff. It seems like whoever's in charge of the O5 Council is just an idiot. And I don't know why they would write the O5 Council like that. I mean, O5 Council are supposed to make the most important decisions. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Addendum 3. Jansen, half the entries in the last 50 pages show the Foundation screwing up and killing everybody. 05.
There we have it. Now we know why. It's because the O5 member doesn't want to take in the idea that, hey, maybe we're messing up somehow. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We just solved the entire issue of why they wanted to not have this book be true.
Addendum 4. Like I said, it gives a little perspective. Dr. Jansen. Incident Report 152-05. On the night of... The security guard on camera duty noticed that SCP-152 was missing from the reading room. However, by the time she had finished reaching for the switchboard to report this, SCP-152 had reappeared, and there was a new entry on the last page. As this was the 5th such occurrence of sudden disappearance and reappearance, a simple test was conducted with a high-speed camera, a sensitive electronic scale upon which SCP-152 was placed, and an alarm set to go off if the weight upon the scale abruptly changed. The next 3 updates to SCP-152 all set the alarm off, and the high-speed camera revealed that SCP-152 vanished from sight for exactly 1 second each time. Addendum 5.
If it vanishes for 1 second, I wonder if the actual writer is taking the book into a place where time doesn't matter. And it now makes me wonder if this book is it still makes me feel like this book is correlated with the Library of Wonder. And it makes it even more of a cool little fact in my head that I feel like this book is directly being written by one of the more helpful primordial gods, if that makes sense. Like there's somebody that is like not trying to be like a Scarlet King, that is instead trying to warn, who feeds off of protection, you know.
I posit that the book isn't actually being updated as such. It's actually being replaced, and each time it changes, we are actually receiving a new edition of it. I would very much like to find out where these are coming from. Dr. Jansen. Item number SCP-1.
I don't know if it's being replaced. I feel like it actually is being written in and not replaced. It would make sense. Really, mention in 6140. I'll read it or watch the video on Exploring Series about 6140. If I understood something wrong, I'm sorry, but I swear DJ Cactus mentioned in his story that the Deviants worship Scarlet King, and in the Red Tape canon, it also mentions that information. Well, I avoid that canon of his because of reasons. Really, is it bad or controversial? Uh, when, yes, I am sorry for misspring information, and I like to apologize to you, Joshy. No, my bad. In SCP-186, my home is mentioned. Vienna, Austria. Vienna is the capital city. Gotcha. Alright, how... We're not even halfway through with this. I need to quit pausing so much. I feel like I'm probably going to get to, like... wait, hold on. Oh, wow, this one's actually, like, another major part. Have I already reacted to any of these? I feel so...
186.
186.
Object class. Euclid.
Ooh.
Special containment procedures. The site of SCP-186, comprising an approximately 300 kilometers squared area, is to be closed to the public under the auspices of a habitat restoration initiative for the European bison. An automated security perimeter is to be established, monitored by staff at Remote Site 355. Security personnel must patrol SCP-186 every 2 weeks. Any anomalous phenomena observed within the security perimeter must be documented and reported to the research director.
I haven't been to the grocery store in over a year, but I'm eating healthier than ever. Here's how I did it. Meal planning used to be such a nightmare then.
All known primary sources documenting the events of SCP-186 have been secured by the Foundation. These materials are to be stored in the Site-23 archives. Due to the age of the materials and the potential for deterioration, all access to these documents must be approved by the Site-23 archivist and handled per their instructions.
So the way that makes that sound makes it seem like these are very old style papers, old style way of handling them, making sure that they're not, deteriorating while you're holding them. I'm wondering how how much they have. Another strange thing is my guy here on the side, he has disappeared. Also, I like how I have a cup.
All instances of SCP-186-1 are to be secured in the munitions wing of Site-23. Description: SCP-186 is the site of an unrecorded military engagement occurring from 7/24/1917 to 8/13/1917
That's
between
World War
elements
I.
of the Imperial German Army
Right.
and forces of the Russian Provisional Government as part of the larger conflict of World War I
Yep.
and the continuing effects resulting from its aftermath. This conflict came to be known to its participants as the Battle of Husiatyn Woods in surviving accounts. In July of 1917, an armed engagement between a detachment of approximately 500 German soldiers and the remnants of a Russian division scattered during the German counterattack to the Kerensky Offensive took place at the location of SCP-186. The forces met in heavily forested terrain outside the town of Husiatyn in what is currently Ternopil Oblast, Ukraine. On both sides of the conflict, combatants deployed anomalous weaponry, utilizing technology that is yet to be duplicated or understood at present. This battle eventually resulted in the deaths or permanent incapacitation of all forces involved, and approximately 300 civilians in its general vicinity.
I'm an idiot. I'm just now realizing what it is that 186 is. It's the land itself. In the war, they used so many anomalous weaponry that it changed the actual land into being a anomaly itself. So in order to make sure that nobody messes with it, they put it as a sanctuary for European bison. That's why I was so confused. I didn't know there were such things as European bisons. It is a cover story because of the anomalous weaponry that was used. It took me way too long. I'm over here like, wow, this is really interesting. I didn't know World War One was part of the SCP lore.
SCP-186-1 consists of recovered weaponry dating from the initial containment of SCP-186 in 1917 and includes the following: a highly modified weapon resembling the Skoda M1909 machine gun.
Oh, it's such a
Capable of causing
nice one.
extremely rapid tumor-like growths to appear within the body of any organism larger than a common lab rat.
They had a tumor gun? Eh, that's kind of dickish. Let me see here. Can you put SCP-5201 because that's my country mythological creature, and that's the only SCP that's related to the Philippines. The weapons you will hear in a moment inspired Anderson from Three Portlands to create anomalous weapons from SCP-186, and so his company in Three Portlands was created because a Hello has already SCP that is in Austria. That is very fair, Joshy. Yeah, I'll add it. I'll add it right after I get through with this.
Mortar shells, specially designed to be fired from a mortier de 58mm Type 2, containing a gas that causes animal cells to become unable to cease life function. Concertina wire, coated with an unknown hallucinogenic compound that permanently affects human test subjects upon entering the bloodstream. Remnants of an unknown incendiary device, believed to have been detonated at the close of the conflict, accounting for what is estimated to be 34% of total casualties.
They had a firebomb that caused almost half of the total casualties? What in the hell?
British Empire issue number 27 type grenades, containing a gas capable of passing through all tested gas mask filtration systems and causing humans to constantly experience the sensation of being on fire.
So this gas has to specifically attack your nerve endings. But it doesn't say that it changes how they look. It instead just makes it feel like they're on fire. That's wild. I mean, there is 3906, but let's not add that. Gotta go. Bye, y'all. Bye, Joshy. Thank you for stopping by, my friend. It's been wonderful having you.
8x50mm rimmed French rifle cartridges, containing powdered human bone instead of gunpowder.
Ow.
Purpose unknown. Historical records indicate that the German detachment involved in the Battle of Husiatyn Woods, at the behest of a Hungarian military advisor named Matthias Nemes, specifically pursued the group of Russian forces in retreat, which at the time included French scientist Dr. Jean Durand. Based on documents of the era since suppressed by the Foundation, it is believed that these two individuals are responsible for the development and limited manufacture of SCP-186-1 and had attached themselves to opposing sides of the Eastern Front for the express purpose of deployment of these weapons in a combat setting.
So this legit became a T-Fortress 2 lore, where the two of them specifically made weaponry in order to test it against each other's team. That is messed up. See you on the next stream, but before I go, when is the next stream? Next stream might be Saturday. Don't hold me to it. If I don't get to the drawing today, and I don't do an episode today, it'll probably be Saturday. But I'm not going to promise anything. If it's not Saturday, then it'll probably be next Thursday, if that makes sense. Uh, Summer college is about to start, so I'm about to do 11 weeks of torture, basically, starting next week. So I'm going to try my best to get schoolwork and YouTube and all of this kind of sorted. Reason why a lot of the videos that are going to be coming out are going to be from live streams is I'm trying to record a bunch of stuff whenever I'm doing the live streams to then edit it down. Because I don't have a lot of time just to sit down and actually record. So I'm trying to, do what I can, make sure everybody gets videos and all. But I think next live stream might be Saturday. If not Saturday, then it'll be next week. I am going to try to do like a weekly live stream. Make sure I do something. Again, someone from France that I related to. Thanks, Joshy. Yeah. Once again, another French person. Gotta love a French doctor, just like the French plague doctor, the French floating girl in the sky. Pretty sure 682 spoke French too. Then you have British that are 3 Portlands. It's always French. Why is it always French?
Research Log 186-7. Notable anomalies documented at SCP-186. 04-11-1923.
This is 5 years later.
Area in the southwestern portion of SCP-186 experiences a spontaneous die-off of trees. Decomposition occurs on an extremely accelerated time scale, and area is completely cleared of trees and other plant life within 2 weeks. 01-13-1927. Despite temperatures consistently at -15 degrees Celsius, no snow is visible throughout central portion of site. Temperatures measured at site are consistent with surroundings. 09-02.
If there's no snow there, I wonder if that's where the incendiary grenade was. If it's the incendiary grenade, then that would explain why nothing's there. Does that make sense? Hello. Hey, Incredibox. Man, as someone who loves SCPs, I really want you to react to Josh's recommendation of the Trender Henderson Universal in your playlist. That's actually what's going to be next. Right after I get done with this, we're going to be doing the Henderson. I'll show you real quick. The first 24 hours in the Trender Henderson universe, and then after that, we're doing the Trender. Why can't I talk today? Trevor Henderson Giants Explained. So we're going to be doing those two, and then after that, we're going to try and finish our drawing. What we have left is I need to do the bear face and have like the helmet being shoved on its head and the like fur and all poking out, if that makes sense. So I'm going to do the helmet separate, do a bear wearing the helmet with the fur sticking out. And then if we get that all done today, we're then going to be making a show. In case you are wondering. Be a fun little thing. This right here is the pilot episode in a Google document, so I could easily share it with Jeggy. Bear and Jeggy versus Evil. Kind of made a pilot episode just to kind of be like a pre-episode for the actual show. Have some pretty good, funny stuff in here. I'll read the opening for y'all. Have opening frame be a calm, peaceful, sunny day. Birds fly into frame and leave as the camera begins zooming in on a tall building. Think New York style apartment building. The camera slowly makes its way down a hallway and stops to focus on a door number, 316. What the unholy hell? The camera shakes while a muffled voice disrupts the peacefulness. Camera slowly enters the room to show our main characters in the living room. Jeggy on a sofa, drawing on his tablet as Bear with a controller in his hand almost snapping it in half. If this game isn't going to register the hits, then I'll hit it in real life. Fair. That makes no sense, Jeggy. Yeah, well, here's an example. Bear launches the controller through the TV at Mock Jesus like a baseball player in the finals. So that was one of the cool, funny parts. My other favorite part has to do near the middle. Uh, just to give some background, one of the other people ends up joining. Then it's Bear and Jaggy talking, and they're talking about UFO sightings. And Bear thinks it's the Illuminati. Jaggy says it's probably the government. And then this other person just goes, "What if it's a foreign country, you know?" Well, uh, something happens. I don't want to fully spoil it, but what ends up being said is, "I told you it's the Illuminati." Bear making a run for a door with friends behind him before tranq darts fly through the broken window, hitting all three targets. So I like how something happens, cuts him off, and then next thing you know, he's like, "I told you it's the Illuminati," and he's just running, and then he gets shot. It would just be hilarious. That's so cool. Actually, me and Joshi are now friends, and now in Philippines, SCP fans Discord. Hey, that's actually cool. I'm actually really happy that y'all found it through me in a way. Because I don't know if y'all had talked beforehand, if y'all like knew each other, but I know y'all are always in my live stream sections kind of together, same time. That's actually pretty cool that y'all keep touch. But today I wanted to come up with some episodes. I have episode 1 called Heading to Texas, which is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Sinking Feelings going to be episode 2, Friday the 13th, because I had a feeling everybody would like that one. Episode 3, The Ocean's Top Dogs, Jaws. Episode 4, which I haven't written yet, is Supernatural. I haven't come up with like a kind of a base layout. Episode 5, Keep Your Eyes Peeled, Doctor Who. And then I want to do episode 6 today and possibly 7. Not saying that we're going to have that many episodes, but I'm always keeping the ending always the same of going through a portal, but not saying where we end up. That way, if at any point Jaggy's like, "Hey, I'm done," I can just be like, "All right, let's do the ending. Let's get out here," right? So I want to come up with some ideas. Be like, "Oh, here's a horror-related thing that we can do," something like that. He's from the Central Island, south of the country, and I am in near the capital city up north. Oh, okay, that's actually pretty cool. Two people from two different parts. That's actually really cool. Now that I think about it.
1932. The sounds of sporadic gunfire are recorded throughout the site, despite lack of observed presence of any civilians. Sounds persist for 3 days. 0530, 1936. Agents Chekhov and fail to return from routine patrol of SCP.
I wonder if the land itself realizes, because this is 1932, beginning of World War II, or was that 1934? I'm wondering if the land here in this SCP is going, "Hey, World War II is kicking off," and I wonder if it's kind of speaking the memory of what happened in World War One.
186. No subsequent traces of either person are ever recovered.
That's kind of bad.
0515, 1941. Acting in accordance with intelligence sources embedded in the Third Reich, Foundation personnel evacuate SCP-186 in advance of Operation Barbarossa. Subsequent to decommissioning observation posts, faint glow visible from 150 meters documented by staff to move through sight. Definitive visual contact unestablished prior to evacuation. 10/29/1945. Containment of SCP-186 re-established after discussions with Soviet Union officials. Upon initial patrol after re-establishment of containment, 13 corpses dressed in uniforms and
Ooh.
insignia of the German 4th Panzer Army, and 27 corpses in Soviet 22nd Army uniforms are discovered, in advanced state of decay. No identifications of personnel are successful, as all identifying documents and insignia have been removed prior to Foundation containment. O2
Yeah, that's making me feel like the land itself knows that the war was going on, and probably some of the people on both sides had ended up going on top of the land, which made it upset. Your story sounds so fun. Gotta go. Bye, Incredibox. Thank you for stopping by. I have to go to sleep. It is understandable. I I know I'm a little bit loud at times, and the stuff I go over is not really worthy of sleeping to. I put it that way.
1959. Following the formation of a large sinkhole in the northeastern portion of SCP-186, 4 men are observed wandering the immediate area in a state of extreme disorientation, dressed in what are later identified to be severely decomposed and degraded World War I era military uniforms of both German Empire
Zombies.
and Russian issue. Subjects detained and routed to Site 23 for subsequent research. 0402
Reanimated.
1959.
It was an unmarked grave.
After an extensive excavation of the site of the northeastern sinkhole, 23 persons are discovered buried at a depth of 15 meters in a mass grave, alive despite decades of internment and various wounds and injuries. As with subjects discovered earlier, most are dressed in remnants of military uniforms of the World War I era.
What probably happened was the anomalous weaponry that was used was keeping them alive to keep them. It's the same. Best way I can describe is Doctor Who. There was a soldier who had a med kit in him. He was a soldier. He would appear, he would be invisible, but as soon as he touched somebody, he would kill them. They would only get like a minute. How the doctor got rid of him was he said, I surrender, meaning the war had finally ended for him so he could rest. Reminds me of that. Lol, yeah, KB, I'm grateful that I met Incredibox because of you. Lol, me too. It's like 2 in the morning. Bye again. Joshi, why are you up at 2 o'clock in the morning, my friend? Wait, if it's 2 for you. Oh, we're on a 12-hour delay. If it's 2 in the morning for you, it's 2 in the afternoon for me. Oh. Now I'm thinking of how I can do a live stream. If I do a live stream over the weekend, if I'm not busy with anything, I'll have completely free my schedule. If I do a 24-hour live stream, I'll be able to get it to where everybody can kind of watch me. I feel like I should do that one day. 24 hours live. Oh, but it's going to be so hard because of you have Wi-Fi issues that might happen, everything. Oh, it's going to be weird. That'd be pretty funny though. I was thinking about that. What do y'all think? How do y'all think about doing a 24-hour live stream if we get to 650 subs? 650 subs, 24-hour live stream? I think that'd be cool. The French who created the weapon made them immortal in a horrifying way.
And are presumed to be participants in the original SCP-186 event. Extensive research at Site-23 yields little information, as subjects are unable to provide any meaningful information or communication to Foundation staff due to extensive psychological trauma and profound mental disorders. Foundation staff attempt to euthanize subjects after 3 weeks of research, but fail in all attempts. Subjects subsequently tranquilized, anesthetized, and incinerated. 07/29/1962.
If that was done early 1940s, I think later on with the different SCPs that they would get, You have the Forget Me drugs from SCP 3000. You have SCP 999 be able to help with the mental disorders. You have you could just feed them the 682, really. Personal opinion.
Prior to upgrades to containment facilities, security perimeter of SCP-186 found to be almost 85 meters longer than originally documented. Inquiry
It's
later rules
growing.
out clerical error as source of discrepancy. 12/13,
It's spreading.
1975. Localized weather phenomena documented as occurring entirely and exclusively within SCP-186. These include sustained winds up to 120 kilometers per hour, 20 centimeters of rainfall, and temperatures temporarily reaching 48 degrees Celsius.
I don't know if that's a lot.
08/12, 1987. Packs of wolves, numbering an estimated 200 total individuals, travel to SCP-186, mass at a point in the central region of the site, and immediately disperse. 03/03, 2009. A stand of 3 spruce trees is observed in the southwestern deforested area, the first documented plant life since the 1923 event. Estimated age of trees is 50 years. Transcripts of selected SCP-186 documents. Document 186-3. A flyer advertising a May 1911 lecture given by Dr. Durand to the Royal Institute of Chemistry. To end all wars.
Bad idea.
By visiting scholar Dr. Jean Durand, formerly of the Académie des Sciences, on the promise of modern science to create weapons of such terrible deterrent power so as to render future wars obsolete. Dr. Durand shall explain in the convergence of chemistry, ballistics, alienism, and other emerging scientific fields of endeavor that will enable mankind to usher in a new age of peace and modernity.
Instead, he would create weapons so destructive and I can't even say awful is the word I want to use, that it would remove humanity as a whole. And little did he realize that somebody else would be on the opposite side feeding the second part. So they were using it against each other. That would be fun, a 24-hour live stream. 24-hour live stream with the praying emoji. If we can get me up to 650, I'll gladly do it. I'll clear the space in order to do it. A lot of sites are mentioned in these SCP orientation videos that I just noticed. Thanks to Dr. Duran's madness, we have dangerous anomaly area, which is spreading, and anomalous weapons, which I think the Chaos Insurgency and Anderson Robotics recreated. Yeah.
To be given on the 19th of May, Derbyshire Lecture Hall. Document 186-11. Opinion piece published in the January 2nd, 1912 edition of the Hungarian newspaper, Nepsava, authored by Matthias Nemes. To my fellow subjects of His Highness Emperor Franz Joseph. Truly, the greatest of human glories is the unification of a numerous and disparate people into a single, unstoppable purpose. That our marvelous kingdom should embody this inescapable principle should go without saying from Vienna to Budapest. But there are those, both within our territories and elsewhere on the continent, that would see us splintered into 1,000 shards and stand in the way of our destiny.
This is Pocket. I never go anywhere without it. At the tap of a button, it records and creates organized notes.
What is to be done with such agitators and malcontents? While traitors and radicals are hung properly in the manner of the dogs that they are, there is no execution sufficient to quell the embers of treachery that burn in the hearts of the Balkanites. How are we to demonstrate our unity of purpose, our power, our God-given place at the head of the European procession? By force of arms. The hangman can only strike fear into the heart of dozens. A proper army can strike it into the souls of millions. Perhaps we have the numbers, but in this we are not alone.
This person doesn't understand the idea of free will. He speaks of God, but doesn't realize that we were given free will. if we weren't given free will, we wouldn't have been able to have done the very first sin. I mean, that's a news flash, buddy. The very first sin was having the free will in order to take the apple to take the bite. And guess what? We had that free will. So not you're going against the first God-given rule in order to make sure that you get what you want. It makes no sense. The Russian, and I guess they understand that makes sense of why he's going to make the anomalous or have the anomalous weapons.
Christian and the Muslim can rally hordes to their banners, but for all of their masses are merely unruly nuisances. What sets man apart from the animals is not his numerical superiority, no, but his superiority of mind, demonstrated through quick wit and artifice. My fellow
That you
subjects,
don't
I
have.
have dedicated my life to the construction of such demonstrations of artifice, that none may stand against my weapons, save the Almighty. It is through the force of superior arms that we will achieve our grand design, both within our borders and without. Give me the factories, give me the manpower, give me the chance to serve our empire through my industries, and I will deliver to the people the flaming sword that will light the way to a civilized Europe. It is through these means, and only these means, that we will solve the questions that plague us today. Document 186-32. Telegram sent by Jean Durand to Matthias Nemes from Paris, April 28th, 1912.
Uh-oh.
Have considered your proposal. Must decline. Methods inferior and derivative of own research. Your aims are of conquest. Mine are of peace. Regards, J. Durand.
Durand probably never planned on actually using his. As for the other person, probably did, which was what kind of made him more of a weapon. And that's probably what feeds into the later part where the two sides are against each other at the land, which would later become 186. That actually makes a little bit of sense. So Durand, he makes it as like this is what can be done, right? And he has all this anomalous weaponry and all. He doesn't actually plan to use it. He plans it as a deterrent. It's the same thing with nukes. This guy, he decides to go, hey, I'm going to use it. Anybody that stands in my way, I'm using it. Immediately. No thought process. Without realizing that that's just him taking over. So Durand, instead of actually working with the guy and feeding into his convoluted power schemes, like, I have to decline. Besides, your stuff's inferior to mine. And I think it's that line there saying that it's inferior to my own research that will later make it to where the war happens.
Documents 186-39. Undated memorandum from General Felix Graf von Bothmer of the Imperial German Army to unnamed subordinates. Effective immediately, Lieutenant Nemes is assigned to your unit as an advisor. Experimental armaments are only to be deployed on Lieutenant Nemes's orders. Despite potential for a breakthrough on the Romanian front, unwise to use these ungodly things until more is known of their efficacy. Rumors of similar developments among the Tsarists remain unsubstantiated. Document 186-52. Letter from Private Pyotr Avtakov, participant in the Battle of Husiatyn Woods. Dearest Nadia, I have heard rumors of the madness happening at home. Be comforted that it is nothing like the madness that is happening here. We thought that 4 years of war had taught us everything we had to know and then more. We learned nothing. The damnable Frenchman that the men elected to lead them spoke of peace. He spoke of weapons so terrible that we could make the enemy surrender on the spot. We were fools. We had run at the trenches with dead men's rifles and sticks in our hands. We believed him, the way we believed anyone that has supplies. We never thought where this man came from. We didn't wonder why he had the weapons he did. We didn't care. We wanted to live. We never considered that the enemy had the same things we did. I do not think the Frenchman did either. Or at least, I hope he did not. I cannot imagine any man who would walk into this knowing what would happen. Maybe the Frenchman is not a man. Maybe he is something else. I am sitting now in a hole I have dug in a forest somewhere. I should have run the second I saw the German take aim at Gilyov. That was no bullet fired at him. I could not look anymore after his face came apart, and he was still screaming. I thought I saw hands pulling his head apart.
Oh, yeah, so it's a actual tumor. There's a type of tumor where it's actually a second person. So if the bullet actually entered and he says that hands were pulling it apart, it's more than likely an actual second person. And that actually now makes me think that what the bodies that were recovered actually aren't people but living tumors. Actually, that makes more sense. Of instead of what them finding was the actual body still alive, it is instead a replica, a tumor that has been found still within the clothes after ripping itself out. That is, ooh, disgusting. And here is a first-hand account that he is now questioning if it was an actual person who was giving the weapons that they were given instead of God knows what. I mean, in this SCP universe, it could be a chaos god, it could be a primordial, it could just be a anomaly itself who is giving parts of itself into the weaponry. Uh, it's so hard in order to actually understand fully why this Frenchman had the weaponry.
Distance, Volikov is screaming that he can see devils roasting his children. He has been screaming about the same thing for 5 days. I should have run away so many times. The Frenchman gave us a new gas weapon. We refused at first, remembering what had happened in Romania. But he promised us that this was different, that this would put our enemies down without harming them. Who wants any more bloodshed? He asked us. We could not argue with that. We fired mortars at a position ahead of us. A strange blue gas seeped from behind the trees, but the Frenchman cautioned us against advancing. One more thing, he said. He took one of our rifles, and taking aim, took a single shot. Before we could ask what a scientist could know of shooting, we heard a scream. He had hit one of the Germans. He handed me a pair of field glasses. Take a look, he said. I saw the German missing half of his head, still screaming. I have seen everything in this war.
Okay, so the gas keeps him alive. It prevents bloodshed. I wonder. Well, now that just puts a hole in my idea of the tumor theory. Because instead, it could be him. It could just be the fact that they were hit with that gas.
But I have never seen faces like those of that German's fellows as they watched their comrade. The Frenchman, in his terrible, calm voice, explained that his shot had to have destroyed at least a quarter of the soldier's brain tissue. Enough to cause instant death, he said. But watch. I kept watching through the field glasses. The German didn't stop screaming. At least 10 minutes I watched, unable to move away. The Frenchman smiled. He smiled at this scene. The gas, he said, ensured that death would not come, regardless of injury. The Germans were too horrified by their comrade to notice that they were not behind cover, and the Frenchman lined up another shot. The rest of the soldier's head was now gone, and the screaming was replaced by some sort of low grunting, the likes of which I have never heard from men. No, the Frenchman said, no harm at all. I have bestowed the gift of life on your opponents. Who could possibly stand against that? He asked. I had to leave and vomit behind some bushes. I had not done that since the first trenches. Who indeed could keep fighting after such a thing? But fight they did. Once, a group of us were ambushed and chased to a meadow. The first men through the trees were hit with something that took their skin. I cannot describe why seeing men blown apart is not as frightening as seeing a neatly flayed corpse on a battlefield, but our group scattered. We are no longer armies. Not anymore. We are animals, trapped in a forest together, uncomprehending. Sometimes, when Volokov sleeps, I hear the Frenchman in the woods, yelling in Hungarian, yelling and laughing. I would almost rather listen to Volokov. I'm going to die in this hole. I am too scared of what is outside of it to do otherwise. Minkin is going to try to brave the horrors in the woods to escape. I am sending this letter with him, in the hopes that he does. As I gave it to him, he joked that he will get a civil service commission after the war for delivering a letter from hell. I'm not certain he is wrong.
Imagine being able to build an app with
Come
your
on,
name
Ad.
just by thinking about it. Meet Base 40.
Yeah, so daggum, that's probably the worst of everything. You have one side that has been hit with a gas that's going to keep them alive, no matter what happens. Head gone, still alive. It's just their screaming is now just replaced with the air leaving the body and blood being spewed out top of the neck. You have the other side being hit with bombs and stuff that'll just take out your skin but leave you filleted there on the grass. There is no win with the weaponry that they are using. And I think that is why later on, when it's found, the war's still going on for them. Everybody that died during this, the war's still happening. And I don't think there is any. I don't think there's anything that can really be done, unfortunately. Which is really upsetting. This this SCP is one of the more heavily and emotional out of all the ones that we're giving. In fact, all the ones that I've reacted to so far, I feel like this one kind of struck something. Because you gotta realize, now all that weaponry is in the hands of a organization who, in every instance of every SCP, makes a dumb decision, and almost in every instance of a warning SCP, such as the book that we just listened to, 179, they are at fault. It is a awful thing.
Goodbye, Pyotr. Item number.
Franz Joseph Emperor is the Emperor of the Habsburg Emperor of Austria and the city capital Vienna, so my home country is now mentioned. Thanks to the Durian's madness, we have dangerous anomaly area which is spreading. Oh yeah, read that.
SCP-390. Object class. Safe.
Now we go to
Special containment procedures. SCP-390 is stored in a disassembled state in a climate-controlled containment unit at site. Direct access to or experimentation with SCP-390 may only be performed with permission from at least 2 Level 3 senior researchers. Description: SCP-390 is the remains of a large mechanical device that is suggested to have been approximately 6 meters in height and 4 meters in diameter, handcrafted, and primarily composed of wood, rubber, and other organic materials with metal fixtures and fittings. The remaining intact section of the device consists of a large aiming mechanism, topped with a heavy sealed housing containing multiple large glass lenses, as well as several components that have yet to be identified. Despite carbon dating of the wood in the structure placing the device at approximately 2200 to 2300 years old, little to no deterioration of the device's non-wooden components has occurred. Experimentation on SCP-390 performed after years of careful restoration has shown that the device is capable of generating intense heat, focused at a distance of up to 1200 meters, causing water to vaporize and flammable materials to ignite within seconds. Exactly how
Is
the
this a
device is able to
weapon?
accomplish this is currently unknown, and is the subject of continued research on the device.
This sounds like a weapon, and the way that it's being described, for some reason my brain is thinking of a giant magnifying glass. Because it says there's multiple lenses, there's metal to it, there is wood on it, but the wood is deteriorating and is seeming to be 2200 to 2300 years old. I really wish it would show a photo of like blueprints of this thing because now I'm a little confused. It's sounding like it's a weapon, like a flamethrower of sorts, but with magnifying lenses in order to help like focus the heat. I find SCP-186 a very fucked up story. How someone is trying to stop wars by doing horrible things that is similar and somehow worse than nukes. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta readjust. My back is 10 ways messed up. Also, I don't know why my eye is so itchy today. Shows I'm a little bit tired today.
SCP-390 was uncovered by archaeologists at a dig site near what was ancient Syracuse, and subsequently reported to the Foundation by an undercover agent embedded in the team. Examination of the site also revealed what appears to be a mount that allowed the device to be precisely rotated and aimed.
So it is a weapon.
SCP-390 was recovered along with numerous documents and other minor anomalous artifacts, and Class B amnestics were administered to the members of the archaeology team. Addendum 391. Transcript of recovered documents. The following set of vellum documents, written in Hellenistic Greek, were discovered in a sealed container at a dig site adjacent to the primary site of SCP-390 and secured by Foundation field personnel. Indecipherable. Genius. Despite the overwhelming odds, his inventions turned the tide of battle time and time again. Agnes, my love, still fears for our safety, but one cannot stand by the side of this intellectual giant and not see hope rekindled that we may yet win this war. Indecipherable, but it is now nearly a year and a half, and there is no end in sight. The Master has become increasingly desperate, I feel, and toils throughout the night like a man possessed, alone, and cloistered within his workshop where indecipherable. Indecipherable. Stomach turns as I remember the smell of burning Roman flesh and the screams.
So, the way that this is being sounding to me, it sounds like it was made to help almost defend, actually. So this is more of a defense weapon. So, the way that the best way I can describe it is, how can I describe this right? A Clash of Clans reference. There we go. Not Mage Tower, the electricity tower thing, where it like shocks one of the soldiers, but it would burn all the flesh, and it was made by one guy. And the way that the photo looked, if I go back, he looks, because this is Greek, or Greece, I should say, I want to say he looks a little bit like Zeus in the photo. Obviously, I know that's not how he would actually look, so it couldn't be Zeus. But we have seen mention of other gods within the SCP universe. We have Cain, Abel, we have the Gate Guardian. We have seen one pretending to be God. We have Loki in one. We have had biblical references, and I have made the correlation between Scarlet King and the Devil. We have a destroyer being the mark of the beast, or the beast from Revelations. We have Antesha, who is the serpent from Buddha. So if this guy was Zeus, it would make sense for him to be able to make a contraption that can fire something in a precise manner And I guess it would actually make sense with the burning flesh smell, because if somebody does get hit with lightning, there is a little bit of burning with electricity. So, huh. I'm not going to lock in that answer, but I am going to keep that in a storage bin.
Indecipherable. Indecipherable. Stomach turns as I remember the smell of burning Roman flesh and the screams. The horrified screams as the machine set fire to their ships and soldiers died by the hundred. If that were not enough, I saw the master standing atop the machine.
What is that face? It looks like somebody took Anakin Skywalker's face and messed it up with filters. The Durian version of a mass destruction weapon during the Roman times. Nice. I will say it is strange. We went from a battlefield that had weaponry into now just a weapon itself.
Laughing as he indecipherable. Indecipherable. No longer stand by as he falls ever deeper into madness. Better to become a Roman slave than be the one responsible for such wanton death and destruction. As an apprentice to the demon this man has become. I have arranged for a message to be handed to the Roman commander Indecipherable. Indecipherable. Madness upon madness. Marcellus intends to take this madman as his own. To take his machine of death back to Rome. No, I cannot allow this. I cannot allow the demon to win. I will end his life by my own hand if need be. If I'm lucky, the general may even think that his own soldiers, indecipherable. Forgive me, Agnes.
He's going to try and kill the guy that he was working under. Well, he was under. As he puts it, the demon that he's become. In order to prevent him and the weapon to be going to Rome, because he is viewing what the weapon has done as ungodly, and that seeing how the guy he was learning under laugh and find amusement in the death that his thing caused. It's kind of the opposite of a what's the guy's name? It left me as soon as I started thinking of it. He said, "I have become death." Dr. Oppenheimer. There we are, Oppenheimer. How he treated the nukes. He felt immense grief and sadness. He had a recording where he said, "I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." Almost like he was upset that he had anything to do with it. As for in this case, the guy is very happy to do what he did. So.
Item number SCP-392. Object.
Oh, that was it? Okay.
Okay, great. Wait, were you even listening? You haven't taken a single note this entire meeting?
Safe. Special containment procedures. All living SCP-392 instances are to be held in a standard greenhouse sector at Biological Research Site 103.
Okay.
Population of SCP-392 instances is to be kept maintained at an upper limit of 10. Selected SCP-392 seeds are to be extracted and kept in cryonic storage at Biosite 103.
Okay, so already with collections of seeds from it, I'm already guessing that this is actually a plant. Given that we kind of do teams of 3 so far with this video, we had 3 books, 3 different outcomes. I'm gonna guess that this plant's a weapon. Tell me if I'm right.
Description. SCP-392 is an artificial plant species created via Davite thaumaturgy.
The Davites! They have returned! We talked about their book, we talked about how that they're coming back, and let us learn about their special plant.
Resembling the species Prunus persica, peach. According to a Chronicle of the Divas.
I'm like, oh, that thing sounds dangerous. No, it's a peach. is legit the main fruit of my state. Oh, Lord.
Creation of SCP-392 was attributed to Devite matriarch Wok of the Wok clan, circa 800 BCE. While originally perceived as an act of social deviance in Devite society, cultivation was tolerated and adopted by matrilineal descendants of the Wok clan, located in contemporary Central Asia, in Xinjiang, China. While SCP-392 is physiologically similar to that of P. persica, one significant difference is that SCP-392 does not produce fruits from the ovary upon flowering. Instead, it produces a series of physically identical male human heads.
What?
DNA analysis indicates that they are of the same individual. As the tattoos found on the heads are indicative of human concubinus belonging to Devite matriarchs, it is postulated that the heads grown from SCP-392 represent a human concubinus of the matriarch Wok. The physiology of heads grown from SCP-392 is mostly identical to that of a human, although the heads lack eyelids, and the seed for SCP-392 is located at the prefrontal cortex. In addition, the heads are capable of responding to external stimuli, as indicated by various reflex actions. PET scans of attached heads have identified neural activity in the brain. Notably, rate of eye movement and neural activity are consistently higher when female humanoid figures are within the head's visual axis, as compared to other types of objects. Below is an abridged list of reflex actions and responses obtained from heads grown from SCP-392.
Okay. Trying to think of what all this means. The Deviants, they love cannibalism. So already, the heads being grown and, having flesh and all, you can make the idea of, hey, they probably pick the heads, eat the skin, whatnot. So not too far-fetched there. What I'm finding confusing is that they're all of the same person. I'm now wondering, because it also said concubinus, and I'll be honest, that's a kind of big word for the dumb guy before you. But part of me's thinking, more wondering if this person has something to do with Wok of the Wok clan, and he ended up becoming a natural food source, constantly being grown and grown and grown again. And PT scans show that it's actually, they're thinking, moving, stuff like that. So I'm wondering if the heads were used for more than just food, if that makes sense. And I'm also wondering, because it says that the seed is found within the front lobe, this part of the brain. I wonder what would happen if you constantly let the head grow, if it would fully remake the person, or what would happen if you just drilled in while it's still on the tree and just took out the seed. I don't know. My thought process.
Experiment log 3921. Test 392/01. Subject D690. Protocol. D690 is instructed to wave her hand in front of a head attached to SCP-392. Results. Irises of the head move according to the movement of D690's hand. Test 392/2. Subject D690.
Stop watching this ad. Go to Wix.
I'm trying to stop watching the ad.
Before some
Protocol. D690 is instructed to caress a head attached to SCP-392. Results. Irises of the head move toward the region where it is touched. Jaws of the head open at approximately 5 degrees. No vocalization produced. Test 392/3. Subject D690. Protocol D690 is instructed to place her lips over the lips of a head attached to SCP-392. Neural activity and reflex actions from the heads will cease. The heads can be plucked, or will fall from the plant naturally via barakari. When detached from SCP-392, the head will gradually undergo decomposition, allowing the seed to be exposed to water and oxygen. Decomposed matter from the head will then serve as an organic fertilizer for germination. SCP-392 was discovered in the Katsura Imperial Villa at Kyoto, Japan.
So the head's still there. It still it goes after women. I'm not even surprised. It will try kissing, and that's what's confusing me so much. Is what does the head do? But okay, I'm slowly understanding a little bit. It's still a little confusing though.
Japan, on expunged, 1945. Ties to Devite culture are later identified via cross-references
Is that a scorpion?
found on the heads, and this document is subsequently updated with relevant findings from Devite sources known to the Foundation. Addendum 3921. SCP-392 instances planted at Kyoto was conducted during the Pacific War as part of a ritual to pray for national prosperity. Those specimens originated from a single SCP-392 seed, which was among the gifts from Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty in response to tributes sent by Japanese envoys. This practice originated from a description of SCP-392 by the envoy Ono no Imoko, alleging it to be a symbol of prosperity only found in the households of nobility. Addendum 3922. Due to the mention of the Sui dynasty and confirmation of Devite involvement, a copy of A History of China, altered by SCP-140 to include Devite Chinese interactions, was consulted for additional information. The book mentioned SCP-392 as one of the items looted from captured Devite cities by Chinese soldiers, as early as the Warring States period, circa 475 BCE to 221 BCE. SCP-392 would be cultivated by these soldiers, who harvested and skinned the heads. The skulls
that's
would
what I
then
had
be
a
passed
feeling
off
of.
as executed enemy combatants and presented to officials in exchange for promotion and other rewards, e.g., peerage titles, lands, and slaves.
Probably
The descendants
food
of many
too.
clans involved in SCP-392 cultivation gained prominent positions in various Chinese dynasties, up to the imperial families of various dynasties. Addendum 392371. Specialized Containment Proposal. Project Yin Yang. Subcategory Argus 100. The following proposal consists of a cross-test between SCP-392 and SCP-2733. Usage of SCP-392 and SCP-2733 circumnavigate ethical issues regarding the use of a live human and long-term maintenance of a live observer. Said cross-test consists of the following phases. 1. 1D class personnel will be involved in the tending of SCP-392 for a period of 1 month and will not be involved in other SCP projects.
Oh, Lord.
This is to facilitate priming. 2. Said personnel will then be instructed to open SCP-2733 while thinking of SCP-392. Due to SCP-2733's anomalous effects, it is hypothesized that a head will manifest. 3. SCP-2733 will be kept open for a test period of 1 year to examine long-term survival of the head. If long-term survival of the head is possible, further application under Project Yin Yang, subcategory Argus 100, will be considered.
Okay, I can't say much about that because I don't know the second SCP that was mentioned there. But I'll have to do more research into it. I will say, pretty good video by SCP oh jeez, I can't talk. SCP Orientation. But that was a very long one. A long SCP, I tell you what. Oh, everything is stuck. I was just here talking. uh, Let me double check everything, make sure things are right, get music going back. Gonna turn it down just a little bit. I really like the music. Oh yeah. So, I do think we should do a little bit of drawing. So the idea is I want to take the helmet right here, but I want to do a version of it where I get rid of this part right here, right? Now, I don't mind the gas mask. The gas mask, I don't mind. Speaking of which, let me fill in these 3 spots right there. Here, actually, I'm going to do the black one. Try and fill in some of these spots here that I missed, just to kind of make sure I don't leave nothing. There we are. I also need to do a little bit of shading here, you know. Whoops. Thank you for that. You like SCP orientation? They make great videos and lots of SCP tales and lots of SCP compilation videos, which are a lot of fun. And sadly, I have to now leave the stream. Thanks for reacting. No problem. It was a decent video. I just wish it wasn't so long. I more prefer doing individual reactions, but it was decent. I mean, it was definitely inform. Why can't I talk right now? Inform. You know, I give up. YouTuber that's supposed to talk all day can't talk. It's informal. Information. There we are. Tells you stuff. One of these days, I'm gonna go to speaking class, I swear. Why are you here? Because I make videos. Alright? That doesn't help. I can't talk. Alright, let me get rid of some of this right here. And then some of this. Oh, look, there's stuff in the... Alright, I think if I do some of that right there, and here, do some of that, go here, and I can fix some of this. There we are. Bum, bum. pretty big fan of this. I don't know what it is, but the idea of this like techno style. I've never been a big techno guy, but the techno music while you draw does something. I found out that when I do it, I forget to do everything. I've been drawing for a while, and I'll just forget to breathe. That should tell you how bad it is. You ever draw so much that you forget to breathe? That's when you know there's a slight issue. But it's mostly because I'm trying my best to get it all done quickly. Any other feeling lines I need to get rid of? Probably you. You're not really in the right place. There we are. I think it looks decent. Alright, let me go to the new one. In this one we need to do a helmet. I don't know if I have just a helmet I can import. Let me check. Just helmet. Yeah, like this. That's kind of what I want. I wish it was more forward facing. I always want to search this though. Cause I don't know, I want to get one that's got like the bar underneath it. That way I can draw like everything popping out. Be pretty funny. I guess that would work too. Let me look. I did not mean to do that. Why? I'm not downloading it. Try to open it in a new tab. Oh, that was done with AI. Nah, I don't want an AI one. Looking for a genuine helmet. Cause that one, this one doesn't have the face thing that I'm looking for, I don't think. Yeah. This one kind of would. Let me check. But I want to do it without that. I'm gonna keep it open just in case. Actually, that's pretty close too. Is it really this little yellow thing? Was it a visor? I think so. I think it's a visor. I think it might be. Huh. Alright, give me 1 second. Need to stand up. Fix posture. Ugh. Almost 3 hours of being in that one position. It will hurt you. You always gotta change how you're sitting. That is a major thing. Nah, that's Rainbow Six. There ain't no way. Yeah, says it there. It does have the signals on it. Alright, hold on. Alright, so there's that. Then there's this little dimple here. A little bit there. Right there. Alright. So, the reason I'm tracing over this is so I can get an idea. Because I don't know how I like the idea of this little shield here. I feel like when it comes to the animation, it won't make sense. But I feel like if I removed that, right? It looks like I'm getting ready to draw a propeller hat. I'm gonna draw a propeller hat, and then that's gonna be the helmet my guy uses. Gonna give him a lollipop. They want you, and it just puts the hat on and it starts spinning. I think that would be hilarious. But nah, doing the, I don't know, because I know for a fact I want to somewhat keep how the mask looks, because I can add and make it seem like it's the actual gas mask. Alright, so if we trace that, alright, so yeah, do it like that. Let me get rid of that line right there. It's gonna bother me if I don't. Whoop, wrong thing. Right, so that would be the eye holes for the bear. Right. I think, question mark. Let me draw this little face shield and then compare, and then we'll go from there as soon as I get the face shield done, because I just need the helmet, that's all. And then here, ooh, that's wrong. Alright, get rid of that. Alright, there's that. And so within the actual helmet, there's this line, right? Probably makes it very hard to see it, but I seen it. Right there. Right, so I don't know, I feel like we can get rid of that and then make that simpler. And then when it comes to this part, because like that's the strap, so that's got to go on the chin part of the bear. So obviously a helmet needs a trim. Well, it doesn't need a chin part, but it's a heavy duty one, so it might. Didn't they always have the strand chap? What did I even say? Strand chap? Chin strap. Why am I having such a hard time speaking today? Didn't they really have them all the way back in World War II? Didn't they always have them? They do. Huh. Alright, let me get rid of this. Try again. Let me get rid of you. That, yeah. Does it always? It does. Every single one of them has a chin strap. So if there's a chin strap, how are we feeling about the music, chat? Want me to try to find something different? Or are we enjoying the techno style of it? I didn't realize I always had the chin strap. Because I was going to be like, oh, I don't need to do the chin strap. I can skip that part. But no. Always has it. So like, band helmet camouflage. US. Yeah, an idea. Bad idea, but it's an idea. Do that. Do that. Let me get to tracing. that's a big line. Ooh, no, don't need that big one. Let me go back. Amount of times I've drawn the wrong layer. Or trace over the wrong layer. It's always bad. Alright. There we go. Don't know how to do the strap part. That's gonna be what's confusing me. Here, do that. There we go. Alright, let me... Whoop, wrong line. Whoops. Can't mean to do that. Come on. That line got way off. There we are. There we go. Alright. Yeah, there we go. And then here's the game plan. Put the patchwork there. I can remove this part. Do a semicircle connecting here and here. Make it the back part. Right? So that was a bad circle. Hold on. Like that. Then go in. Try to erase some of this part. There we are. So yeah, do like that. What is this you're drawing? I am currently doing a trace work of a helmet that's got an open chin strap. I'm taking inspiration by this U.S. Army helmet in order to. Oh wait, I already did the lines for me. I don't even need to trace those. I can do it from here because that's what that is. That's the inside of it. Okay, that's good. But I'm taking inspiration from this in order to get my lines and all right because I want things to look accurate. Hold on, let me pause this. So I want to get all of these to look accurate. That way when I do the full on, whatchamacallit, animation, I can then just go and make sure everything looks right. Why me no drop? I am erasing. That is a bad idea. Don't need to erase. I just need to go through. And so this is the front part. That's what I fully need right there. So now if I erase it, it should look a little bit more like a helmet. What happens if I get rid of this part right here? It's going to take a little bit of time. I mean, it does. It does look like a helmet. So yeah, I think here's the idea. Patchwork right there with the SCP logo. Have the chin strap thing falling down, and then import how do you put it? Gas mask. There's a specific gas mask that I want to look for to draw because it's not a full face gas mask. Full face gas mask. See, this is a full face. The one that I'm thinking of, I guess it would actually be called a respirator. I think, maybe, question mark. Don't quote me on it, but I want to do the respirator instead. Nope, that's still the gas mask. I don't want the gas mask. I want the thing. Y'all know what I mean, don't you? I think. I hope. Ah, I see. Yeah, I have an idea. I don't know how to draw it, so I'm pulling from sources, which is Google, and then tracing over it in order to make sure that it actually looks right. And then I'm going to take the trace work and make it my thing. Is it a safety mask? Yeah, it's like that. I want to take that. But I need... That actually might be what I need right there. Okay. So here's the idea. Take that and then put here. Right? Yeah. Or do it as its own separate thing. That way I can move it freely whenever I do the animation. That's a good idea right there, I tell you what. Alright, let's keep doing the trace work and then we'll focus on all that later. Alright, connect you there. Then here, we're going to move the little clips. Right there, and then there. I need to turn on my music. Completely forgot about my music. Wonder why I was so quiet. There we are. I don't know. I feel like we need something a little bit different. What about this? Okay. Some nice calm pianos. Steven! Hey! Steven's been a while. I say that every time. In reality, you were here last stream. How are you, Steven? Ooh, we getting a little bit jazzy with that piano, I tell you what. Yes, it has. Yes, it has. How are you, Steven? Hopefully you're doing all good. Good, how am I? A little bit tired. Feel like I need a little bit of coffee. But, you know, that's all the time with me nowadays. I would run off of coffee, it feels like. Currently working on this small drawing, doing the trace work just to make sure I get all the little parts that I want to get, make sure things look right. I'm sad I missed your Puppy Playtime stream. It's one of my favorite horror games. Well, the good news is that I haven't finished the series. That was just chapter 1. I'm currently saving up to get the bundle that has all of them. It's just things have been kind of out in the air at the moment. So, but I will say, I've been talking, I said it earlier, if we get to 650 subscribers, I will do a 24-hour stream. I will make a part of that stream end up being Poppy Playtime. Oh, hold on. Gotta get my line back. There we go. But yeah, plan on doing a 24-hour stream for 650 subs. So that would be pretty fun. I'll have to do it when I'm not, you know, completely busy, but it'd be pretty cool. I got a confession. This is my dad's account. You know what? I can't even be surprised. Wait. You're on your dad's account. Do you not Huh. Okay. Well, Stephen, in that case, I will have to say, please, whatever you do, do not reveal anything that is your personal information. Alright? I don't know if your parents taught you this. I've learned recently that a lot of the newer generation don't know this. Bella? Okay, Bella, I'm going to tell you this. Do not give out your personal information. Alright? So don't go out saying where you live, none like that, alright? Nah, just my name so you know that you can call me the right name. I'm surprised you haven't corrected me yet with me just screaming your dad's name every time you join. Bet that's been pretty funny every time it happens. You probably die laughing. Like, why does this YouTuber just keep screaming my dad's name? I thought it was funny. I had a feeling. That's why you hadn't corrected me. Get a small chuckle out of it. Alright, get this little part here. But you haven't been rude or creepy, so that's a bonus. Thanks for that. It's honestly all good. I'm happy the way I am. I ain't gonna, treat this like it's some type of weird thing. I'm just a guy that honestly is just here to leave a lasting legacy. That's why I got into content creation. Other people was like, oh, I wanted to make money. Oh, I wanted to sell this. Yada yada, all that. Nah, mine is, if I was to disappear randomly, people can still find the idiot stuff I've said right here. They'll see the wonderful titles that I've made over the years. Such as Diddy's Mansion, that was hilarious. Stay the way you are, man. I try to. I still try and make a couple things the right way, Made a website, be able to keep track with stuff. Plan on actually adding some new stuff to the website. That'll be pretty cool. I want to try and add a, whatchamacallit, like a talk part to the platform. Be able to, if people wanted to suggest certain things, then be able to put it within the actual website, and other people will be able to vote for it and all. I think that'd be pretty cool. Because I already have the, what do I call it? Oh, the fan art section. And I also have a collab section, so I kind of want to make something just for people that just visit, Be pretty cool. Alright, there we go. And then, if I wanted to, I could get rid of this line and make it seem like it's a back. Should I make two versions of it? I can. Let me look at how it looks so far. And it makes sense so far. Ooh. Alright. So this is so far what it looks like. Let me make sure. there anything here I want to take? Not really. Besides some colors. Just as reference colors, I think. Hey, I gotta go, but I want to stop by and say hi. Hi, Bella. Now that I know that I shouldn't be screaming Steven every single time. Hopefully have a good day, Bella. Make sure you listen to everybody you're supposed to listen to. Bye, but you can scream Bella, lol. Thank you, I will. I mostly leave all the screaming and all for when people join. That way, whenever somebody comes in and they want a specific name. Why does that say that? Hold on. Did my chat go down? Uh-oh, wait. That ain't right. Why did that say no data? That should be excellent. Oh no, don't tell me stream went down. Stream went down. Why? Bum bum ba bum 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 bum. There we are. Okay. Let me try and fix some small little issues. That way I can keep things correct. Alright. I'm going to keep some small little things here. I don't know why, but this is remind me a lot of the Dr. House theme song. Okay, yeah, that's good. Now, I think this is going to be one version where... Let me replace this black with red. Well, I'm an idiot. I can't change it to black. Unless I don't even know if I want red. Alright, let me zoom in as much as possible. Make sure I prevent any and all miscolorings. And this is why I zoom in, because I can't tell when I accidentally miss. And that one, not bad. Oh, no, I missed a couple. Alright, we'll do gray. Actually, pink? We'll do pink for now. I think pink works. And then we'll do a black for there. And it should make it look like an empty helmet. Yes, it actually does. I like that. There we go. Now for the blue, if you don't know why I'm doing blue, it's because my other creations have been blue. And then with that, we'll make it yay color. Yeah, there we are. And then let me go good middle ground. Make this side a little bit darker, and then here we're going to go through, do some shading just for right now. When in reality, it would probably be a bit more backhanded. It would be a little bit more like this. Keep track. There we are. A little bit more like that. What am I listening to? Do that. Okay, there we go. So I guess this bottom part would actually be a little bit more shrouded. Do little spots where maybe some sun shining through, brightening it. Nope. Yeah, right there. It's not bad, not good either, but could be worse. Never know. Also, I don't know if the noises that my wrists are making are going through the mic. Not good. Alright, so Actually, nope, not doing black. Can't do black actually. Brown? Question mark? Can I do brown? Brown? It wouldn't make sense, but only a little bit. I'll do a darker gray. I am going to make it a good thing to remove that. I probably should have removed that earlier. That way nobody had her name. I need to apologize to her later. That is completely on me. We're going to take this, a little bit of shading here. Just a little. Actually, I should have done it more with this. Make it there. Yeah, right there. Good. Meh. You never know. Right. Hatuna Matata, you know? Something like that. Amuma Manana. Make your photo your days. Amuma Matata. It's a wonderful phrase. Amuma Matata. Oh god, the YouTuber's gone insane. Oh no. Patch. Patch. There he is. Alright. Do it there. Darken it just a little bit. Run this guy right up. Good. There we are. Now if I do this, I can run it like a circle almost. I don't know. Hold on. Shave a little bit more off. There we go. That actually doesn't look half bad if you ask me. It doesn't. I kind of like it. I don't know why. Sound about it, I just like. Uh-oh. Always remember. Check what one you're filling in. Yeah, okay, I like that. Alright. Alright, let's keep shading just a little bit. But I think we're coming up on the finishing touches, which is exciting to me. I forgot one pixel. Yep, one singular pixel. Let me double check all my pixels. Yep, no, I forgot now. Forgot two. Why did we do the whole thing? I forgot. One, two. Two pixels. There we go. Alright, let me brighten it. Not a lot, just a little bit, I think. We're going to do some smaller highlights. There we are. First try. I really like how it looks there. There, it's not as noticeable, but it's definitely there. So that's pretty good. I do think that we are going to continue touching up the helmet just a little bit. I want to add a little bit more light. Specifically where light's going to probably hit the most. So right there. Alright, where am I missing a pixel? It's connected. No, it was a single one. There we are. Yeah, there we are. Really brings that alive. Maybe connect right there. And then if I go here, make a small bit brighter of a one. make a bit of a way darker one and cut across here. Yeah, like that. I really think the shadow over the patch is what does it the most justice. I could actually get even more in depth. Let me go here. I want to darken that just a little bit, and then do that. Do that. That was a mistake. Go here. That. That. Oh wait, no, I can't. Never mind, I forgot the most common tool. That being that you can't. As soon as like things hit a certain point, it's basically useless trying to touch them up. Alright, let me work on some of this small detailing. Keep forgetting. Switch back. I switched. Yay. Alright, and here, having a lighter there, I also want to make a bit darker. There, there. Here, it'll be right there. 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 There on that side. And then if I go here, take that. Put it here. Here. And then this is the shiny parts and all. There. Why is there still red there? There should not be red there. What do you think, chat? You tell me. We think it's good? Think it needs more? Let me know. I think I am going to save. Go to Downloads, drawing ideas, element. Save it as is. There we are. Alright, what else did I need to draw? The old man. That's right. Oh, wait, I need to do this. Oh. What? Okay. It's gonna make it semi-easier to draw, but pain in the ass. A bit wider. Alright, not gonna draw the ones behind there because it's supposed to look like it's actually being worn. So I don't know if anybody else gets this, where whenever they're tracing, they want to make sure that they get like every possible thing, and then it's like they hyperfixate on how they get it done. I don't know if anybody else ever does that. I know I do. Oh, hold on. Oh, I'm in trouble. Okay, if we can get that clipped there, and then we're going to, I know we're going to make this all black, because that's how I did the other gas mask, and they got to match. So really, it's just the small details that really matter. And just having the normal outline of how a gas mask looks. But this one's not really a gas mask, it's more of a respiratory protector thing. Know what I mean? To which I am dumb and have not. I gotta redo. I've been drawing on top of it. I need to be on a layer above it. That's rookie mistakes. Whoops. There we are. Alright, how does that look? Actually, not that bad. It's pretty cool. I like how that looks. Probably going to have to do some inspiration drawing right there. But as long as I can get this outline done, we should be good. And then later, like right after I get off stream, I'm gonna get to work on the animation. So that's gonna be fun. Let's get that right there. Alright. I'm now realizing I could have just drawn half of this and just copied and pasted it. Because the thing's symmetrical. If I was a smart man, I'd have one brain cell that worked. Smartest man alive had one brain cell. Only one, because if he had two, he'd try to take over the world. We didn't need that to happen. Give him one brain cell. Okay, let me try fixing up this line. And this line. Okay, let's do the outline of this. Because I got an idea. Then we're going to do the under part of it. Okay, we're going to lower this and do small etch work. There we are. Here. That actually looks really cool. Okay, yeah. The gas parts on the side is going to be a little bit harder to kind of do, but I can still do them. Let me... What's actually there? Oh, that's what you are. So let me... do that. So I remember not to mess with you. That's going to be the fun part right there. Ow. Okay, that hurt a lot. Okay. I'm actually glad that it's got this 3-cylinder type thing, so I can kind of trace it, get the ideal thing for the organization. There we are. Got bad there. Got sloppy. There we go. Does that say 8 people are watching me? Hi. Don't know where 8 people, 7 people came from. Welcome. Hopefully y'all enjoy techno music and tracing. Try and make sure things look right. I don't know how I enjoy the way that looks. I mean, it looks right, but I'm gonna have to go in. I think the game plan, take the patchwork that I did, put it on the side, but I'm gonna have to turn it. I think that would be cool. And then over here, put a big one in the center. So, show what I mean. Port, file, patch. Oop. Take this guy, make big, put here, erase sides, make a smaller one and put there and over here in a, here I'll show. If I do it like this, turn it a little, I can erase this all and then probably put this side in. Hopefully that made sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Right? So one there, and then match it up with the helmet. Right? That's not straight. There we go. Yeah, I think that works. I think. Not 100%, but maybe. I'm just gonna keep the patch there for now. Going to keep messing with this one. But, hi everyone. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Let me... Oh, wrong thing. I want to get this like orange part because I feel like that's what's missing, is the orange part. Yeah, like that. I feel like that's what needed. Alright, let me get rid of some of the bulkiness here. Uh-oh. Hey, what did I miss? And thank you so much for reacting to historical SCPs. You are the best. I found it nice that you liked the SCP orientation, and now you have so much new knowledge about SCP universe. So what you've missed is Steven. He came in. Turns out it's actually somebody using his account. So that was pretty funny. I'm currently working on the gas mask that's going along with the helmet that we just created. It's not a gas mask per se, it's more of a respiratory thing. A respiratory solver instead of a gas mask. So I'm just erasing some of the excess lines I have in order to help me whenever I go to actually make it. The gas mask looks great. Thank you. I have somewhat an idea of how I want it to look. I just hope it looks the way I want it to. Really wish my taskbar would leave. Yeah, see, this is what it looks like. I just kind of took the same thing. Alright. Now I gotta do... Oh wait, that line's actually in the wrong spot. Oh no, hold on. That's probably why it was so bulky. There we are. And then right there. Alright, so now if I take that off, it doesn't resemble much, but I can go here, hit this, hit that, and that right there. Yeah, and then that part's just a darker version of that. Same with that right there. So if I decide to do that, go here, do that, and then do a darker version there. There we go. see if I can draw my lines right. Be good. There we are. And then we have the inside of the mask. That's going to be a hard part. I'll hand cramp them. Yeah, there we are. There we are. But we just had a maximum of like 8 people just join earlier. That is the absolutely insane part. No clue why 8 people decided to join. Okay, there we are. And then do that. That. And that. And here, we're going right there. There we are. This is going to tell me if I missed anything. I don't think it looks bad. Ugh. Alright, I got an idea. Wait, why did I do that? I can just flip it. Yeah, like that. Oh, wait, I can't do that. Just realized. See where I have the shadows marked? Wait. Oop. Are shadows in the same spot? No. Not shadows, but the bright parts. It would just be a different color. Okay, yeah, I was right. I could have just done that. I am an idiot for second guessing myself. Yay. Freeform. I don't know if y'all can hear my stomach growling, but I'm apparently hungry. Bam, bam. Flip you over to horizon. Works for me. Same good to everybody else. And then if I turn on the patch, there we are. Alright, let me... going through and cutting off some parts. Oh, that shot up too quickly. If I may ask, what was your favorite SCP from the historical SCPs? I like all of them, which were in the SCP orientation video. Also, I have an idea maybe you could use in your animated video, where a Chaos Insurgency gets eaten by 682. You could tell that the Chaos Insurgency goal is to get SCP. So the goal of that one that you're talking about is already been discussed. So the reason for 682 and the it was already going to eat a insurgency member. But hold on, let me see how this looks now. I already kind of had everything planned out for it, and then when it comes to the SCP orientation video, my favorite one, I'll be honest, I'm not sure. Don't think I really had one from that video. The only favorite SCP of mine is the 999. That's the only one that I can 100% say I like. I also like that this looks like an actual patch. Thank you for your answer. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Forgot to get rid of you. Why can't I get rid of you? Yeah, you're on this level. There we are. Perfect. There we are. Alright. Right now, the patch is going underneath this until I get but the video is still interesting, I hope. It was interesting, it was just a lot to go over. I was thinking it was an individual, you know, like history thing, not here is this SCP, here's this SCP, here's this SCP. So I had misunderstood what it was that you were sending me. That was all. Whoop. Don't know how that happened. I hit here. Where am I missing a single pixel at? I'm the pixel police right now. Where's a pixel? Why are you... It's because you're copied. Oh, you have to do... Great. Love that. Alright. What happens if I do this? Ooh, like that drone. Okay. That won't work. Sorry for the misinformation. I just thought you may still like it because it talks about short SCP stories, which no other channel has made a video on. Also, there were some connections between them. Yeah, it was decent. It was just, I was like, oh, this is like, you know, the normal historic stuff or the stuff about the universe I should know. But it was just SCP, SCP. It was Joshy who was like, hey, just so you know, this is what this is. It's like, oh. This is... I actually have to put on the working brain. Hold on. Alright, let me get out of this. There we are. Wait, will you work now? Now you will. Great. What about you? Yes. There we are. Oh wait, and you. But you probably need to be a darker shade. Because you're a lot more dark. There we are. Should I start recommending the SCP compilations? If that's the case, I will. I don't mind doing them every once in a while. I just don't want to make it a habit because I could have. I think of it like a YouTuber. I'll put it to you this way. There were 6 covered, so that would have been 6 videos, if that makes sense. It's strange. YouTubers have a strange way of thinking. And it's also the fact of not everybody sits through them. I don't know what it is, but like I can do a hour-long video, won't do good. I can do a 30-second short, everybody watches. It's kind of funny, though, in a way. It's like, I don't want to watch this hour-long thing, even though it's something I like. Short. But it's nothing on you, Hello. It's all good. Why does that keep messing up? Do you mess up? No, you don't mess up. Why does this one mess up? Where's a missing pixel? I know it's a single missing pixel. I don't know why. A single... There! See? 1 pixel, that's all it takes. Will you be fixed now? Now you will. I don't... I don't know how I feel about that. Also, you do a great job with your drawings. It's really just sketches. The only thing I add to it is really the color. That's about it. I kind of like coloring. I know some people don't like doing coloring, but I kind of like the coloring. Coloring to me is easier. Because I can't draw. Like, freehand, not good. Actually, let me take a color out here. And then here, I want to do this more pinkish color. Nah, this one needs to be a bit orange. So now you need to be a little bit darker. A little bit darker than that. Okay. Oh, okay, great to hear. I thought I only would recommend SCP compilations for now. On very rarely, I will promise you that. 10-4. Yeah, it's strange. My brain has had to start focusing more on certain parts. Whenever like, I don't know how to describe it. If I can't describe it, I probably shouldn't be the one talking about it. There we are. Just kind of fix that up. And then, how does that look from afar? Actually, not that bad. So if I take you, put you, I'll be so happy when I ain't having to chase down. I already see it. It's right here. Actually, it's multiple. Why are there multiple here? Two. Any other? No. Yeah, where? There. I see it. There's 3 of them this time. Where? There. 4. 5. Where? Where's their break? There. There's still a break somewhere. Just don't know where. There. Okay, I see it. That was an easy one. Never mind, there's still a break. And I already see it. I found your thoughts during the reaction very interesting. I loved it so much. How many connections you made with our SCPs that was so fun, and it's great. It is so wild how many SCPs are connected with France. Exactly, it's always French. If there's ever a new one, just go ahead and put down French. There we go. Kind of like that. Let me get... Then let me darken it just a little bit. Right there. Alright, so here, making that. Actually, oh, dang it, hold on. Let me do this. Here. Lighten you up a little bit. Put you there. I must say I found SCP-186 anomaly weapons and the creator. They're around so disturbing. These stories will stick to me to this day because so many organizations like Chaos Insurgency and Anderson Robots have recreated the weapons and are using them for their own twisted goals. Yeah. I think we did that. Let me make sure I'm on the right one. There we are. Actually, let me darken you a little bit more. Get some different colors going. There we are. Like that. Oh, I forgot to draw something. Whoops. That was supposed to happen. Did that. Oop. Okay, let's try and finish up these last few spots. Pretty cool. There we are. And then here, why not hit that? Okay, there's that. Is it bad? I actually like that, how it is. I think I want to leave it like that, because as soon as I save it, the JPEG automated system that saved it is going to change some of the colors. How was your day before the stream? Mine was good. I went from my university to the train, and over 1 hour later, I arrived at my parents' house, and my parents and I had a lot of fun. My day yesterday was decent. Ended up at work, wrote actually the pilot episode, sent it to Jeggy, finished work, had a amazing conversation about some FNAF lore yesterday. Been wanting to get back into FNAF a little bit, and had a conversation with somebody in Jeggy's community who we were talking about FNAF lore, and I was breaking down how all the games were connected, including the new ones from Steel Wool. And it was honestly pretty fun. Then had a chance to leave work finally, came home, and at 8:30 was able to join a amazing stream by none other than Jeggy, Jegasus, who I will always shout out. He did some phenomenal work yesterday. He's currently working on a game, believe it or not, so his game should hopefully be coming out soon. It's called Boiling Love. He releases it on itch.io. He's got a bunch of games. He's actually thinking of doing a 3D game soon, coming soon. So I'm interested on how he's going to do that. Then there was talks about when development for the episodes and all could actually be going down. He's going to be a little bit busy with drawings and all until about August. So about in August is when me and him will get to talking of actually working and getting the show out. So till then, I'm going to kind of get as many of the episodes kind of planned out, and then as a failsafe, have a alright, we're ending everything type episode. Just in case at any point things get a little too much for me and him. Just, alright, we're done. You know? But yeah, I think it'll be pretty fun to do. I think what I want to do real quick, I want to work on some of this. Nope. Dang it, tunnel. Bitch is over here. Alright, let me darken it just a little bit. Alright, remove the patch so I can actually see what I'm doing. Actually, it'll be all the way over, I think. And then if I go really dark, run down, cross, question mark, I think. And then if I add patch, yeah, there we are. Sounds great. Thank you for telling me. I wish you so much luck with the series. I genuinely hope it does well. The reason I wanted to do something like that was I was thinking of like, man, I can't think of anything good to watch. And then it was like, I wish there was something, you know, that was being shown that would be a little bit entertaining, you know. And realized, hey, Jiggy, he draws great. Wonder if he would ever, you know, be interested in making a show. So I just was like, I'll ask him. And so I mentioned it in one of his live streams. And, or no, he was over here in mine. And I was just like, hey, he's here, might as well ask. So I asked and he was like, that would be fire. I'm like, I'll get started on it. Because, like, somebody's going to come up to me and be like, hey, man, this is great. Great idea. Sure, yeah, let's do it. You know? I ain't going to be the one to be like, nah, we shouldn't do that. Let's go. Alright, there's still... I see it. I see the missing pixel. Right there. And there. And any more, anywhere, any more, yep, right there. So it's on diagonals. Always gotta watch out for the diagonals. Should be all. Apparently not. Got one more somewhere. Keep an eye out. Right there. I see it. Yeah. Also, if you get to an SCP video, which has too many problematic topics, you can understand. Hold on. Topics can understand if you stop that video, and if it happens to an SCP video, I recommend it. I like to apologize in advance. No, that's all good. I'll probably put a lot of warnings. If I wasn't live and had read that, it would have just been like, alright, here's all the warnings possible. Do not watch this if this has ever happened to you. If you have this type of trauma, we are protecting people. Because I didn't want nobody to just randomly pop in and then accidentally cause a trauma episode with somebody. Because I'd rather not be a asshole to somebody. So I rather just be considered the bad guy and just go against content than accidentally do something. Why am I missing a pixel? Where? I don't. That one's covered. There. I see it. Right there. Finally. No, not finally. That same color as that. I don't need that same color. What happens if I make it a little bit darker? Decent. There we are. Mask. Yay, we did it. Okay, good here. I understand completely. I'm a little bit ashamed that I did not think about it myself. It's all good. Yep. It's not something everybody thinks about, to be honest with you. And it's understandably why. I mean, nobody would really question it, I guess, is the word I'm thinking of. I don't know. I don't know why, but I have this little penguin dude. You can't see his face anymore because it fell off. But I just been, like, I'll pick him up and just drop him. It's pretty funny. Okay, so that's the mask. And then, what else do I need to draw? I don't remember what else I needed to draw, I'll be honest. I do know that I need to react to this.
Listen carefully.
Going to increase the volume a little bit. This is the first 24 hours in the Trevor Henderson universe by Mr. Mirage. This was requested by Joshi, so I am finally getting to it. I am actually very interested in this.
Listen carefully. Very soon things are going to change. Creatures will enter this world unlike anything any.
What are you? You're a big boy, ain't you? Why are you breaking your neck to get your head in the frame? You can tell the person to step back, my friend.
One has ever seen. When they do, most of humanity will
What are you?
out.
A cat?
You must heed this warning.
You're a thumb.
You will most likely be the victim of one of the.
Wait, that said one of us. That said one of us. Ew, too late.
The aftermath of these creatures may be the worst fate that you could possibly encounter. Picture an entity that forces freak accidents on random victims, or a two-headed clown that lives deep underground.
Ew.
You may think, it wouldn't be that bad, or I'd just be strapped to the teeth and I'd make it, but I don't think anyone actually realizes just how bad it would be. In this video, I'm going to be going over the first week of living in the Trevor Henderson universe, starting with the first few minutes. Let me know down in the comments what's the last thing you'd want to see when first entering the Trevor Henderson universe.
Okay, so this is 30 minutes before entering. I'm now intrigued by two specific ones. I'm now intrigued about the clowns and the pig. And the thumb. I think the thumb looked kind of cool. I'm still in the stream, but I am not so familiar with the Trevor Henderson universe, so do not wonder if I am not writing anything. I only know Cartoon Cat, Siren Head, Long Horse, and the Train That Eats People. I know none of these, okay, so this is going to be cool.
Tuesday afternoon and you're finishing up a class. When you start to notice a large amount of birds on the outside of the window, swarming and almost running away. Something is up, but for now you have to get home. Walking through the halls, you notice they are mostly barren. God knows where everyone went, but It's starting to really mess with your head. Come to think of it, the library that you were studying in was a little bit sparse today. Could everyone have gone home? Regardless, I think it's time you should join them. So you begin to walk out the front of the school, only to start hearing a school bell behind you. And that wouldn't be so weird, except it's way past the end of the day. And to make it worse, it just keeps repeating over and over again. It ends up being a lot more terrifying than you could have ever imagined it was. It takes a second to figure out what you're looking at, but it's unmistakably an incredibly large school bell peering over the top of one of the buildings, staring in your direction.
So that thing's called Bell Ringer? I've never once heard of Bell Ringer. I think I know its cousin, Siren Head, but that's because Siren Head was everywhere for a while. I only know.
In a confused panic, you run in a random direction away from the school, but this is one of the worst mistakes you could possibly make, as this is very far from the last nightmare that you're going to encounter.
What is that? This looks like a coral reef. The first minutes.
Okay, so before I move on with this guy's specific scenario, I want to go ahead and back up and go over what would be going on as a whole right now. Starting with the giants that people would begin to see off in the distance, noticeably causing a little bit of a panic. On top of this, gigantic storms and other natural disasters would likely be coming along with them, some of which I'll be going over in detail more later. Regardless of this, everyone would be trying to evacuate the cities and now the other areas where they're approaching all at once, causing massive traffic jams and a lot of chaos. Almost as if they were trying to evacuate like a tornado hitting the city. But in a weird way, that's basically what's going to happen. Some giants would even be appearing as
Well, if they're giants, I think the tornado would be them laying out a fart, to be honest with you. This looks like a Cthulhu. Or no, not Cthulhu. What is the creature in Hellboy? Hellboy 1, it's got the tentacles. The German Nazi Russian people wanted Hellboy to open up the portal so that their master could come through. I can't remember his name. I cannot think it for it.
They were coming down from clouds. In some cities, fires would be breaking out, filled with the wildfire.
That's a kaiju.
And in the worst cases, it would appear like the cities would be entirely wiped off the map. But the sight of them alone would cause more panic than most people realize, as many people would be just struggling to comprehend what the hell was going on.
So it would be a lot like the idea of Lovecraftian in that case with Cthulhu. The people just looking at Cthulhu would end up causing mass hysteria, driving them insane due to their brain not being able to comprehend what they're looking at. If I remember, that's the rules of Cthulhu. It's been a while since I've done anything with Cthulhu.
The worst part is the crowding of all the highways that would be caused by the panic would make everyone stuck on the roads, and it would become extremely easy for a certain gigantic worm. So now that we've gone over that, I want to return back to our example, who is unfortunate enough to still be blissfully unaware on what is happening. On the walk home, though, everything would start to become unmistakably weird, and there's no way you could not figure out that something crazy was going on around you. For example, you would begin to see stuff like giant piles of trash bags just sitting on the street or areas around you where they really shouldn't be. And then no matter how far you walked, they would just keep appearing in front of you or around you, almost as if you're seeing the exact same pile again and again. But as most people know, trash doesn't move on its own, so this would be impossible.
Groundhog Day.
Except for the fact that this is not trash. Rather, the disturbing creature, Mr. Bags, who is designed to look similar to common trash, only to devour people who get too close. The sight of this, understandably, would send you into a panic, but lucky enough, you were only like a minute from your house. But trust me, it's about to get a whole lot worse.
The first hour? What is that?
By the time the first few hours have hit, people have likely began to die en masse. The giants have begun their damage, killing thousands. Entities like Cartoon Cat have likely at least claimed a few dozen by now, and with the highway and bridge worms basically having...
Okay, I don't know about the worms, and I don't know about Cartoon Cat. I'm now a little bit more concerned that there's a door that just randomly eats people. Is there mimics? Oh, does he write mimics?
It's safe to say things are getting really bad. On the flip side, however, the government is likely trying to get this under control, but honestly, how can they? These incidents would start being broken up into two categories. One being the very big, obvious ones that it would be requiring a majority of the firepower and with that collateral damage, and then the ones that are a lot more small and isolated, hiding themselves in areas and then ambushing people. But that's assuming that all of these things are, again, their own species instead of just each being one entity in one location, so it'd be a lot more widespread. Unless it's something like Cartoon Cat that can essentially be everywhere at once, anyways, so it doesn't really need to be more than one. But it's not just city areas, rural areas would all.
You're telling me that this Cartoon Cat is like a teleporting what you might call it, Enderman that just decides to kill? You say they'll have like a dozen bodies within the first hour, and they can be anywhere at any time. That's
Also be
messed
hit
up.
almost as hard, with trucks being picked off by country road creatures and livestock being threatened by the Red Witch, who Trevor himself gave the caption stating, "It's in the field again, go check on the cattle," leading me to believe that it's a reoccurring blight in these rural areas. Police.
Red Witch. Hold on. Red Witch is a creature created by Trevor Henderson. Appearance: the Red Witch, despite its name, is a pale humanoid monster resembling a woman in a long black dress. Her head and neck are far more massive than normal, and her head is tipped to one side. Whether she normally looks like this or is merely tipping her head is unknown. Alias: it's here. Ugh. Yeah.
Leading me to believe that it's a reoccurring blight in these rural areas. Police would understandably be overwhelmed with all the calls they're getting of people being attacked by various different entities, and most of them would just give it up and go home to protect their own families. With the
Yep.
military having a very similar predicament, but instead being preoccupied with, the giant problem, too much to be able to help anyone else with any of the other predicaments going on. Regardless of this, I'm willing to bet a sort of EAS alert would be announced to the public, telling people to shelter in place inside of their homes. If only that would make them safe. In a panic, you would probably just get home and begin barring the windows and doors, not realizing that something could already be inside. Before you cover the last window, you notice that, hey, at least some of the wildlife seems to be surviving, as you're able to catch a glimpse of a deer outside one of the windows. Oh god, maybe it's better we don't look outside. But watching the TV isn't much hope either. Do not go outside for any reason. It would be
Do not attempt to leave your house. It is better to starve than be
better to
caught.
starve to death than to let one of them catch you. Huh, go figure. But right as that last word hits, you hear something rummaging around in your cabinets. A large hand jolts across the floor and then back into the darkness, confirming your worst fears that something has already made it inside. Well, it seems like our friend here has got this all figured out, so we'll check back on him later. While this situation might seem like a horrible example, it's just one of many that would be going on all at once. People will be discovering things in their basement, in the alley next to their house, but let's take a second to figure out one of the worst locations that you could have been when this all started.
The forest. Why?
At first glance, the woods seems like it would be one of the best locations that you could go during all of this. However, it wouldn't take long to realize that this is a giant mistake due to just the sheer amount of entities that would be roaming around here. I want to start with the most obvious of which being the
Siren
giant
Head.
Siren Head, who I'm sure everyone knows about at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Siren Head, for those who don't know, primarily is going to wait in the forest making alarms to lure people in. The worst part is, in a situation like this, alarms would be going off a lot regardless to warn people about the outbreak of these entities, meaning most people wouldn't think twice when hearing a warning siren in the woods. And by the time they did, most would already be dead. Now, I don't think people realize how, devastating it would be if these things existed in the woods and were just these apex predators of humans. Because think about it this way. Siren Head is incredibly fast to the point of being able to catch up with a speeding car. Not to mention he could probably kill you almost instantly if he caught you. And I can also assume he can detect you from extremely far away. Think about it this way. Being in the woods with Siren Head is kind of like being in the Arctic around a polar bear, who, for reference, is still only like a third of Siren Head's size, but still has a 90% chance of killing you.
I got a question. With Siren Head, I know he's got a smaller frame. To resemble a pole, and he's got two mouths. What would happen if you took a chainsaw to him? Just personal question. Could you cut off his head? It's a personal question.
Even if you're like a mile away. So imagine what your chances would be against Siren Head, not to mention the other entities like the
What are
precursor of
you?
the First War, whose name alone already interests me, but not enough to be within 100 miles of this thing. Regardless, it appears to be a forest giant, and therefore another thorn in your side. Well, a thorn in the sense that rather than being a mild annoyance, it destroys your entire bloodline, if that paints a better picture. The forest already contains enough cryptids and mysteries without being in this universe, so you can imagine all of them being a complete red zone. But in the first few hours, people are still kind of mentally lost and disconnected.
I want to see Mothman versus the Forest Giant. I want to see the Sasquatch up against Siren Head. By the way, my favorite joke ever has been the Mothman came to my daddy, slapped him on the butt, and called me a whore or something like that. It is the funniest thing. If you've never seen the Southern people talk about Mothman, they'll make up the most insane stories. It is absolutely hilarious. Take time out of your day to go watch those. You'll die laughing.
From reality when you're all the way out here. So you would be forgiven for not noticing what's going on, especially if you were camping in the middle of the boons. But post noticing a creepy stalking creature or two, you should begin to realize that something is
What are
attached to
you?
you. And that would be likely the hag coming out of the nearby lake and devouring a few children.
Ugh. First
It's been a few
days.
days now, so let's check back in with our homebody situation. Let's say you're a bit lucky and loaded a couple bear rounds into that home invader, as every red-blooded American should, and meandered your way into the attic. Here you have a sort of window that you can now see outside again. So let's see what's going on out there. And the curtain goes down. Within a few days, the government would likely begin to put together a sort of survival list. Hell, if I can do it, they can. But anyone who's seen any sort of analog horrors like this would know that they're never really that good, and people would still continue to die en masse. So, with nothing really to do but sit here, you would just lay your head down for a brief rest. Okay, so you're probably wondering how it could be humanely possible to fall asleep with the massive amount of entities roaming around your neighborhood and likely even inside your home. Well, to be
Yeah, because I know for a fact my adrenaline would be pumping constantly. There would not be rest. There would be me looking like I'm a tweaker with a gun. I will be returning back to a World War II U.S. soldier with a. You telling me I had a home intruder of something that could have killed me in mere seconds that somehow found its way through my pantry, even though I boarded up all the doors and windows and stuff like that.
honest, if you even want to
What?
have a chance, you're going to need to put something comforting to distract you. But that usually emits blue light or is uncomfortable to wear in headphones, which ruin your rest. But don't worry, because I can put you onto the best sleep mask that you can buy. The Manta Mask by the City of
He was leading into an ad. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna listen to your ad just because of the single fact that I actually find that pretty funny.
sponsor Manta Sleep. Every mask provides the perfect balance of incredible comfort and 100% customization and compatibility with every single face shape and size. They have everything from sound masks that connect via Bluetooth to all of your devices to silk masks for those who want peak luxury, and tons of masks in between. If you are thinking about treating yourself, make sure to use my link in the description and code Mirage at checkout. That's
Alright, so y'all hear this here. Go use Mirage whenever you buy your sleep mask.
Mirage. Now back to the video. Only to have the most peculiar dream. You don't know why, but something is ushering you to choose one of these 5 disturbing candidates. Option number 1 appears to be hiding behind a trash can, making muttering noises. You don't know why, but you think it has something to do with Burger King. Option number 2 appears at the end of a long hallway, nearly 7 feet tall. Following them up, number 3 seems to enjoy a woodland getaway, if you could call it that. Option 4 is, option. Finally, option 5, apparently he wants your jawbone. Before you can figure out
Ugh.
the implications of all that, You wake up to the noise of another humanoid outside your window, this time having a sort of surreal, inhuman movement, almost as if they're being manipulated by some sort of string. And it's almost as if it's offering a hug of sorts. Yeah, hard pass. But it
Puppet.
seems like your problems may be a lot bigger than you expected. Hopping back over
Is
to
that a
the
rat?
kids, I'd like to give an estimation of around 80% of campers or survivalists have been cut down already, but there's always people who are insanely crafty that stay alive somehow. So your best bet would honestly be digging something underground, then putting a large amount of brush over top of yourself, and hoping something large doesn't just cave your head in. You could also technically leave, but as I mentioned earlier, cars make you a giant target from more things than one, especially the entity labeled Slid Down the Clouds, that contains many almost crab-like arms and squid-like tentacles. Based on the name,
It reminds me of there was a movie called The Fog, or no, The Mist, or was it The Fog? I can't remember. There were alien-like parasites within it, and I think it's most known for the ending where the father takes a gun and murders his son and then the two passengers, saving himself as he thought he thought he was going to die to the aliens. But right after he had killed everybody as a form of mercy kill, uh, the U.S. Army shows up in order to save them, and so he has to live knowing that he could just waited a few seconds and everybody else would have been a-okay. I think it was the fog. I'm not 100% sure. Hey, Horrible. How are you? Welcome. We're learning about Trevor Henderson.
I can only really imagine what this creature does. But my best guess is if you try to go anywhere near it, you may get a one-way vacation into the atmosphere. Sometime very soon, a majority of people will begin running out of basic amenities and dehydration will begin to set in. So at this point, how many people have exactly been wiped out? Well, to start, by reasons simply like panic, car accidents, dehydration, fires, etc., etc.,
He's also forgetting one major thing. Panic would later turn into manic. Whenever somebody becomes maniacal, they are going to begin, they will have a higher chance of harming themselves and others. So let's say a mom who was originally panicked trying to keep all her children, safe, could become manic and then probably harm her own kids and in her manic state be able to justify it saying that there was uh she was sparing them from being harmed by the creature, if that makes sense. It's a way of having a messed up idea, and the body just does it and will come up with a excuse for doing the messed up idea, if that makes sense.
you would be looking at the non-entity death toll around 200,000 to 400,000 in the US alone. But once you add Trevor Henderson entity kills into this equation, it would nearly triple. And we'd be looking at almost a million deaths, which with millions more worldwide. With the nights being far worse than the days, as majority of the entities are more active at night. Not to mention the night specific ones, with hundreds of that is in a moon and like creatures roaming the streets and devouring everyone in sight. The roving moon being another similar nighttime entity with almost a light like bulb as a face towering over houses.
I think that the total amount of occurring deaths would actually end up being, if I had to put a number, 100 million. There's 8 billion people. If this is happening worldwide, there's a lot of places where there's not adequate shelter. So the without adequate shelter, you're not able to hide as well. So those people would probably end up in more group killings. Highest way for me to kind of put this is India has I think it's like a third of the population or almost a third of the population at 3 billion people. Uh, so there would probably be a lot more group killings there. And with all the more panic there, a lot of it would probably be, um, what's the words that I'm thinking of? car accidents, stuff like that. And then like places like Germany, uh, that have something like the Autobahn, where they're able to go a lot faster than anybody else in the world. Feel like there's going to be a lot more accidents there, so that's probably going to get a lot more hefty. So there's a lot more that needs to be taken into account here too with that formula that he's doing.
It's safe to say that if you see a light, run for your life. When it comes to the giants, we can only hope that at least a few have been neutralized by now, but at the same time, smaller cities with less military focus have likely been turned to rubble. Not to mention, I'm sure at least someone in the government has been recommending carpet bombing, what they call lost cause cities, so that's going to be even more deaths.
Carpet bombing, yes, but there would also be uh probably somebody talking about nukes. If not nukes, then they would probably go towards looking at napalming forest. Because even though it is a war crime, I have a feeling during the idea of total annihilation, the Geneva checklist would become just that, a checklist. People deciding, hey, I know this is rules to not doing war, but instead it would become, hey, we're going to do this in order to survive. If that makes sense. Really messed up. Trevor Henderson, what did you make?
It's safe to say humanity probably isn't winning this, as it's basically like the Mist movie times 100.
The Mist! I kept calling it the fog. It's the Mist. Who are you? The first weeks.
And being almost a week in, we're going to have to start dealing with an entirely different set of problems. Mainly that all of our cars are going to be out of gas, you're going to be out of water, out of food, and things like dehydration are going to seriously start to set in. The people who are still alive by now likely have had some sort of disaster prep going on. But even most of them are going to start to realize that they're going to need to start looking for food. Lucky for them, though, many grocery stores are likely not going to be insanely empty, as most people that were going for them early on would just be massacred. The only problem is that even if you do make it to the store, you're throwing the dice on whether you're going to run into the stranger, which is an albeit odd looking creature roaming shops and essentially destroying your mind once you're inside, making exits seeming distant and impossible to find, causing dizziness and hallucinations, all while he will randomly show up around the store. Now, it is going to be unknown whether this creature will actually kill you personally, or whether it'll just confuse you so much that you die of dehydration while wandering around the store for days. But regardless, if you are just like kind of wandering around the store, I wouldn't be surprised if something crazy takes advantage of the fact that you're delirious and takes the liberty of putting you down.
I don't know. I feel like if you're going to try and go towards stores and all, you would want to stay strapped. The only issue is that you would probably need melee, as any sound would probably lure more towards you. What's good, horrible? See that you said hey twice. What is good? I left. Why'd you leave? Why'd you left? Why'd you left? You should have righted. Why didn't you write? Why'd you left? I gotta play. You gotta play Bite by Nights. I feel like, you know what? Tomorrow, if I get home at a decent hour and I'm not, completely dead to the world, I might see if everybody would like to do a Bite by Night uh game. I'll talk to everybody, see if everybody would like to play. Cause isn't Bite by Night a multiplayer game? I'm pretty sure it's a multiplayer game. At least I think. I think it's a multiplayer game. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah.
If you do get lucky, however, and find a store without something undesirable inside, you would be forgiven for just barricading all the doors down and deciding to just live in there, since it does have the most resources and the easiest ability to stay alive. But what about those left to live in the forest? After weeks, it's fair to suggest that you would have to find some wild game if you expect to be alive this long. To make things even worse, in the wilderness, you would need almost double the normal amount of calories due to weather and the extra effort for, say, shelter building and sprinting for your life. And honestly, I'd be surprised if you went like 10 minutes without hands trying to grip you from behind trees or a flying head rushing you. Even
Jesus.
things like birds can be a horrible idea to stick around due to things like the dove, who, as horrific as it sounds, possesses a sort of dove or pigeon looking like face that is used to lure hungry hunters in, thinking it's just a quick meal, only to actually be a much larger creature hiding behind it in the dark, kind of like an anglerfish. And the dove would be killing many survivors like this. Not to mention, the deer I mentioned earlier is actually one of 4 found footage creatures, with another being labeled the passerby at night, which is a very large creature that is assumed to be very fast, possessing about 6 legs. I would assume these
Oh.
also could pose major threats both in the woods or if
Whoa.
you tried to escape. Even Trevor stated that after wandering over the road in the picture, it disappears into the woods. But after a few weeks, this wouldn't be your biggest issue. As I don't know if any of y'all remember, but at the beginning of this video, I mentioned a large amount of natural disasters signaling the appearance of the giants. Well, out of those disasters, one type of giants, being the wildfire giants, tend to show up on wildfire cameras in the presence of these huge fires. And with no one to put them out, and the government being mostly focused on bigger threats like the wandering death or other destruction giants, these fires could easily envelop the entire woods around you, forcing you to flee into the nearby countryside, getting rid of any cover that the forest might have provided for you. In the distance, you would see what looks like almost 10 different heads smashed together, and more eyes than you can count. But despite this giant size, this time, all of them are on you. I think it's clear by now the forest might
What
not
is
have been the
that?
best way to survive this whole thing, but was it really a good option? I mean, I couldn't imagine, like, for an example, hiding in like an abandoned location or something. There really isn't anywhere where you'd be completely safe. And by this point, I would just imagine most people are going to die. But regardless of this, it isn't really something that's just going to go away after a certain period of time. We're going to need to find a way to integrate this into a sort of new norm. So how exactly would this look for humanity coexisting with these creatures so we don't go extinct?
Aftermath. What are you?
Now, coming in contact with these Trevor Henderson entities would honestly decimate everyone involved, from cities, rural areas, forests, and especially suburbs. Within weeks, at least 20 to 40% of humanity would be completely wiped out. And those who remained would have to be carefully calculating each and every decision, as one wrong move could be their last. So, how do we even continue living at this point? Well, starting with the giants, they would have to be timed and watched ahead of time via some sort of radar system to evacuate the areas completely ahead of their arrival. Damage to
Tracker.
cities would be inevitable, but as is the same with, like, say, hurricanes or earthquakes, the key would be keeping the death to a minimum so that rebuilding could be made easy. Even Trevor himself stated this when referring to the bird watcher. It's amazing what
What is the bird watcher? It's amazing what people will. Oh wait, hold on. He's about to read it.
people can and will adapt to if given enough time. They had the evacuations down to science by now, and even with an emergence, the fields kept them from doing any major damage, and they didn't even have to stop the trains this time. He wouldn't be late after all. This shows that even canonically, Trevor himself admitted that the giants could be dealt with and predicted to avoid any major catastrophes every single time they decided to show up. Well, except for like the behemoth, but there should only be one of him. But to be honest, the giants would be the easy parts. The most difficult things would be how overwhelmed and swamped the police would be having to deal with all the attacks from the smaller entities. And in my opinion, the only way this would even make sense is for a more in-depth survival guide to be handed. In my opinion, the only way this would even make sense is for a more in-depth survival guide to be handed out to every single person so they could deal with things without having to involve law enforcement every single time. For
Yeah.
example, if any of you guys remember my survival video, the anxious dogs respond to how you act. So if you act like they're your pets and not horrific abominations of God, they will often reciprocate that and not be a threat. This will often include barricade techniques and engineers that specify in securing your home against these things, and panic rooms in case something really bad went wrong, which it very well still might. especially with literal deities like the god of roadkill and Cartoon Cat running around, who both essentially cannot be stopped no matter what. Bridges would also likely have to be inspected or rebuilt, so bridge worms would be unable to use them as ambush spots, kind of like how in some cities, how pigeon spikes are set up so birds can't perch there. Police would likely have to set up a sort of Mandela catalog situation.
Okay, so the bridge worms are, they use it like how a crab would use a shell, basically. Basically to hide and ambush. Gotcha. That's still so weird.
Where they would have to be identifying exactly what is attacking someone to know the difference between something that can be helped or from people who will be long dead by the time they get there, which is kind of unfortunate for the caller, but it's what has to be done. But the alternative is losing the entire police force to like Cartoon Cat or something. Areas like forests and abandoned buildings would be considered dead zones, so if anyone is stupid enough to go there, they would not be able to be helped. I honestly think driving would become far too dangerous as well. It would have to be somehow modified or replaced with something else, like trains, because if you hit any sort of animal or living thing in general, it would end in your death due to the god of roadkill. And the man with the upside down face would purposely be causing freak accidents, and I could imagine every time you get behind the wheel, there would be a serious chance tons of people would be dying. Not to mention the damage leaving your car on the road somewhere would likely have. But on the bright side, we also have the benefits of the friendly creatures such as Longhorse to occasionally warn us of danger, not to mention how cool some of these creatures would be to look at. I feel like over time, people would adapt and start to not die as much, and
What is
at bare minimum
Longhorse?
be able to get food and water consistently again. But this would take years, and during these first couple years, civilization as we know it would take a gigantic hit. And honestly, this is just being optimistic, as it's very possible we would just be completely wiped out, and none of this would end up happening. But me personally, I would hope for the other route. I hope you guys enjoyed the first episode of new 24-hour format. If you guys want to see more episodes, make sure to leave like and comments below so I can sort of gauge the room on what you guys.
Yeah, that was actually really good. I've never heard of Mr. Mirage before, so that's definitely getting a like. That was really cool. I've never heard those things before, so it was really interesting to actually, be able to hear about some of that stuff. Oh, hold on. Oh, bad time to yawn. I've been live for 5.5 hours. Alright, let me check everything, make sure things are still nice and healthy and working all nice and right. Let me start my music. I feel like we need to get a nice thing of music. I don't know. What about this? Oh? That ain't bad. This opening's not too bad. Okay. Alright, let me go and fix up the React 2 playlist. 1, 2. Now we're down to 22 that I need to react to. Oh wait, hold on. How we feeling about this one, chat? We liking the song? There we go. Ooh, I really like that right there. Alright, so let me go here. Alright, in case you are wondering, we're making a bit of a show. Is there a way I can change the way this looks? I do apologize. It is currently in white mode instead of the normal dark mode, which I prefer, to be honest with you. But in case you're wondering what this is, I'm trying to make a small little TV, or not TV, small little animated, show. Me and another YouTuber by the name of Jegasus. We're going to be probably starting late August on everything, but I kind of want to go ahead and start thinking of episode ideas. Want some help from everybody. Kind of think of what y'all might want to see. See if y'all would like specific stuff. Y'all want, really cool things. I got the pilot episode all here done. It's like 6 pages. Then for episode 1, the true first episode, doing Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Then episode 2, doing a Friday the 13th episode. Episode 3, doing a Jaws. Episode 4, doing Supernatural with Dean and Sam Winchester. Episode 5, doing a Doctor Who style episode. So now I need like an episode 6. Like what all would y'all be interested in watching? Because I kind of want, I didn't know, I was thinking of doing, what's it called? Hellraiser? I think Hellraiser would be good. And then I also want to do 2 episodes where one is my specific episode, and then one is Jaggy's specific episode. Because I want to have a spot where me and him kind of clash, and the whole portal system, the way I have it going throughout the series, it's going to like take one of us into an episode and then take the other one into a separate one after like a big like fight or whatnot. So I don't know if episode 6 should be the separate one or if it should be a what y'all want to see. So what do y'all think? I'm really enjoying this music. I don't know, I think part of me is wanting to do separate. So if episode 6 starts, have beginning fight. Yeah, beginning fight. You versus Joker, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if that's ever been done on Joker wouldn't make sense. But Batman who... it's never been a movie. If it had been a movie or a TV show, something, I could have made a fight about Jesus Christ, Batman Who Laughs. I'm trying to stay particularly with like movies and TV shows, and mostly with horror related things. The only reason I'm doing Doctor Who is because of the Weeping Angels. Because I can do a lot of horror stuff with that, and the reason I'm doing Supernatural is because I can do some small little Easter eggs and kind of do some branching storylines, specifically with the idea of me and Jiggy not agreeing on stuff, and like my character getting more and more violent. And I don't know who's going to be the major bad guy for it, unfortunately. And the reason for doing Jaws is because Jaws is considered a horror movie. But its whole thing is for me to get angry. I just don't know what would be another decent horror thing to go against. Anthem? I think Anthem would be a cool one. A movie within a movie. I think that would be cool. Because what Anthem is it's a movie about a movie that's haunted or cursed. And so whenever you watch it, bad stuff would happen. It is the most boring movie. The only good thing about it is the soundtrack, but it's got this annoying ass kid in it who I'll go ahead and spoil it, gets shot at the very end and decides, hey, our dog died, her soul is in hell, so what do? We're going to go to this specific spot and dig a portal to hell to break the soul out of hell so she can go to heaven. And this kid's got an older sister that's like, that's a wonderful idea. Are interested in watching a 57 video of Absolute Batman meets Joker is very funny. I think I already know what video you're talking about. Because Absolute Joker took over my, the Absolute Universe took over my entire FYP a while back. Speaking of Absolute Joker and them, Marvel's finally coming out with something to counteract the Absolute Universe. A little fun fact for everybody. We're getting Midnight for Marvel. Marvel fans are getting Midnight X-Men, Midnight Fantastic Four, and Midnight Spider-Man. With the X-Men being vampires and vampire slayers. Spider-Man's becoming the full-on man-spider. So that's gonna be cool. And then, what was the other one? Fantastic Four. And Fantastic Four, Cthulhu's gonna be in it. So, nice little news for Marvel fans. They're going to be getting their own thing. But I don't know how this is going to work, having Cthulhu. That's going to be pretty cool. I don't know. I think that's going to be something I work on my own time. As soon as I get off, I'll probably have like 19 ideas. Alright. Boom, boom. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Get rid of that. I'm gonna have to record this at a later time. Hey, Trixkin. How are you? Ooh, nice jazz. What do you think about my Fazbear Dreams document? Give me one sec. Okay. If I'm to be 100% honest, it needs a little bit of touching up. I'm gonna read this for everybody who has no idea what it is that Trixkin's talking about. Trixkin makes games and art stuff. So, and the hold on, two things. So, I'm going to read this real quick. Alright? Keep in mind, Trixkin wrote this as the main story for his upcoming game called Dream Bear. The main story. Actually, let me turn off the music real quick. The main story. The story starts off with William Afton, killing 5 kids successfully. He quickly runs away from the crime scene after killing them just so he can make it to his car and drive home. But as he was driving home, he stumbled upon a bar/strip club called Junior. So he decides to go there, only for the drinks and more murder secretly. After this, he drank over 4 beers and shots. Now, here's the very strange little misspelling. You say beers and shots bullets all over the area with a person who was about to have private time with a stripper. 5 people drinking wine together, hanging out, and 3 people who walked in the area. The beer William drinked, it says drinked, not drank, was so affected, I think you mean effective, that he literally fainted and fell down unconscious, and he accidentally shot himself in the chest, where he will never wake up for about a very long time. If he shoots himself in the chest, he would have to fall, hit something, turn it around, and somehow be able to grip the trigger still to then shoot. And if it hits, it would have to be at a certain angle. Because if you hit here, you're hitting bone. So, might need a little bit of a touch up with the story, I'll be honest. You need to put a comma between shots and bullets, and then you need to add shoots. So it'd be after he drank over 4 beers and shots, he shoots bullets all over the area with a person who was about to have private time with a stripper, 5 people drinking wine together, hanging out, and 3 people who walked in the area. The beer William drank, yeah, it would make a lot more sense. Where was I? During the beer coma he woke up to a void where there's no land, no humans, and no world. It was just a completely dark area that is filled with nothing other than himself remaining. An unknown voice speaks up to William with a darker and a distorted voice. He tells William that he is in a coma for a while and he will never wake up again for the rest of his entire life. The only way for him to wake up is to survive every single 7 nights at different locations, and all he has to do is to get out of this weird coma/dreams. Let me see here. It's going to be updated. I changed it to him driving his car when he was drunk and he gets into a car crash. Can you guess which alcohol that's so effective to you the most? Simple. To put this into perspective, I am sober. I've been sober for over a year. I do not drink. used to drink. I do not any longer. There's a reason. Uh, Alcohol is not a fan of mine, and I am not a fan of alcohol. It is a crutch. However, when I was drinking, in order to feel tipsy, I would do 4 shots vodka, or 2 double shots vodka, have a rum and coke, 2 rum and cokes actually, and that would be my good steady point to start the night. And then sipping on a third rum and coke in order to maintain it. The blackout drunkenness that you are mentioning in order for a car crash to happen uh, took me 5 double shots, actually 6 double shots, 3 rum and cokes out of a big glass, and 2 Margaritavilles. So there were it takes a pretty big amount of alcohol. However, I'm also forgetting my body weight. So body weight is I was about 230. So my body weight would be able to probably handle a lot more. William Afton's 160, 170. I'm gonna give him a how tall is William Afton? How tall is William Afton? That is a big question. How tall is William Afton? Uh, some people say he's 17 feet. That ain't right. Hold on. 6'2". Okay, he's 6'2". So he is about 4 or 5 inches taller than me. How much does a 6'4" male weigh? So he'd be around 230 pounds. So doing some calculations with shots and all, he would need to drink 8 beers, and we'll do a healthy 10 shots, but beer's not as powerful as vodka. So I don't think so, at least. Because I was doing the most cheap stuff as I could find, so I would say update the numbers, increase them a bit, but don't be like 20 beers and 30 shots. No, it'd be more like do 8 beers, 10 shots. Should be good. And then the real weird thing is it says if Afton kills the 5 kids, he's immediately leaving the crime scene. He's going to have blood on him. There's no way he's going to be able to get into a bar. You wonder how I can get my animation name. It's from a former FNAF fan game developer before he was exposed, named Blackout, and secretly returned in 2024, and he gets removed from Game Jolt. Trixkin, I'm going to ask this question, and I don't want to be rude. I don't want to seem assholeish. I am one. I'll be the first to admit I am rude. I am awful. Why did you take the name for your inanimation team in order? Because if it's already got a bad look, you might not want to. It's a typo? Sorry. Where's the typo? In your story or in your on your team? Now I'm confused. Which one is it? Hold on. Oh, wait, that reminded me. I was gonna check something out. Hold on. I got to check out something real quick. Bum, 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 bum. Why did it copy all of it? I didn't want all of it. I just wanted that small portion. There we are. Okay. Alright, in case you are wondering, I want to check out this channel. It's called Mimic the Official. Uh, Ended up seeing him yesterday. Uh, Trixkin was actually the one who introduced him and all to the group. I haven't checked out his stuff. Normally, whenever it comes to people, I'll check out their stuff and all. So, the very first thing I see is there's only soup, and I'm really hoping that this is the video that I'm thinking it is. If so, I am going to die laughing at this.
Hello? Hey, what's up? I need your help. Can you come here? I can't. I'm buying clothes.
Wait.
Hello? Hey, what's up? I need your help. Can you come here? I can't. I'm buying clothes. All right, well, hurry up and come over here. I can't find them. What do you mean you can't find them? I can't find them. There's only soup. What do you mean there's only soup?
There's only soup.
There's only soup. Well, then get out of the soup aisle. All right, you don't have to shout at me.
There's more soup.
More soup. What do you mean there's more soup? There's just more soup. Go into the next aisle.
There's more soup.
Where are you right now? I'm at soup. What do you mean you're at soup? I mean I'm at soup. What store are you in? I'm at the soup store. Why are you buying clothes at the soup store?
It's dumb, but it's still just an amazing thing to me. The soup thing. I was inspired by Blackout's FNAF fan game development, so I can get creative ideas from other developers and change things to avoid copying them. Yeah, but you can draw inspiration from things, but still not copy, if that makes sense. Because, like, I draw inspiration from a lot of different people. One of which is actually, do I still got it? Rope, rock, uh-oh, click wrong thing. Why'd I click the wrong thing? There we are. But yeah, one of the driving things is for me is want to be better than somebody, and so I'll like watch somebody and be like, hey, this idea is pretty good, and some will probably come out about them, and it's like I I want to see if I can incorporate some things, but I just don't want to take their name and whatnot. And I would never in a million years be like, hey, I took this name from this. Why? Uh-oh. Hold on. Things are not wanting to work correctly. Why? That's not good. Please work. There we are. Perfect. Kinda. Why are you still not working? Uh, do you know about Solid J? If not, could you react to the 4-minute Batman versus Santa? What? Do I know them? I probably do. Oh wait, I don't want. Hold on, I gotta check something real quick. After I check that one thing, I'll get to it. Hold on, leg stuck. Leg stuck. I wasn't able to create my own ideas because I had lots of stress every time. It would affect me so much to the point I researched the same thing over and over. Okay, let me go back to normal YouTube. Search up. Why? No. What was the name? Oh, I do know this person. Yeah, I do, because I had all their stuff. For like a month, I had nothing but all their weird comic book things. And it was the what was it? I think it was the Justice League ones. The shorts where they're constantly fighting and stuff. Yep. What was I about to search up? I was about to search. Oh yeah, I remember. I've been wanting to react to this live. I'm really hoping. Hold on. Ad. Hold on. Saving y'all from the ads. The ads are annoying.
Strong recovery. And with your Planet Fitness Black Card.
Alright. So I've been wanting to react to this one for quite a while. This is not like the normal stuff that we react to. This is actually a rap battle. Hannibal Lecter versus Leatherface by Freshie Canal. As you can tell, I've liked this before because I've heard it. It's been forever since I've heard it. I will go ahead and make this statement. I know more about Leatherface than I know about Hannibal Lecter. What I do know about Hannibal Lecter is from Silent of the Lamb, I think, and also the way earlier rap battle of Hannibal Lecter versus Jack the Ripper from ERB. So I've been in the whole rap battle scene for a little bit of these like weird celebrity things, but been wanting to do this one for a while. I know a lot about Leatherface. The only issue is that it like all tries to come out at once. Because he's actually by two different people. One is the apprentice of Candyman from Texas, and then the other one is Ed Gein. However, the whole wearing face idea came from a cadaver pig done in a house college party thing that the director was at. So wait, what? Hold on, something's wrong. Is it slowed? It is. Yep. Okay, so already seeing the Leatherface design, I'm wanting to say they're taking inspiration of the remakes a little bit more. Uh, Remakes they had a little bit more skin to them, but it could also be the original. But really good design. Oh, I don't know who is playing Hannibal Lecter, but he's got down the eyes of the killer. Uh, if anybody's seen, there was a TV show. I think it had this guy who was like, "You don't have the eyes of a killer," because all he did was play with little toys and all. And he would later look at a guy, and you would just see the difference. That is that right there. And the way that you can tell that he's leaning a little bit because he's got only a little bit of shade right there. He's trying to stare for a soul and what parts he specifically wants to test first. I have a nice super clearance. I have a friend for dinner who is Buffalo Bill. Quote from Hannibal Lecter, Silence of the Lamb. What did you think about the design of Dream Freddy? I don't know. Hold on. Let me check. It's not bad. Yeah, it ain't bad. Uh-oh, did I fully? Yeah, I fully closed it accidentally.
Leather suit must be the best thing to come from your entire worthless town. With a name in the face of a dominatrix, yet you're the one getting pushed around.
Okay, that one's a little bit more of a give me bar, I feel like, for people to try to break down. Uh, there's actually a secondary, like, little dig in that about the face in the suit.
Leather suit must be the best thing to come from your entire worthless town.
Yeah, so depending on which uh, movie you base off of, the remake is probably the one that I'm most well known with. That the reimagined one where his brother, Leatherface's brother Tommy, I believe, is Leatherface, and then Hoyt, uh, is actually kills the sheriff. Tommy gets born in a butcher meat butchering plant. His mother dies, and they take the baby and throw it into a dumpster. Later, after he's already fully grown up, all the meat markets and everything shut down. So him and his family begin to cannibalize people due to the fact that there's no food around. There's nothing for them to go get. There's nothing. There's no money. So it's quite literally a worthless town. And they are right there, basically outside jurisdictions in the country, so they're able to get away from getting people and start cooking them. And they'll specifically go for tourists that would stop just to fill up on gas and stuff like that.
With a name in the face of a dominatrix, yet you're the one getting pushed around.
And of course, that one's a nice little subtle bar. Dominatrix tells you what to do, wearing the mask and all, but instead, he's the one that's always getting bullied. Again, remake, you have Hoyt telling Leatherface what to do, because Leatherface actually has mental issues in a couple of the different versions of the character. He's got almost like a taste of Down syndrome, the way they act. He's also got body dysmorphia. His face didn't grow right, so that's why he wears the mask. And then it gets even stranger with the fact that he not only gets told what to do by Hoyt, but in two different instances, he's been chasing after a female lead, and they will begin talking to him to have him go further down and get beneath them in a way. And then I think in the new remake, the one that Netflix tried doing, he's actually in a adoption center. I lost count how many Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies I have seen, but it is a lot. But I find every movie disturbing in its own way. Yeah, I love all the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies, but there's something about the early 2001, the Reawakening one, or Reimagine. I can't remember what one it is. I think it's like 2006, 2008, somewhere between there. That one's got my heart. It does.
They tried to paint you as a victim, but as a painter, I must say they've done very poorly.
Yeah, there's different parts in different type of movies where they try painting Leatherface as the victim. Again, born as a child in a butcher shop. He gets thrown away, found by a random woman who's just digging through the trash to find scrap parts, finds him, raises him as her adopted son. Then you do the one where he's the last orphan that never got adopted, so he wears a face with the Netflix series. Then you have him in the very first one where he's got a little bit more of the Down syndrome, and he gets kind of bullied and told what to do throughout the entire movie. Of course, Hannibal Lecter, painter, he's a lot more high privilege. He's got a lot more manners. He's what's the word? Distinguished. He'll eat your brain, but at the same time talk to you about the wonderfuls of art. Uh, so him saying they tried to paint you as a victim, they did very poorly. Nice little bar there.
Now they tried to paint you as a victim, but as a painter I must say they've done very poorly. Spending years in cells and I couldn't give less of a shit about your incel story.
And there, of course, Hannibal Lecter has spent most of his time behind bars. He ended up breaking out, and I want to say it was Silence of the Lamb, going on a bit of a goose chase, I want to say. But with Leatherface, he's never really been around women. He doesn't know how to act, can't really pronunciate and talk right. He just does a lot of screaming, squeals, a lot more like as if he was trying to copy a hog. Doesn't really talk. So kind of interested actually now saying this, how he's going to talk in this. That's going to be pretty fun. There is something even better with this because incels, they don't really talk with women at all, and they think they deserve everything. So that's going to be another little second thing.
Very poorly. Spending years in cells and I couldn't give less of a shit about your incel story. I'm the fine mastermind of my gruesome hobbies. Through Chianti as a Jew upon him.
Okay. I really like that beat drop. So he's talking about he's the fine mastermind of his gruesome hobbies. He's got a higher IQ. I think it was said in every movie that he's a lot smarter than the people around him. That way he's able to kind of construct the way he does stuff. He's able to specifically go after certain body parts too. He also ate a brain, I believe. So that one was pretty cool. And sipping Chianti, a wine, while he's chewing a body. So he'll eat somebody while drinking the wine again. This high class, high privilege type person, in the higher bracket, basically. And this is the best bar being used by the Illuminati. If you have no idea what this is referencing to, it is the Next Generation, I want to say. Texas Chainsaw, the Next Generation, where the final girl is trying to escape and all. Turns out the Illuminati has actually been using his family to get rid of informants and just random people. However, they'll sometimes just put innocent people into it in order to feed them, basically. It's really messed up, that movie, but so good. Again, the trash bin, mentioning the Reimagine one, I believe, where he gets thrown into the trash can at the butcher place. Of course, your has been, meaning that his time has passed, which is very strange to say. The man's 6'6", 6'8", 250, 260 sometimes. Like, the man could legit just pick somebody up. So many face changes. You're the horror Michael Jackson. Another great bar. Let me see. He's had the leather one. He had the girl's face. He wore the face of somebody's boyfriend. He has had just the leather part of the mask underneath to keep his actual eyes open. He's had, I want to say in one iteration, he had a older man's face, but it had like the cracks underneath. He's had like 9 different masks, if that makes sense. And then in certain movies, he's had 4 total masks at once. So, of course, horror Michael Jackson, the different faces. I don't think he's had more than Jason, though. I feel like Jason would be the horror Michael Jackson, actually. Yeah, I saw the scene, Hannibal eating a brain, and even can remember he fed the guy even his own brain. Yeah, very messed up. Dragging over every track, and I don't mean your suit, because he wears a track suit. Um, Pretty common bar there, I feel like. Always letting your victims escape like their fast food. This is once again talking about how there's always a final girl. Texas Chainsaw Massacre was one of the first real slasher films. He was the original horror villain, which is pretty cool. The first monster was Dracula. First horror slasher was Leatherface, done in 1974, if I remember correctly. Nice little fun fact for you. Uh, of course, through the slasher films, there always has to be a final girl. Think in every movie, there's always a girl that gets away. In the reimagined one that I'm most familiar with, she ends up getting away in the back of a pickup truck, I believe. Before, no, she gets in a cop car and tries getting away. However, she gets caught only at the end because he grabs her from the back seat. Uh, People have gone away in backs of pickup trucks against him to where he'll do his chainsaw dance where he accidentally cut himself in the leg. People have gone away in big trucks. It's a whole thing. So, and a lot of the time in Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies, they're always running around, getting away from the family. So. Okay, I'll get down with that. Very first bar. Very. It took 3 sentences, but we got a bar from him. Are you what you eat? He's asking that question, and he says you messed that up because you eat brains, but you got the dumb raps, saying that you're doing these not very well intricated bars, but also you're just not going in depth on my character. You're just doing a couple jabs. You're not hitting me with hard hitting stuff yet. Um, Really like that, and the way he's delivering the bars too, very interesting. He's got a little bit of that southern rasp, while also just that grittiness that you would expect from a 6'8" person that could lift a pickup truck. So, let me see here. I sent you a picture of the characters in Fazbear's Dreams. Please see this. It's in Jiggy's Discord general. I see a butterfly reference to Buffalo Bill and Silence of the Lamb. I meant art general. I'll look right after this.
You're a weak man with a weak spirit, so pass the mic if you can even lift it.
Again, that's a bit of a low bar there. He was taking jabs and he goes back saying, "You're only jabbing. You're not hitting me with that knockout blow." And now he's just throwing a couple jabs himself. You're a weak man with a weak spirit. Lift the pass the mic if you can even lift it. Again, mentioning how in every instance of Leatherface, he's a lot more manly. He's doing a lot more of showing his strength. And he did butchering, he does leather work, he's constantly picking up his victims. As for Hannibal Lecter, he's a little bit more methodical. He's a lot more smarter. He's going to, if he kills and eats, he's just going to make it to where he doesn't have to do too much lifting. So he's going to be a lot more smart about how he does it. Once again, that's just a low hanging bar there.
Raps. You're a weak man with a weak spirit, so pass the mic if you can even lift it. Won't decent film praised by the critics. Funny on that one, you were barely in it.
There we go. There's a nice big chunk. Because once again, Hannibal Lecter, he's going to start criticizing all the movies, talking about how all the victims get away, and then Leatherface comes back going, "Yeah, well, how about we talk about your movie since you want to talk about mine? You've only had one decent one praised by critics, and it's the only one where you're barely in it at all." That is one thing that is always done through the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies is Leatherface is almost in every scene. There's nothing that isn't having to do with him or his family. And when he's in the films, he takes that main part. So that's what really, that hard hitting blow right there. And right there, that's another great bar. Hold on. White meat privilege, again, with chicken, there's two different types of meat. There's white meat, dark meat, and this is kind of a play off of that, especially due to the fact they're both cannibals. Saying white meat privilege, saying he's got the privilege, he has all this money, he's got all the art stuff, he's so high class because he was privileged to be there. Of course, it's always been a thing about white privilege, stuff like that. So this is a little play on that. That one was a decent one right there. You're sleazing your way through some crooked cops. You know, he was always trying to master manipulate people. Used his IQ to his advantage. Also, kind of had some very dumb cops in the movie. I'll be the first to admit that. Right there, he also takes that small bit and he says, I'm not going to team with them, I'm going to add them to the cooking pot. And it's also a mention of how he actually did cook a sheriff. In the reimagined one, his brother shoots and murders into a stew. And that's what begins the long reign of murderous spree that happens with Leatherface. So, once again, really good bar right there. It also has a bit more of a fun fact, but the way he said pot there, you can kind of hear the more anger in it. Almost like he's getting ready to do his high pitched yell in there as well, if you listen. Simp had a heart attack after he got rejected. That feels like a nerd jab. He's hitting that jab right there. He hit. Oh God, hold on. He hit that knockout, right? He hit that big heavy blow talking about the films, talking about his character, talking about how he's siding with the police and that he's been locked up most of the time. How if it was him, he would just ate them. And now he's like, you had a heart attack after you got rejected. Kind of lame, man. Which, again, Leatherface has always been killed by somebody else. He's never died because of. Does William have a weak soul? No, William Afton literally killed people from a similar video on Ronald McDonald's Playground Slaughter, and he kills them and eats them raw. What? Isn't Leatherface a piggy? No, Leatherface is not a piggy. Leatherface has a brother named Hoyt. Hoyt is technically a piggy, however, he was not actually a cop. He played a cop. Technically played as a sheriff in order to lure people. It's actually like the rest. Oh, I actually like the rest of the movies with Hannibal Lecter. I find every scene he is in, be it short or long, I always. Oh, Jesus. I always get scared by the way he talks, his eyes, how he speaks, or the things he does. Yeah, the way Hannibal Lecter moves is methodical. He specifically wants to overpower you with his presence, and then he strikes. It's a fat joke. See, that's the thing. You can't call him fat. I wish I was lying. He's technically not fat. Leatherface has so much muscle that it looks to be fat. And when a man can pick up I think it's like 400 pounds, he can legit pick up 400 pounds. And he can take a chainsaw and throw it like it's nothing. I thought he was fat. No, that's because of the guy that played him. Here, I'll show you. Leatherface actor. So, it's actually this guy. This is Gunnar Hansen. God rest his soul. Gunnar Hansen is a amazing man. He created the original Leatherface look. Chainsaws are very heavy, so I never saw him as fat, but having lots of muscle. Exactly. It doesn't help that he was always wearing loose-fitting clothes that made it a lot bigger. So he looks like he's got a small pot belly, but you also gotta remember, he is strong as hell. He has a mallet and then the chainsaw. And then this is the newest looking one, where they decided to make it seem like he was a little bit bigger, but he's not really. Yeah, see? He is. Leatherface is one of those that is a amazing thing. Alright, where was I? Here we are.
Crooked caps, I'll have these piggies to the cooking book. Same pain heart attack if they're getting rejected. Damn, even the cardio got fucking arrested.
And I feel like that's another jab. But even your cardio got arrested, talking about cardiac arrest causing the heart attack, and of course, Hannibal has always been arrested basically. So, two chainsaws talking about 2 Chainz, how he's keeping it real, keeping it raw, talking about how he kind of likes to eat his meat. With a lot of the time in the scenes, they would take like fingers and all and start eating them. And in one scene, he has the leg of somebody and he just cakes it in salt in order to preserve it, keeping it raw. So.
Getting rejected, damn, even the cardio got fucking arrested. Stay raw, call me 2 Chainsaw, they're about to pop wheel.
They wrote 2 plots about Bill. You got no payoff. Another one. Also mentioning Buffalo Bill. Buffalo Bill, it puts lotion on its skin again. And then also Hannibal Lecter had the idea of talking constantly about Buffalo Bill. Another funny little thing. I think this is also because I was talking about the lotion on the skin. I think this is also talking about the keeping it raw, where he took the salt and was caking it into the cuts of the guy to keep his wounds disinfected and keep infection from getting to it, but also to like preserve the meat. If that makes sense. Yeah, right here took my style straight jacked it. Again, Leatherface, one of the first slashers. He's known. I think he was also probably the first cannibal. Um, but yeah, when you look at the two, cannibal. The only thing difference, really is the style of killing. Hannibal Lecter, a little bit more lean, a little bit tinier, more a lot more fancy and uh, more privileged, again, in this higher bracket. Leatherface, bottom of the dirt, scratching for pennies, still eats people, has a lot more muscle, does a lot more brute strength. So that's kind of the only differences.
So dude, like your movies, come around.
Again, do like your movies and bite me. He goes around biting people. And here he is going against what was being said. Talking about the prey escaping. Again, this is talking about with Hannibal. He's saying how all the prey escapes like they're fast food. No trouble either. Your narrative gets slower, like a guy locked in my freezer. So in one of the movies, he has somebody actually in the freezer. They end up freezing to death. Completely gruesome way of doing it too. He's got a body in there. So once you're in a freezer, you start getting colder. You're going to be moving slower. Pretty good talking there. And again, with Hannibal Lecter films, the narrative goes on and on and on. That was one, I think, the biggest critiques for a while. Again, nice little simple, easy jab there. Only time is interesting is when you go and hang somebody. Kind of confused about this line that you'd only be a good therapist. That's right, Hannibal Lecter is a therapist, or no, he was a psychologist. I thought that was how he was able to read people so easily. I thought he was a psychologist, not a therapist. Never mind. I think that's my new favorite bar. I now have a new favorite bar. You'll only be a good therapist if you put a space in it, because the way he acted towards Clarice, I want to say was the name. I can't remember off the top of my head. Uh, he always looked at her and was, tell me, Clarice, how do you feel, Clarice? And he was constantly just being creepy towards her, and everybody always mentions it. Every time you hear a Hannibal Lecter thing, he's like, tell me, Clarice, how do you feel, Clarice? And he's always after her. And again, that plays back to the simp thing earlier, so. Why are we talking about the Germans? Hold on. I think Leatherface already took round one. You fail to take your shot at your lovers, meaning two different ways. The way that he likes to eat people, you could kill them, eat them. Also, the idea of shooting your shot, talking to your lovers, being able to try and actually get into a relationship with them. And then also you should have took a tip from the Germans when they did it to your mother, meaning killing his mom by shooting her. That is, oh. Yeah, okay. It was nothing but haymakers there at the end. Say I'm not getting any, keep dreaming now. The only person you're eating out is your sister now. And he did the V sign with the tongue. Oh, that was nasty at the end. I don't have to explain none of that right there.
You've come back from explosions, but Michael Bay's producer couldn't blow you up.
Okay, so that's a good rebuttal. We're immediately still staying on track with films as the opening bar here. How long is this video anyway? Because it looks like a 3 to 4, but when paused, it feels so long to me. No offense. It's because I pause in order to break down every single thing. But we're staying on track with the films. You've come back from explosions. He has. He's been blown up, shot, stabbed. He has been hit by a truck. He has cut his own leg. But again, there's been constant stuff that happens in those films. But he always comes back. The only time I don't think he has might have been in one of the original three. So I'm now confused on why we're talking about Michael Bay, but again, Michael Bay does a bunch of explosions, most known for Transformers, where everything explodes.
You've come back from explosions, but Michael.
Also, another fun little fact: if you listen to the beat, when it switches to Hannibal, you hear this violin, this high class. But when it switches to Leatherface, the beat changes in order to match his personality. This more grittiness to it. So. And Michael Bay's producer couldn't blow you up, meaning your films couldn't produce enough revenue. They couldn't be as big as stuff. So. And of course, your movie will show how to massacre more huge duds. And this right here, talking about the 3Ds, don't do drugs, which is the 3Ds. You don't do drugs. But it's also a reference to their 3D movie, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D, where they tried to make a 3D horror film, and I think that film did so poorly that somebody said that there would never be another Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. I think is legit rated the worst one. So again, talking about films, and that one felt like a good right hook right there with the 3Ds and talking about Michael Bay, and that was a good one.
Secure the 3Ds, don't do drugs. I'll go and handle the psychoanalysis with this inadequate psycho is so incredibly rapid.
Okay, we're speeding up in order to kind of show he's thinking a lot more. He knows that, okay, he's being serious. Time for me to be serious. Time for me to start psychoanalyzing. And that's what he's doing at this point.
Don't do drugs.
I'll go handle the psychoanalysis. So now he's fully analyzing Leatherface. He's calling him a psycho. Talking about how he's ravenous, like a wild animal almost, which again is shown through the films. He's always doing the squeals. He doesn't really talk. He only screams, hunches over, eats, and the way he eats isn't with fork and knife. It's instead he grabs stuff and just puts it to his mouth. The only time you ever see him using tools is killing and his different working tools. He'll use tools to like do his mask, but he always eats with his hands. He's more animalistic. And he's saying that the reason for his ravenous stuff is because it's nothing but hardships. There's nothing happy going on. Again, this can be shown through the films, wherever there's a female lead trying to talk to him nice and be happy with him, she will then just stab him and run away. Always try to have a whip before trying to smash his sis. That one confuses me. I'll be honest there. That one I don't catch, but it still kind of adds to the whole your life's messed up type thing.
Even though you're a panicking cannibal, this carnivore animal cannot get a go to grab his meat.
And this is another low-hanging fruit, basically. He's just going right under the belt. This cannibal can't ever get a woman to grab his meat. Again, talking about him being an incel, talking about how he's not able to get any, and of course how Hannibal is able to kind of talk to women and possibly get them to. Yeah.
With how much you dry hop that hillbilly weapon, I wouldn't be surprised if the Saw is your family.
And this is kind of playing onto a stereotype of Southern people always being dumb and also being more inbred because Leatherface from Texas in the South, and talking about how whenever he rips it on, when he pulls that cord, he always holds it down below towards his waist in order for him to get the perfect rip for it to turn it on. Also talking about, oh, you're a dumb Southerner, surprised the Saw's not your sis, again, low-hanging fruit, not coming yet with some big stuff. Kind of wish he would, but again, Hannibal Lecter, he's probably starting slow, and he's building up.
So maybe go on Tinder if you want to hunt your prey, 'cause every time you try to hook up, they just run away.
Okay, another nice fancy bar. Go on Tinder. You can start matching with people, lure them easier. If you want to hunt your prey, nice little bar there. But every time you try to hook up with someone, they just run away, saying that they're scared of him. They don't want to be around his face, both because of the mask, but if he takes off the mask, is this more face. Nice little thing. Okay, that felt like a decent little bar there. The whole trope of cannibals and all, and the chainsaws and all, frightening the world kind of just went out the window. And of course, all the final girls at some point go through a window is a funny thing in almost every movie. I wish I could lie and say there's not one movie where they don't. But it'll be a car window, it will be a window of a second story house, it'll be a window on the bottom floor of a trailer. They're always through a window. There was legit one where she went out the second story, rolled down this thing, and ended up in the bed of a truck. It's so strange. Okay, that's a nice little bar talking about how everything in the old days, before they had all that CGI, they would actually show him sewing the faces together. Again, they reimagined. They actually did that. Uh, but now it's all CGI, so now the things will look off, things won't look right. So. Ooh, there we are. That's a good hit right there. So I play with your brains, talking about how he likes to play with people's brains in order to trick them into doing certain stuff, and then eat what's left because again, he once ate the remains of a guy's head after also feeding him some. So nice little bar there, but also saying my stomach would be empty, again saying that he's dumb, he doesn't have any brains at all. My stomach would be as empty as your box office gains, saying that the movies don't perform well. That is a nice bar right there. I like that right there. I love you pausing and giving your personal thoughts. I just want to kind of break down the bars. Because not a lot of people would probably understand certain bars. Plus, this is going to be a video. This is going to be a video, just so y'all know. That's why I'm also breaking down every single bar. It's not just for y'all, it's so I can also turn this into a video. All the reactions that I've done are going to be videos, just so y'all know. Okay. Leatherface, once again, trolling with movies, Hannibal Rising, and it's always on the third sentence that I'm realizing. Saying your coldness is false advertising, saying that you're not really who you seem to be. You're not always this cold person, and still you're a little bit lonely. You want to eat. You want to be around women. You're always after Clarice. One look at Starlight gets your Hannibal Rising, talking about his genitals. Good thing. Well, good bar right there, I mean. With all the people you floss, it's fair. This orphan needs certain foster care. That's a nice little bar. I believe the foster care in the new one, actually, that Leatherface is from, is actually Jodie Foster's care. With all the loved ones you've lost, you need to be in the orphanage where I was, instead of being in all this privilegedness and be able to know a little bit of struggle. Again, kind of trolling him with all the death that surrounded him and how he has no real loved ones. That's a pretty good little bar right there. With all the people you floss, it's fair. This orphan needs certain foster's care. Let me tell you about the slaughter that he saw as a kid. Okay, we're about to go a little bit digging into the past of Hannibal Lecter with Leatherface kind of explaining. But I have a feeling this is about to get really personal. So, if you don't know that little bar there, armadillos, after you hit them, they will roll over, and they're most of the time, whenever they're roadkill, find left up with their arms and legs out, and they're just there stood. And that's why you have Leatherface deciding to kind of show the mental image. Of course, Hannibal came across his dad dead, lying on a path, body up, so. Let me tell you about the slaughter that he saw as a kid. All left daddy lying on the path like he's one of the armadillos. Ancestor fell in love with your auntie, tried to learn the Japanese way, but the don't like her family. Fell in love with your auntie. Again, turning around that incest bar from the chainsaw. That pretty good. But also took the ideas of Japanese, but then bombed it like her family. That's a kamikaze bar. That's the only way I can put it. Okay, he gets a little bit too quick there with some of the wording and the way he's pronunciating. It kind of gets jumbled a little bit. So let me go back. I'm gonna be cooking you up as Bubba's shrimp. Uh, kind of a Forrest Gump reference. Again, Forrest has mental issues, so does Leatherface. And then, of course, in Forrest Gump, there's Bubba, who's always talking about shrimp and what all you can do with shrimp. That's also kind of how Leatherface is about human meat. He's like, you can do this with this, you can do this with this. And of course, with his experience as a butcher doing stuff with cows, he looks at human meat almost like he would cow meat. Able to know which fillets, how to cook certain stuff. And again, most of that stuff is by eating it raw. And after up, I'll be serving you second place, meaning in this rap battle, I'm taking first place, you're taking second. Nice little bar. On top of a silver platter, meaning that he's going to take him, kill him, cook him up like in different ways that he possibly can, put him on top of the platter, and then it's going to be fed to the entire family. And again, we see Grandpa here, who in the films is the original killer of the family in the very first one. And oh, that's actually the worst bar. He starts it by talking about how much of the loved ones he's lost, how there's nobody really there in his family to love him, how he's desperate for love. And now here at the end of his entire speech, after walking us through a path of how his father was left like an armadillo, his aunt bombed, it is just here. I'll let you be a part of a family roast as the main entree. This is the only time there's family love in your life. That is deceitful. Leatherface won. No question. Leatherface.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Oh, so Freshie Canal decided to be Leatherface. Mancha decided to be Hannibal Lecter. He did a good job as Hannibal Lecter. My God. Y'all go check out Freshie Canal. Give them a like, subscribe. They do some amazing work. They do. I've been wanting to react to that for a while. Not really into rap songs because mostly indie modern sometimes I see is black people rapping about drugs, gangs, sexuality, yelling, and it's just not for me. But some rap songs are iconic. Can you go to Discord, Jake server to see the images I sent on the art gallery? That was a fun video. Are still interested in watching Solid J 4-minute video, Batman versus Santa? Sure, why not? I wanted to get my thing done first because I've been wanting to do that, and I think it'll be really cool if I actually upload that. It might be something new. I mean, between the SCP stuff, me bringing back the FNAF content, me bringing games, I could do some horror-related rap songs. What y'all think? Some bar breakdowns? I think it'd be fun. I still think rap songs are sometimes good and iconic. Rap songs are good. Rap is decent. Alright. So I got Dream Foxy, Dream Chica, Dream Bonnie, Dream Cupcake. So Dream Foxy, you need to change. I'll go ahead and tell you. It should not have that hand at the top. Don't know why Dream Bonnie has an arm holding the mask, the top part of the mask. Can you show us the tab image? Unfortunately not. No. I'll go ahead and say that. I don't show my Discord for good reason. Carl looks okay. I don't know why he looks like he's got hair. I don't know about that. Chica's got a lazy eye. Best way I can put it. Hey, Joshy. How are you? Dream Fredbear has an eye owl socket. Spring Bonnie has no legs and a missing eye. Cake Bear, Fazbear Dreams. Cake Bear is a new animatronic character from Cake Bears. His mechanic is when you always keep the lights of the cakes candles on. Oh, okay. Cake Bear looks decent. Soul Grifter, not so much. Not a big fan of Soul Grifter the way it looks. Insanity looks decent. Molten Cake Bear needs a little bit of work, in my personal opinion. I've already seen that one. The ghouls look decent. Don't know how to say that word. Brent Blue Bear. No, I think that's a different one. Eye Mouth, I don't know. You sent that one sideways. What did I miss? Joshy, you missed me breaking down a rap song. Technically, it was a rap battle. Hannibal Lecter versus Texas Chainsaw Massacre's Leatherface. So Hannibal Lecter versus Leatherface. That one, I spent a while breaking it down, but I had some fun with that. I'm thinking if people like it, might be something new I had. It was decent. We also reacted to your thing. I actually reacted to the video you wanted me to. Not the Giants, but the 24 hours within the Trevor Henderson universe. I also finished. Here, I'll show you actually. I finished The Mask. You weren't here. This is the mask that I'm going to be putting on. The character. And then, where's the other one? I finished the helmet too. I don't know if you were here for it. See? So I have the helmet, I have the mask. What else did I finish? I think that was it. I still gotta finish this. This one's gonna be the next thing that we finish. Yeah, no, it was kind of low volume, but still okay though. Let me see. The helmet and mask. Oh, helmet and mask. Here's the mask. Oh, hold on. So I didn't want to do a normal gas mask. I instead wanted to do this so I can then draw a version of the bear wearing the mask with the fur sticking out, if that makes sense. And then the helmet is, where are you? Right there. Sure. Joshy, what are you talking about? You're saying sure. What are we sharing about? Huh? Oh, hold on. There we go. I've been live almost 7 hours. Jesus Christ. But there was another video. Hello wanted me to watch it. You were talking, I was saying sure. What was I saying? There's a delay between me and you. When you say sure, there's a small delay between what I say and what you're responding to. What were you sharing about? What did I say? Was it the idea of me bringing rap battles to the channel? Was that it? About the mask? What was I saying about the mask? Oh, about putting on my character. Yeah. Where is it? Batman, 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 Batman. Is there a playlist actually? That'll make it so much easier. Nope. So, gee. Did you see the other characters from Fazbear Dreams? Yeah, I did. Yeah, that. Oh, about. Oh God, wait. I done forgot what I said. If it's not yet obvious, I've been doing this for 7 hours. About time for the insanity to kick in. Uh-oh. Where? There it is.
Meanwhile,
Okay, in case anybody's wondering, this is Batman versus Santa Claus. Hello's been asking for it. It's been forever since I've seen anything from Solid J. Actually, yeah. Batman versus Santa Claus by Solid J. It's been forever since I've seen anything from here. Let's see.
meanwhile, in the Hall of Justice.
Meanwhile.
Out of the cave this year. This is gonna be one of the nicest Christmases I've had in a long time.
Oh God.
Christmas Super Friends.
Oh yeah, here's a fun little fact. Santa Claus actually exists. In fact, there's an entire comic book of Santa Claus. I can't remember in which universe though. I want to say it was Marvel.
Brings you here, Mr. Claus? Well, you see,
Santa's real?
Yeah.
Did you guys know he was real this whole time?
Batman, what are you talking about? Everyone knows Santa's real. Even kids know that.
Maybe it's a Jewish thing?
I mean, really, Batman, how else would you have gotten your Christmas gifts?
I had to buy mine. From the store. I thought that's what everyone did.
Oh, it's terrible, Superman. You see, my reindeer have gotten a cold. Oh, no.
What? Yeah, okay, so it's DC, because he always gives Darkseid coal. Every single year, Santa Claus finds a way past all the defenses just to give Darkseid coal, which is hater level mentality to the max. What I find hilarious about this is the fact that Batman, of all people, would not know Santa Claus exists. The man that found Tibetic monks to find a way to astral project.
Oh, days!
Oh, to the reindeer too. Am I the asshole here? Was I really the only person in the world who didn't know? Really?
So, as I was saying, I need your
They're just ignoring him.
Why didn't I get
Batman, come on.
No, I want him to tell me. Why did you skip my house every year for my entire life?
Well, you know, naughty boys don't get gifts from Santa.
Oh, that's it. I was being naughty.
Batman, please, just let the man speak, all right?
Okay.
Santa, you were saying? Well, Super Friends, I need your help.
Well, then I should have gotten cold then, right?
Batman!
I just find it odd. I thought naughty boys got cold. It seems more like you were skipping me altogether.
Well, from what I saw, you did just fine without me.
Now, what's that supposed to
A
mean?
boy with $1 billion, you got whatever you wanted for Christmas, that's for sure.
That was a...
Yeah, he has a point there. You have $1 billion, but it's also kind of a dick move on Santa Claus' part to skip one person out of the entire world. Can we react to the Department of Abnormalities Exploring series? Sure.
Year-old orphan.
Way to victimize yourself, rich boy.
Fuck, did Santa just call me a rich boy?
Bruce, it's Santa Claus. Stop antagonizing him.
You're right. All right, Santa, please continue. How can we help you?
Well, Super Friends, with my sleigh out of commission, I need your help to give out gifts to every good boy and girl this year.
We can help you, Santa.
Just tell us what to do. Well, first you'll need to secure the gifts back at the North Pole. There with my nephew, the head of the Elf Division, Mr. Chill. Once you
What
know...
did you say his name was? Mr. Chill. Joe Chill is the man who killed my parents. Are you...
Joe Chill works with Santa Claus because Santa Claus decided to use Joe Chill to kill Batman's parents.
Oh, Batman, please. It's just a coincidence. All my elves have hardly winter-themed names. There's Mr. Snowball, Mr. Stocking, Mr. Zachariah. We don't trust the last one. He's a little odd. His religion confuses me.
Batman, I know you're kind of sore about the gift thing, but come on, it's
Is it a
Santa.
Jewish name?
Your parents, Bruce.
I'm sorry, King. I don't know what's gotten into me. I guess I'm just a little sore that I didn't have this kind of magical relationship that you did.
There's no need to apologize, Bruce. I'm sorry I never gave you a gift all those years. But right now, there are boys
boys and girls around the world who might not get one gift this year. And I need your help to make sure they do.
Well, I don't know.
Batman, with your cowl so tight, won't you guide my sleigh tonight?
Well, I mean, we back as Rudolph, but you're right. Come on, gang. Let's save Christmas. Lead the way, Santa.
Well, hold on, Bruce. There is one gift with your name on it.
Really?
Oh no.
For me?
Cole.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I wonder what it can be. Pearls.
Oh!
These look like mine. But they are, Bruce. They are your mother's pearls. She was on the naughty list. You see, Bruce, the wealthy always are. Six simple theoretic.
You son of a bitch! Oh!
Santa Claus killed Batman's parents. You heard it here, folks.
Happy holidays, fuckers. This video is brought to you by GamerSubs and Wall Street.
What? He banged his back. Just wham.
Happy holidays, fuckers. This video is brought to you by GamerSubs and while supplies last, GamerSubs is offering a Christmas sale. One free gift with every GamerSubs tub that you order. That's right, you get a
This is no longer happening because we were too late to react to this video.
While supplies.
That was pretty funny. Yeah, good idea, Joshy. That video is a lot of fun. I know you would enjoy that Solid J video. It was pretty funny. Fun fact, the Dream animatronics designs are based off of William Afton's. Why? Okay. What was it that you wanted? Oh, department. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Gonna turn on music for a little while. Oh, there's a Volgun version actually. I think. Was the video Joshua was asking for. Yeah, there's the Exploring series. It's like almost an hour long, but then there's the Volguns version that's like 11:30. Oh wait, actually there's two. Why are there two? Alright, here's the deal. If I do the Exploring series, it's going to be the last one of the night. Because it's going to take us to about 8 o'clock. And I need to be able to go to work tomorrow. Alright? So if I do the Exploring series, it's going to be the last one. Deal? Okay. Let me pause the music. In fact, let me get rid of the music. Not gonna need it. Wrong thing. Alright, this is Exploring the SCP Foundation Department of Abnormalities. Abnormalities? Abnormalities. By the Exploring series. It's been a while since I've actually watched any of their stuff.
The Department of Abnormalities.
Abnormalities, that's...
One question many...
Good thing I looked over. Nobody said anything. Okay. This is Exploring the SCP Foundation, the Department of Abnormalities by the Exploring series. It's been a while since I've actually watched their stuff. I wish I had known that I wasn't showing the screen. Well, yeah, I get that a lot of people hate SCPs, to be honest. Wait, hold on. I have something to tell you. I hate SCP content. Trixican. You can disagree with the content, alright? Hello, was that personal that you misspelled their name? Trixkin, look. Look, you don't have to like SCP stuff. But not everybody likes FNAF stuff. Not everybody likes SCP stuff. Not everybody likes the stuff I like, right? Not everybody probably likes Trevor Henderson, alright? People get the stuff that they like. Kind of like how I don't like constantly going over TRTF stuff when the entire series is done by a bunch of weird people. If I'm being honest, you've had every single time you mention it, it has to do with children getting assaulted. And I don't mean murdered. I wish I was lying. FNAF has way too many weirdos for me to be constantly going, I'm just doing FNAF, I'm just doing FNAF. With all the weirdos that are in it, it makes me sick at the moment. It's the same thing I told Hello. Hello said something that had some people under the age, like almost minorish, the even idea of somebody under the age of 18 getting assaulted. I'm like, hey, I ain't reading this. I'm out. Reason why I ain't looked at so much stuff. It's the reason why I constantly am being a critic to stuff. Alright? It's just because I don't know how to support it. No, it was not. I'm really sorry. There we go. You spelled it name. Right. Everyone doesn't like anything. It was not on purpose to write your name wrong or to recommend SCPs. Nah, recommend SCPs. I'm going to do them. I'm getting more into FNAF stuff too. I actually have a couple FNAF reactions to do. I got one called what's it called actually? We better go on a small little case real quick. Almost every single fan base has controversial versions of the original versions. That is true. There's always some controversial versions, and that's why there's times, if I can, I'm going to separate myself from them. It's why when people in my comments start fighting back and forth, I'm immediately like, nah, we shut that down. We're a community. You ain't got to completely be okay with these comments coming in, but if you want something different, comment it down below. Suggest me something to do a reaction towards. You want FNAF? Tell me a FNAF video to react to. I'll react to that. Want this anomaly thing? Tell me to do that. I'll do it. I'm doing so many SCP videos because SCP gets commented. I'm trying to build a community over y'all. Y'all tell me what you like, I do it. It's the same thing with games. Somebody comes in, hey, you know this game from 2004? Can you play this? Bet. Okay, I'll find a way. The only reason I haven't gone to TF2 yet to make Cappy happy is because I don't want to buy the game and I can't get my Xbox to connect to this right. So I'm trying to get a capture thing to do that. But yeah, it's one of those, I want to make stuff for y'all while also making sure I have a way to be remembered later, you know? And, live streams, you get more me than the image. But speaking of FNAF stuff, actually, I found this. I was going through, it's a Five Nights at Treasure Island official trailer. The Five Nights at Treasure Island is being remade. So I have been wanting to do a reaction to that. If I scroll down, I should have some more. Not that. I've been wanting this right here, why FNAF 3 movie should be rated R. Wanted to react to that. Further down, I should have some other ones somewhere. Right here was the SCP-682. That was pretty fun. Reacted to it. Had this right here, Caleb Hammer. If you don't know, he's a guy that's like, all right, we're going to go over all y'all's issues with your finances. I've been wanting to do that. Perspective by Reach Animation. I've been wanting to do that reaction for a while. Death of SCP 096. Wanted to do that. I did this reaction, so I was happy about that. But I'll have this one, The Inspection by Magic. Been wanting to do a lot of Magic stuff for a while. There were some other ones, I can't find them. I finally did the Spectre one, a paranormal investigation. It's on the channel. Wish it did a little bit better, because it's only at, I think, a few views. Here's one, FNAF 3 Malignant by Cronus. Cronus actually did some amazing work. Been wanting to do that right there for a little while. We did this one, The Spring Lock Failure by Holodev. I want to go do more of his stuff. Do I got more? I probably do. Yeah, I can't find them at the moment. But yeah, I've had a bunch of FNAF and SCP stuff I want to do. Yeah, here we go. I wanted to do the purple guy versus Mangle, FNAF 2, in a real-time animation. Because I seen it and I'm like, how did they pack an entire animation in only 14 seconds? So, been wanting to do a bunch of that, just kind of laugh at stuff. And then, yeah, it's been a whole thing of people comment stuff, it gets added. You know? Uh, I love FNAF 2. Even FTF has a controversial thing in life, has sometimes controversial stuff. Ooh, was the best project I made so far because to me, I really think the designs I used from TRTF2 Remastered by the Colin Miller version and the Y is Offspring version. I love SCP-682, the Angry Brothers of our friendly SCP-999. Yeah. Sorry to go on that little tangent, y'all. When people start, mouthing off at each other in my community, I'm gonna set stuff straight. It's just how I am. Sorry about that. I get way off. The series I made was Sammy's series. No, it's all good. But I'll say, people can get mad at me, right? Being like, oh, you're part of this community more than this community. In reality, that's not how I'm trying to be. In reality, it's what one gets more engagement. Which one do people want to see more? Which side is going, hey, want to do this one next? Hey, here's some ones you should check out next. It's just how it is. And then I've been wanting to do some corruption stuff, but the only time corruption does good is through my lives, unfortunately. It doesn't do good as videos, because after I'll upload one of them, it'll like ruin my videos for a little bit. So I've been wanting to do a corruption style live stream with Wild Wolf for a little while. Okay, that's a good speech. Okay, yeah, I get you, Josh. You're telling me, hurry up, Grandpa. Reaction time, boy. Come on now. I actually had a 2024 version of Sammy's called Sam's Pizza and Horror, and it's from a channel called Mexican Universe. Gotcha. Alright, let's get into this. Finally, after God knows how long.
The Department of Abnormalities. One question many people have when diving into the SCP universe is, how long has the SCP Foundation been around?
A while.
The answer, like many things in this universe, is tricky. Not because the Foundation aren't fastidious record keepers, but more due to the fact that canon is fluid.
Not only is canon fluid, but it's the single fact that you have so many different instances where things can be rewritten, written forward, written backwards. You have things that'll erase the history. Then you have stuff that'll just be able to go backwards and take care of it. Nothing really stands out, and there's ways that you can go, oh, well, this probably happened, but the issue is you're always going to have somebody that goes, prove it. And then if you do prove it and it does become canon, then something else might not become canon. So it becomes a whole thing there. So it's not just that it's fluid, but it's the fact that there's too many things that can change it. And another example, SCP-2000, where quite literally things can happen and then things just revert backwards in order to keep going. There's a perfect example of how things are constantly just being put out of order. No, that's not. That wasn't my intention. I like your speeches, Killer Bear. To say that way. I don't mean to do speeches. It's the single fact that I'm going to speak my opinion. I'll be the asshole, so nobody else has to be. And I bite my tongue at certain things. SCP-140 rewrites history. Perfect example. 140 rewrites history in order to bring up another civilization into the modern era, right? It progresses their history while erasing the original history. That is why the history books can be so non-serious, if that makes sense.
And the nature of world-changing anomalies means that the Foundation likely has no idea how they really started, or what came before them.
Yep.
Case in point, the Department of Abnormalities, apparently an old branch of the SCP Foundation that the current Foundation knows practically nothing about.
Hold on, wait. The department is a part of the SCP Foundation. They have no idea how it was made. So, oh wait, what if the Department of Abnormalities is the original Foundation then?
Since the entire Foundation is devoted to abnormalities, the name is a bit odd, but that's far from the only mystery here. This video won't be filled with answers about the group and what happened to them, but it will serve as a nice introduction. Let's start with the anomaly that introduced the Foundation to the department, SCP-3790, a structure located beneath an abandoned warehouse in London, accessible by a short black door marked with a placard reading SCP Foundation Department of Abnormalities.
Okay. Since it's in London, it reminds me of Three Portlands, of course, connecting through the Isle of Oregon from the UK over to America on a separate plane of existence. Again, this is just seeming like it might be the original SCP Foundation. And SCP Foundation is instead had a longer name called the Department of Abnormalities, and it actually had different things, but now it changed its main focus to what it is now. Maybe.
The rest of the file is locked by O5 order, but bypassing that, we learn that the structure consists of a number of descending levels, each containing a hallway and 4 rooms. The structure appears to have been abandoned for a considerable amount of time. Each door to the side rooms is heavy and made of metal, with a sliding panel covering a small glass viewport. Some of the doors are rusted, but all of them have had their handles and unlocking mechanisms removed, with some of them even having been welded shut.
Oh.
On the back of the main...
Okay, so that's interesting. And again, I think it feeds into my idea. With my idea of the original SCP location, them welding stuff was them trying to contain stuff, right? And then with one's missing its locking mechanisms and all, was the SCPs escaping, taking them out in order to get out. Can you do a video reaction of my older FNAF video and a separate video of what it originates from and called the video title The Abandoned Media of Trixkin's Former Developments. I also think it was the original, but something happened that changed everything. I think the place was abandoned because of maybe SCP-2000.
Door is a clipboard holding a legal pad, on the front of which it reads, "Think it's about time. Need to lock down the other sites before I go. Take care."
The other sites, that is a major part, I think, here. Meaning that this would know about all the different sites all around the world. So, if I had a guess, it must be. It was probably an O5 council member that locked it down.
The rest of the writing is a series of numbers, 1 through 10, with most of them listed as unlocked, and 4 of them as locked.
Yep.
We'll get to those later. The rest of the document contains descriptions of all of the small rooms across the 7 floors, as seen through the viewports, and the name listed on the placards next to each door. The Foundation hasn't entered any of the rooms as of yet. Room 1 of Level 1 is listed as Vivaldi, and contains a single violin with a broken bow. Why the department would contain Vivaldi's violin is just one of many mysteries. Room 2 is listed as Montezuma's Face, containing an ornate wooden chest with gold inlays and a large steel lock sitting on a table, with a quiet clicking sound like that of a clock being barely audible.
Ooh.
Your guess is as good as mine.
The face. It's probably the face of a clock. And if it's the face of a clock, I want.
With no placard, while the placard for room 4 has been damaged, with the chamber also empty, although long gashes cover the walls and pieces of bone are visible on the floor. Likely.
Okay. I wish it told me how big the cell was. If I had a guess, and in order for this to make sense in my head, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this was 682. Why do I think this is 682? I did a reaction to the Tales of SCP, where we see a 1883, I want to say it was, French side. A Frenchman is hunting down 682. 682 is destroying a French town. I think they were able, after he got recruited by SCP, captured 682, brought it here to the London location, put it in that cell. It probably scratched all the walls and ended up breaking certain bones because, once again, it will leave parts of itself. It will leave bones. It's just, if it's big enough, like chopping off its head, it will just pick it up and put it back on. So that's probably what it was. It left a single part of itself.
Something that simply was abandoned there to die. On the second floor, room 1 is listed as Ian, and the chamber contains a thin, pale man in a straitjacket wearing a blindfold. Perhaps this is an alternate version of the Shy Guy, SCP-096. Room 2 is marked as the Crying.
If it's an alternate version of 096, would that mean it could be actually? Because 096, the only way they're able to monitor it, they're not even allowed to look at it. So if it's a alternate version, I wonder how 2 of the same type would occur.
Boy, containing a canvas with a sheet draped over it. The Crying Boy is a well-known painting that was linked to an urban legend in which undamaged copies of it were found in the ruins of a number of burned houses. It seems that the department had an actually anomalous copy. Room 3 is listed as the Watchers and contains 3 vaguely humanoid figures huddled in a far corner, looking away from the door. The figures can be seen shifting slightly. Again, possibly alternate versions of SCP-173, maybe even more akin to the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who. Room 4.
I don't know. I don't know if the Watchers would match being like 173 or the Weeping Angels. If I had to guess, the Watchers are instead ambush predators, but they won't stop if you look at them. They prefer to stay out of sight. That's why they're away from the door, not looking at it. They want to instead try and be completely out of sight, but because you have them in a cell, you're able to look at them. That's my way of looking at it. Could be wrong there, but I don't think it's that they turn into SCP things and stuff. I don't think they turn into statues, stuff like that. Bum. Let me think. Where was I? I mean, we heard a bunch of the SCP sites in the SCP orientation. Maybe the administrators, the founders, or another O5 member locked it down. But I also have to tell you, this is the original Sounds piece of horror one. Is actually lost media, but thankfully some pictures are found on my alt account because by Mexican Universe. I also like to think SCP-682 was in its cell and SCP-2000 gets activated. SCP-682 escapes and destroys a French town. The only reason why I kind of like SCP is because of the SCPs and SCP the Endurance. SCP Endurance was god awful. I will stand on that fact. I got to the last night, 5th night. I got the little note. I am not able to prevent 173 from killing me. I mean that, genuinely.
Has no placard, and the room seems to consist of only another dark hallway. On level 3, room 1 is marked as the Infinite Cold, with the floor of the room covered in a thin layer of water, and the interior of the room seemingly considerably larger than its dimensions would allow. A couple of possibilities for this one being SCP-4812-E, an entity that lowers ambient temperatures around it to near absolute zero, or SCP-3799, a sphere that created anomalous snow which blanketed the world and killed humanity before its existence was reset. Room 2 is listed as...
Okay, that's actually 2 different ones I've never heard of, so that's a pretty good thing.
Sorrow, and contains a pedestal with 4 parallel lines in the dust, consistent with finger marks, implying that whatever was resting on the pedestal had recently been removed. Again, your guess is as good as mine.
Okay, for this I'm actually going to take a hint out of the Origins video I did a reaction to, where we see Kane holding the sword. I wonder if that sword was taken from this. I don't know.
Pistol had recently been removed. Again, your guess is as good as mine.
No clue.
Room 3 of level 3 is marked as World Without Man, and the chamber is empty. This refers to SCP-804, an anomalous art installation in Alaska consisting of a clear globe containing a number of smaller globes. When the installation is activated, the globes begin to rotate, causing all man-made artifacts within 100 meters to begin to rapidly deteriorate until disintegrated.
Oh.
This also affects human tissue at a slower rate. The area of effect grows over time, and it's believed that it could wipe out all trace of humanity in a matter of weeks, if not for the fact that it's not entirely immune to its own effect. It's possible that the version contained by the department destroyed itself, somehow, due to this. Room 4 is marked as Adam's Hatred, containing a billowing, indistinct black shape in the back of the room. Now is a good time to point out that the Department of Abnormalities is a part of the wider Cactusverse, as it's known, connected works from the author DJ Cactus. This one likely refers to Adam L. Assem, the first king of men, as we learned from SCP-4840. But what exactly it is, I couldn't say.
Okay, I was thinking Adam, like the very first man, his hatred. It would make sense, especially due to later his sons. One of them would become a murderer. I was thinking more biblical, but yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Down in level 4, in the first room, we have the Morning Star, with a rusted sword hanging on a rack in the back of the room, and the door to the room feels warm.
The flaming sword. Okay. I feel like that one is a biblical reference, which then again makes me go back on the Adam's hatred, thinking that's actually Adam. So.
A sword emanating heat named the Morning Star means that this was the sword wielded by 05-1 in the climax of The Way It Ends 001 proposal, which he recovered near the corpse of an angel in the Garden of Eden, Lucifer. It was broken during the events of that story, so it's a bit of a mystery as to how the department had a rusted version of it sitting here. Room 2, on the other hand, is listed as Wormwood, and the viewport is obscured, so we don't know what's in the room. This one refers to SCP-4008, ancient Davite seeds that grow massive trees, which make people forget about everything that existed in the tree's area. So either the department contained one of these trees somehow and it's blocking the viewport, or looking into the viewport causes the viewer to forget what they saw, claiming it's obscured. Room 3 is marked as Harmonia's Necklace and contains a simple golden necklace hanging on a post in the back of the room, lit by a single tall candle. The room does not appear to have a floor. In Greek mythology, the necklace of Harmonia was a cursed object that brought great misfortune to a number of queens and princesses. The department seemed to contain a mix of different versions of currently contained SCPs, as well as things from myth that the Foundation have never seemed to find.
The gypsies also have a version of this necklace. If you wear it, it gives you not only bad luck, but such bad luck that it could possibly kill you. It's a special jeweled style necklace. And it's I want to say it's like a blue sapphire style necklace. But yeah, almost every type of culture, there is a bad luck having to do with jewelry. And once again, if I had to guess, with the wormwood, it was probably the fact that looking into it, as soon as you look away, you can't remember anything. That, or it's the fact that this tree has gotten so big that it has completely taken over the viewport.
Room 4 has no placard. The room is unlit, and people that look into it feel a lingering sense of dread. If we're looking at DJ Cactus SCPs that might not exist and provide a sense of dread, this likely refers to SCP-2740, an attic that maybe sort of exists and was maybe created out of pure hatred.
I don't know this one.
Moving down to level 5, in room 1 we have the Heart of Man, a room containing a single, still beating human heart suspended from the ceiling by a wire. The interior of the room appears to be distorted. This is possibly a reference to SCP-1983, an old farmhouse in which the interior is a distorted patchwork of multiple locations, and which contains shadow monsters that tear out people's hearts. I also might just be grasping at straws.
It could
be. The sliding panel for room 2 has been welded shut, and the placard has been pried off, with the word "Hello" scratched into the metal where the placard should be. This seems to refer to SCP-3935, an anomalous space existing underneath the Salvation High School in Salvation, Indiana, that completely messed up the entire town. What exactly they have contained in there and how they contained it are pretty interesting questions.
Yeah.
Room 3 is listed as Channel 55 and contains a small CRT television sitting in the center of the room with something plain on it, although a dark cloth has been draped over it.
This one could be connected to the computer, which I think is 75, I think. Could be a alternate or a jab at, hey, next to this one, you know, like this. Could be something like that. You never know. The Deviants, or Davites, Davites, I think that's it. Davites again. Maybe the heart of his soldier is SCP-186 because I almost turned off my entire PC there. Hold on. Ow. It could be, but I don't think it's of 186. I think it's a different one trying to be I don't know, it could be another creature's heart. Currently Adam is located in the Titiana prison. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Possibly a reference to SCP-055 or Fifithism, but some of these are more clear than others. Room 4 is marked as Living Nightmare and contains a dirty twin mattress on a simple metal frame, with a figure lying on the mattress and a sheet pulled over them. Again, I'm really not sure if this refers to an existing SCP, and it doesn't really have to. Level 6, Room 1 is listed as Mr. Silence, containing a tall black wooden box bound in chains and locks, with a bright purple W emblazoned on it. Dr. Wondertainment has put out a number of anomalous humanoids in their Little Mr. series, but yeah. Mr. Silence has never been mentioned outside of this chamber. Room 2 is listed as the Dead Man's Chair, containing a wooden chair with a faint shadow sitting in it, although it disappears upon a second viewing. 3 is marked as Utsi, with a layer of ice covering the viewport.
Hold on.
Shadow sitting in it, outside of this chamber. Room 2 is listed as the Dead Man's Chair, containing a wooden chair with a faint shadow sitting in it, although it disappears upon a second.
So I feel like this is a weird one. Dead Man's Chair, and he describes it as a wooden chair. I feel like this SCP is less an anomalous and more paranormal. If I had to guess, the chair, what immediately popped in my head is it's the chair that is used when somebody tries hanging themselves. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, is somebody, if they wanted to hang themselves, they will put the rope up and then tie it to themselves, and then they'll kick the chair. Most of the time in depictions, they'll have a wooden chair. That way they can kick the back off, and when it falls over, they'll just immediately drop. So I feel like this is a mentioning towards that, which is very sad, very unfortunate way to go.
And viewing. 3 is marked as Utsi, with a layer of ice covering the viewport, and a dark shape barely visible in the middle of the room. Utsi is the oldest natural mummy that has currently been found in Europe, although that hardly makes him anomalous. Whether the department has some anomalous version of him in here, or it's something else, such as SCP-4812-E, is anyone's guess. Finally, Room 4 of Level 6 is listed as Apollyon's Crown, with a silver lockbox resting on the table in the middle of the room. The exterior of the door is covered in scratch marks, as if by something trying to get into the chamber. As we learned in SCP-4812, the Great House of Apollyon ruled all of Old Europe for hundreds of years, until King Saurus VIII von Apollyon grew bored and waged war against the fair folk across the sea. This calamitous mistake brought complete ruin to the Empire and left behind some particularly nasty anomalies, as explained in that article. In SCP-4840, we learn that this crown was actually pulled from another existence by Adam LSM, and proceeded to bring ruin to Adam's empire due to the great envy that his sons possessed for it. It seems that someone still lusted for it even fairly recently, and the fact that it's just sitting here in a room underneath a warehouse in London is rather shocking. That just leaves level 7. But even though the Foundation can see the 7th level through the grated floor of the elevator, the lift mechanism doesn't seem to go down to that floor. The article ends there, with no further information.
Level 7 was probably the original spot where the O5 Council would meet up at. It's probably housing the original members.
Now, obviously, there's something more at work here than meets the eye, as the typical Foundation we know would not stop there. The fact that all of these rooms have not been cracked open, and the 7th floor has not been accessed, likely points back to the start of the document, where all of this information was locked by the O5 Council. The Council doesn't want to touch anything in here, doesn't want people to delve into the Department of Abnormalities, and especially doesn't want to know what's on the 7th level. Or something is actively dissuading them from accessing it. Let's look at some of the other Department of Abnormalities facilities, none of which are quite as abundant with anomalies as that one. SCP-3220 is a large underground silo located underneath an abandoned warehouse in Japan. A hatch, marked with a placard reading Department of Abnormalities in Japanese, is in the middle of the warehouse and leads to a 50-foot deep shaft. The silo itself extends just over 1 kilometer into the ground and is 20 meters in diameter. It appears to be constructed in a manner similar to a panopticon, a structure that would allow a single individual to observe a large number of other individuals around them, without the other individuals knowing if they're being observed or not. The silo consists of 200 floors and a large tower that extends from the bottom floor to the top, constructed of opaque, one-way glass. Each floor contains a number of cubic cells, with a drainage gate in the center of each cell. All but one of these cells are currently occupied by a single humanoid sculpture made of painted concrete. All of these sculptures are located directly above their drainage gate and oriented to face the tower, each one constantly secreting an unknown dark red substance.
Blood.
Inside of the glass tower, the Foundation found a viewing room containing a single human skeleton with a broken neck. It would seem that this silo contains a whole lot of SCP-173 copies.
Yep.
Or rather, things that are somewhat similar to SCP-173, but not quite the same. Except for one of them, which managed to escape, snap the Watcher's neck, and flee out through the hatch. This one, of course, was recontained by the modern Foundation,
which would be 173.
And ended up being labeled as SCP-173. There's also another similar entity, SCP-3693, which is a statue that can only be observed when your eyes are closed, and those that observe it often report the feeling of being watched. Despite also being found on the same island as the 3220 silo, in a basement of an abandoned warehouse, with the corpse of a woman with a broken neck nearby, 3693 has never taken a hostile action while in Foundation custody. Let's move on to another facility, one quite a bit more impressive.
Is it on the moon?
SCP-4220 is Earth's moon, which, despite the popular scientific consensus of being the second densest satellite in our solar system, is actually hollow. Despite this fact, the moon exerts a gravitational force significantly more powerful than its mass should permit. A man-made borehole exists on the moon, 1 meter in diameter and 50 meters in depth, at the bottom of which is a hatch with a placard reading Department of Abnormalities.
Of
Past
course.
the hatch is a mechanical airlock, which leads into a sublunar complex built entirely out of beryllium copper. This complex is approximately half a kilometer in diameter and depth, and consists of 100 floors separated by a spiral staircase running up the center. The floors all contain several continuous rows of cubicles, each bearing a typewriter, all of which are connected through pneumatic tubes. Additionally, a pair of mechanical brass hands are mounted to each typewriter, and brass shoes are located on the floor underneath. The hands type continually, only pausing when two sets of shoes move away from their cubicles and switch places. At the bottom of the facility is a circular balcony surrounding the central pneumatic tube, with the tube continuing down to an unknown depth, sealed off with a mixture of moon rocks and cement. A mechanical dial is affixed to the pipe at this level, labeled as contamination. Since the Foundation has contained the facility, this dial has increased itself from 75 to 85 out of a possible 100, although they have no idea what it's measuring. The other anomaly present here is the entire far side of the moon, but that's been sealed without high-level clearance, so we'll learn about that later.
Huh, okay.
It's unknown when exactly the Foundation learned that the moon was hollow, but by 1960, both the United States and the USSR were aware of it, and knew that the public could never learn of it. Despite this, they still needed to continue the space race and get a man on the moon, otherwise they risked incurring significant socio-cultural and political losses. Publicly, they competed with non-anomalous technology, but privately, scientists on both sides utilized anomalies in order to reach the moon first, discover its true nature, and determine whether it could be weaponized. It's like...
Of course, if anything can be a weapon, leave it to American to find a way to make it a weapon. Okay, so I don't know how. There's really not much I can say about this moon base. Genuinely, there's not much. The only thing that's kind of confusing is why is the moon hollow, but not much I can really say. Oots, the caveman mummy was discovered in Austria, and there are stories that people who found the mummy died under strange circumstances in real life, so it could be seen as haunted. Ooh, this SCP is like the moon. Yes, it is. I think it actually is the moon itself. I need a drink. In case you are wondering what we're drinking today, 2 liter of Pepsi Max. Also, in case you're wondering, we're coming up on 8 hours recording. I'll be honest, talking this long hurts my vocals.
Likely that by doing this, they caused the formation of the anomaly on the far side. This is where things get rather interesting, as President JFK authorized a project called Helios in order to get to the moon first, putting the occult branch of the Department of Defense in charge. The project was led by Jack Parsons, a noted rocket scientist and one of the founders of the Jet Propulsion Lab, who was also heavily involved with the occult. Parsons had died in 1952, but it seems that his spirit was attached to the nose cone of the ship.
What?
Don't worry, this hasn't even begun to get weird yet.
Really?
Project Helios successfully made it to the moon, but crash-landed on the surface, killing all onboard personnel and stranding Parsons' spirit there. Parsons had declined to share a number of critical elements of Project Helios' design, so the people back on Earth couldn't replicate the rocket used. The Foundation, on the other hand, was working on constructing some bases on the moon, and managed to find the ship's nose cone. They brought it back to Earth and performed a seance to speak with Parsons. Now it starts to get weird. Parsons explains that in the 40s, he and his ex-friend L. Ron Hubbard performed a series of rituals that summoned an elemental spirit, which they tried to have a child with.
What?
It seems that the spirit was never able to conceive, and she ran off with Hubbard. Later, Aleister Crowley, a renowned occultist that Parsons was involved with, said that the thing they were trying to conceive was the Moonchild, leading Parsons to wonder if the real spirit they summoned was actually on the moon. The Department of Defense had captured Parsons' spirit in order to force him to work on the Helios project. But
Wait, so he finds an elemental thing, goes, I'm gonna have a baby with it. Tries to. It doesn't work. He talks to another cult member after the element has run off with another man. Feel bad for the guy. Really do. He got his woman took. Runs off with another man. Talks to another cult member. Learns, hey, you know that child you're trying to conceive with the element thing? It would have been the moon. You're telling me my child's spirit's on the moon? What? It, Cactus, he had something. I'll put it that way. He had something right there. I tell you what, a little bit of. He found a good old stash of '80s Colombian bang bang. That's what it was.
But he managed to contact Crowley, who helped him latch on to the nose cone of the ship, without anyone else knowing. When asked about the design of the Helios rocket, Parsons explains that it's basically a mix of thaumaturgy and spiritual energy. I'm skipping over a lot of details in order to stay monetized, but needless to say, a lot of risque elements were at work in the project.
His dick. Just say his dick. Let's be completely honest. That or its bodies. One of the two. It's bodies or his wiener. There's no middle ground with risque. Alright? You're making penis rockets. What is wrong with the SCP? Nah. Y'all don't get to say this is getting weird. Y'all kept asking for this. Y'all said, one more reaction. The Exploring series version. Alright? We have to learn all the lore from the Exploring series. We gotta learn how they were making penis rockets to get to the moon, where the moon spirit was after this guy tried mating with the elemental spirit that ran off because he wasn't able to give her a child, and she got with another man. We learned about the penis rockets that were made.
Parsons says that the human soul is an indefinite source of kinetic, electrical, and thermal energy, bound by a minimal level of power output.
Okay, here he's basically explaining how the risque thing was basically people's souls. So they probably went and started farming actual humans in order to get their souls.
Project Helios broke past the limit, but the problem was that they needed a lot of fresh souls.
Yep.
To get them, they went down the Trail of Tears in order to find ghosts of Native Americans, with the idea that their pent-up rage and hatred would make for good fuel. It's worth noting that the team involved in this consumed a significant amount of recreational drugs in the process. The interviewer says that he finds these actions rather reprehensible, but Parsons counters by saying that this was all approved by the military in order to stop the relentless march of communism.
That's how everything was looked at. That's the entire reason we went to Vietnam. And then they signed a peace treaty to basically say, hey, we'll stop this communism thing as long as you don't beat our ass anymore. To which then they break the treaty, to which then we go back to fighting them, to which then we get bored and leave them, to now everybody thinks we lost Vietnam. We did everything in order to stop the communism progressiveness, when in reality, you could say that about everything. The Red Scare was a major point. Congratulations putting in the SCP thing and deciding to make penis rockets a part of it, but you're not going to be able to get away with saying the reason we farmed human souls was in order to stop the communists from getting more advanced into the moon before we could, in order to establish weaponry from the moon, and also to make sure that we have a way of aiming at any point we wanted at Russia. You made penis rockets powered by souls for no reason. Just admit it. I am dying over here from laughter. Well, technically, Cactus didn't make this SCP. Cactus can still get one. Cactus, he decided to drink that cactus juice from Avatar: The Last Airbender. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, search it up. You'll have an amazing time. Sokka drinks cactus juice. Phenomenal.
The moon then. In his time spent there stranded, he grew bored and found the borehole leading down into the moon. He suddenly goes quiet before saying that he went down there and found a tomb.
A tomb?
He saw a man down there, or more of a specter or shade, rent into many little pieces. Each of those pieces is locked in a cage, but he saw the pieces and they saw him. He says that either this thing forced its way up or the moon goddess rejected it, but it was never meant to be seen. He finishes by saying that they weren't the first men on the moon, but they should have been the last. The Soviets, on the other hand, tried a different approach of landing on the moon. Necromancy.
Oh,
utilizing a young girl as a controller, they were able to kill a man and have her control his risen corpse. The idea was that the landing part wouldn't be too important if the occupant was already dead.
They're COD zombie style in this. Are you serious? That's not okay. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about with COD zombies, there's a map called Moon, where the spirit of Samantha or Richtofen is being held captive within a pyramid, and is technically the controller for the zombies of the entire game up till Black Ops 3, Black Ops 4. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's Black Ops 4. And they're quite literally COD zombie styling this. What? Okay. I have no idea for Fazbear's Dreams development. Instead of it filmed like a movie, I'll do it, but only an hour long instead. Called this saga as the Fazbear story. Oh well, the Juice Sokar said after that, hello mushroom friend, I think. Yep. Oh, so you mean Soka. Or Sokka? Sokka. I have other ideas for the Fazbear story to expand. Gotcha.
Their main problem, however, is that this process only lasted for a few hours. So even though they could get a man there by loading him with paralytic agents, they'd only have a few hours once on the moon. Despite this, they did manage to get inside of the facility and find the typewriters, which perplexed them. They wanted a way to keep the corpses around for longer to explore further, and they ended up being introduced to a man who could completely suspend his bodily functions for a length of time. The man offered to teach them how to do this, but he wanted to go to the moon himself, claiming that someone was waiting for him there.
The guy locked up.
Though, as individuals in this state of suspended animation could be controlled indefinitely by the girl. They managed to get a man down to the bottom of the facility on the moon, finding the dial to be set at 25, but it rose to 30 while investigating. The girl controlling the subject complained of a foul odor coming from the shaft leading downwards. Meanwhile, the occultists they had brought in continued to perform bizarre rituals while in their employ, After performing one such ritual and claiming to have opened a channel to his goddess, they found that the dial on the moon was now set at 50, as well as several of the pneumatic tubes having bursted. Also, a black smoke filled the facility that congealed the skin of their man there into tar. Later,
Ugh.
the pipes sealed themselves off, as if they had never burst, and the smoke was gone. The dial was now at 65, and the typewriters are working at full speed. The girl was much more hesitant about going down the shaft to the bottom, while the occultist continued to perform his rituals.
The cultist is
Eventually, the girl
making
controlled a
things
man and
bad.
had him slide down the single pipe leading underneath the facility, losing much of his skin in the process.
Ugh.
They discovered that underneath the facility, the interior of the moon is filled with giant glass chambers, each shaped like a perfect dodecahedron. They couldn't determine how far these chambers spread. Each chamber was connected to 4 others by means of bronze-colored metal hatches in the corners of each room, with smaller pipes winding through all of the chambers. The entire area was filled with a foul smell, which seemed to spread to the girl back on Earth, even after several showers. The next man is sent in with a hazard suit, as the air has become corrosive at this point.
Ew.
They find that some of the glass chambers house smaller glass cages shaped like human organs filled with black smoke. This smoke was being fed into the pipes and pumped into the moon, while other chambers were filled with smoke, pulsing and throbbing. The occultist claims that this place is the resting place of his goddess, who was shredded by a ritual botched by his apprentice. It's clear that this occultist is Aleister Crowley, and after finding him performing a ritual with the young girl, they finally agree to send him to the moon. After arriving in the facility, though, he tore out the controlling antenna from his scalp and proceeded to vent black smoke out of the wound. The girl that was controlling him fainted, with tar oozing from her skin. As Crowley slid down the pipe into the interior of the moon, the Soviets detonated some remote explosives in the shaft, sealing it off. The last image they captured was of the dial at 75.
So he was about to go off the wall. He was about to do his own thing. And as soon as he rips out the antenna, the girl gets the probably where he ripped it out. She gets the wound, and it begins leaking the tar, meaning whatever happens to him would happen to her. So the Soviets, in order to try and make things right, blow up the thing, sealing it off. Unfortunately, that would mean that they weren't able to get any more photos. So
They decided to cancel the project and never return to the moon.
Yep.
The US and the Soviets later get together to agree that they cannot ever go to the moon again, as whatever is up there is far too dangerous and beyond their understanding. Instead, they agree to fake the moon landings, not by faking the landings, but by using a fake moon. They end up using SCP-1812, a large asteroid in orbit around the Earth that can only be seen once you're made aware of it. They then reveal what exactly is on the far side of the moon. A face. Specifically, the face of Aleister Crowley, with an expression of distinct pleasure. Ignoring all of the occult weirdness going on here, what we learned is that the Department of Abnormalities was apparently incredibly capable at their jobs.
Yeah.
Not only going to the moon before anyone else, but hollowing the entire thing out and using it to contain some sort of cosmic entity. Then they apparently locked it up and threw away the key, only for it to be discovered again by some bumbling governments. The Foundation possibly has the situation contained again, but who knows how many other horrible nightmares have been locked away by the now defunct department. Let's look at one last department SCP, which provides a good deal.
Again, this is making me think that the Department of Abnormalities or abnormalities is the original SCP Foundation. It's gotta be.
Of insight into how they operated. SCP-4099 is initially presented as a notepad filled with illegible writing, which causes people who view it to panic and possibly kill themselves.
Oh.
This, of course, is just obfuscation, with the O5 Council dissuading people from checking it out. What it actually is a series of documents consisting of various memos and articles written by members of the Department of Abnormalities. Once again, the Council doesn't want people to learn about the department for some reason, although we'll have to hand-wave the fact that this is all on the database. The memos are between an Agent Shane and a Dr. Horton, with Shane writing that they picked up 3 more this week, although Bobby lost his arms to one of them. He also apparently passed Horton some copies of files, but asks why he needs them. Horton writes that he received word that they might be transferring the abnormalities contained in their facility. Shane will apparently have to live in the same facility as the abnormalities he's contained, but Shane writes that he just captures them. It's the researchers that contain them. He later sends a memo asking about how the abnormalities are doing that he captured, which is a rather odd question when it comes to field agents in the Foundation, but
he's probably either A, being controlled, or 2. I mean, A, being controlled, B, he is slowly losing his mind due to the years of being up front with all the abnormalities. And if this is the original SCP Foundation, then there's also the possibility of he didn't have the stuff from 3000 to forget stuff.
This is a different Foundation. Horton replies that the abnormalities are doing fine, but they're acting much differently than they were in the field. He writes that something feels off about them. Shane says that whatever it is, he should make sure he's safe. He's on his way to meet the new general in charge of the operation. In the next memo, though, Shane writes that the general issued a termination order on an entire village in Portugal, and Shane followed it.
Jesus.
This seems to refer to SCP-002, a large fleshy growth that can kill people and convert them into furniture for its interior. 002 crash-landed from space near a small village in Portugal, where a General Mulhausen led a squad of SCP personnel to retrieve it. Mulhausen proceeded to issue a termination order for any witnesses to the event, which seems to be what Shane is referring to.
Yep.
Fans of the modern SCP Foundation will no doubt raise an eyebrow at this, as the Foundation practically never terminates witnesses, instead preferring to amnesticize them.
Again, if this is the original, they wouldn't have the forget-me drugs, so they would just be like, okay, we have to make sure nobody knows about this. Bang! Simple as that. Just to make sure that it doesn't get out of it. Well, Cactus did make a concept SCP about the Department of Abnormalities. It's just people adding lore to it and add more Department of Abnormalities SCPs from people. Tell me, what does it say? Cake Bear, look at me or I'll break it. Huh? Well, if you... Hold on. Why is my eye so itchy today? Well, if you create, for example, your SCP about an old warehouse that stores a deity, and if a author sees your SCP, they could expand your SCP into like Department of Abnormalities. It's just people. Yeah, I think so too. That these happen before amnestics, and to find SCP-3000, look at the capital. Owl. It. Oh, let me get it. Adding more lore to your SCP and make your own SCP that's connected to your SCP. Okay, yeah.
SCP-002 is obviously a very early SCP, but it seems that, according to 4099, it actually predates the modern Foundation, instead being handled by the Department of Abnormalities.
Yep.
Unlike most other things handled by them, though, this one ended up still in Foundation hands. Shane proceeded to kill Mulhausen and wonders why Horton isn't responding to his calls or memos. We're then given a series of short documents resembling SCP articles, but with different formatting. In fact, the format is the same as one of the SCP-001 proposals, the prototype, which is depicted as one of the very first anomalies that the Foundation contained. It's noted that none of these entities listed in these documents are contained by the Foundation. The first is a hostile humanoid entity wearing a uniform typical of air raid wardens used in the 1940s. Its pockets are filled with bullets, and it emits small doses of gamma radiation, with its palms covered in a caustic adhesive that burns human skin on contact.
Ew.
It was first seen by tourists at a diner in Nevada. The department came in to contain it, utilizing some new containment protocols developed by the late Dr. Ketter. I'll note that Dr. Ketter died during the initial testing of the prototype SCP, which means that this occurred afterwards. The second entity is a hostile, emaciated humanoid with elongated arms and almost no orifices across its body. It displays considerable strength for its body structure, and also temporarily takes on some certain traits of whatever animal it eats, including intelligence when eating a human.
Ooh.
The third object is a small vase of roses, which emits a large amount of gamma radiation. Essentially, anyone who comes near it dies in a pretty messy way, but then reanimates and attacks people.
Zombie making.
These are some really basic anomalies, which is quite in line with the prototype. The idea of anomalies becoming more and more unusual and involved over time is not a new one, both in-universe and out-of-universe, so it seems that most of the things contained by the department were pretty simple. At the same time, though, they seem to handily contain Lucifer's sword, Apollyon's crown, and some sort of cosmic moon entity.
Yep.
On the back of one of the documents is the address of a facility mentioned in the memos, so the Foundation sent in an MTF to check it out. The team is sent to Pripyat in the Chernobyl exclusion zone in Ukraine.
Factory?
Where the team lead says that whatever they find here, Overwatch wants it to be kept quiet, so they either lock it up or terminate it. In the middle of Pripyat, they find a maintenance elevator surrounded by glass, which seems to be their destination. They press the single button on the elevator and wait 3 minutes for the doors to open. Inside, they find a keypad, and Overwatch Command provides a 4-digit code for them to use, although how they got this code isn't mentioned. The team takes the elevator down for 3 minutes while an automated message reads, "Welcome to the Department of Abnormalities," over and over again in English and Russian. When they reach the bottom, they enter into a dark and abandoned facility, where they find the 3 objects described in the earlier documents, locked up in cells. They also find a sealed door with a placard reading, "Absence." As the group splits up, 2 of them find a note on the floor next to the locked door of the director's office. The other 2 find a large server room with a glowing red button on one of the servers, emitting a humming sound. As is dictated in Foundation protocol, whenever you find a glowing red button in a creepy abandoned facility, you must press it. So they do. This seems to automatically open all of the cells for some reason, leading most of the team to be slaughtered.
Yep.
The note they recovered was written by Dr. Howard Snorlison, head of the Department of Abnormalities, announcing his resignation to the regional director. He writes that he cannot do this anymore, as these things are not normal, even by their standards. Every time he goes to bed, he has nightmares about these abominations, and it's too much for him to bear. While this article presents the Department of Abnormalities as a very human precursor to the modern Foundation, I'll once again iterate that nothing is canon, so this could just be ignored entirely if you want.
Yeah, that is true.
With that in mind, we don't really know much about the department. And that's the point. They seem to be defunct, and in their time they accomplished some incredible feats of containment before vanishing almost entirely.
Again, my thought process is, hey, I'm going to put it right there at before SCP. I think what happened was SCP had the director, what was it called? The department first, and then would later just become the SCP Foundation. The reason for the change would probably, if I had to guess, be a world-ending scenario, which would then be SCP-2000 having to be used in order to bring back everything. With it just not being wrote down that SCP-2000 was used. Reason for this is SCP-2000 has no canonical list of uses, so and the fact that they have a entire entity in a moon that's been hollowed out, it makes sense for that. And the reason for the director saying these things aren't normal, perhaps, is another sign of SCP-2000 being used, talking about the humans, them not being true, and him ending it, if that makes sense. Uh, okay. Oh yeah, Dr. Keter died to honor Heim, the name, the containment level after him, the Keter classification, which I find interesting. Yeah.
As for why they disappeared without leaving some proper notes, we may never know. The Department of Abnormalities in general is a callback to the early days of the SCP Wiki, when things weren't meant to be explained, when some things were just locked away and better left ignored. Chances are good we'll continue to pick up pieces of the department and their deeds left behind, and it's possible that someday we'll learn a little bit more about what happened to them. But it's likely that they, much like the abnormalities they contained, are better left forgotten.
That's a pretty good video. I would have also included SCP-5832, but I didn't really feel comfortable explaining it. I recommend reading it for yourself if you're interested. Just keep in mind it's meant to be connected to SCP-231. Of course, 231 would be the Brides of the Scarlet King, a disgusting, a horrid SCP of 7 women being forced to carry the children of the Scarlet King, one of which being tortured in order to prevent her from giving birth. Only allow giving birth in secrecy after it is found in the journal from the cult members to be a warrior in order to take down the brothers. The SCP Foundation goes, hey, let's let it be birthed. It would become SCP-999, which is a infant that helps do the opposite of its brothers, which bring death and destruction and malice, manic, and panic. This instead comforts you, takes away all the bad pain. So, 5832. I think that'll have to be one that we react to at a later date. If you forget about your own timeline placement, you could write in a book, I guess. Or do you want me to write it down for you just in case you forget, son? I can refresh your memory in the coming videos or stream. Are you saying I should write a book in order to try and keep track of SCP? That would actually probably be pretty funny. Me write a book, be like, alright, I've studied all of SCP. I've done 10,000 plus reactions. I'm ready to go over all the SCP lore. Buy my book for $40. Which means I will watch every video and add most lore related to my little book. Go right ahead, Joshy. If you want to watch every single video and put down in what order I think all of them go in place of, it will take forever. In fact, I don't even think you should. It would be so long. It would be fun. You write a book or take notes about SCP. Me writing a book would be an awful idea, specifically because people can't read my handwriting. Just the lore related? Lore related? If you want to. I'm not going to tell anybody, but is there more to the video? Normally he does a message at the end. Sir, any message? Or is this the message? Ah, that was the message. Well, the exploring series, you gained yourself a like. Speaking of likes and whatnot, it is way too late. I need to go to bed. So, everybody, thank you so much for showing up. I need to leave. Got some music. I need to get out of here. Even though I know for Joshy, it's probably early in the morning. It's not early for me. It's really late. I need to get to eating, go to bed, got work in the morning. Y'all know how it is. If possible, and I'm feeling in the mood after work, might go live tomorrow. Do a collab stream with somebody. Y'all already know who I'm thinking of. But yeah, thank y'all everybody for showing up. Hopefully y'all have a good day. I'll see y'all in the next one. Bye bye.